stellar worker. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451 Kingming Castle. Above the material and ethereal planes, within the illusory realm, the void shone with bizarre light, and a silver-white ethereal ship cut through the waves. The commander of the Yucai, Jianochi, stood on the deck, surveying the entire ship, not daring to slack off for even a moment. In the deepest chamber of the ship, Fang Xing held an ancient bronze mirror, stroking the rust marks on it, a thoughtful expression on his face. I can understand everything in Inch of Time, but it's not very useful to me anymore. Inch of Time was written by the soul overlord Shi Guang. Shi Guang himself was not a time immortal, and the further he progressed, the more difficult it became to comprehend. Fang Xing's main focus now was on comprehending the Heavenly Emperor's book, which he had recently redeemed with the merit points from Wuji Mountain. Combined with the fundamental principles of time reflected in the Mirror of Time, and the blessing of this healing soul, his progress in the path of time was rapid. His progress in the path of void, while slightly less impressive, was no less impressive. Above the illusory space layer, there is indeed another layer, perhaps called the Dao layer. Compared to the whimsical and dazzling nature of the illusory space layer, the Dao layer is more abstract, composed of Dao and Li. In the Dao layer, one can sense the power of the Dao, as well as the radiation that carries that power. Fang Xing could even sense the Dao of the immortals emanating from layers of space and time through the Dao layer. In other words, he could actually refine spiritual energy and cultivate the Dao of the immortal. It's just that in the Kinggaon realm, this wasn't necessary. In the Dao layer, one can sense all existing Daos. Entering this layer with consciousness means one has the qualifications to more easily comprehend the Dao. However, it's also quite dangerous. Amidst the overlapping and interwoven threads of truth and Dao power, Fang Xing sensed not only the spiritual energy of the Dao, but also the energy of the true demon, and even the radiating power of other Daos. If he became too obsessed, he might accidentally be contaminated by other avenues, ultimately ruining himself. Therefore, even at this point, even if he comprehended the laws of space, he would only dabble in the Dao level. Dao. While it's mostly only accessible to celestial immortals and celestial demons, some exceptionally talented individuals at the soul realm can also achieve this, like the soul overlords. If those soul overlords who follow the path of the laws hadn't comprehended the power of the avenue, how could their fragmented understanding of the Dao rival the complete Dao power of celestial immortals and celestial demons? But taking this step, achieving celestial immortals and celestial demons becomes even more difficult. While the laws are one, they can easily influence each other, dragging each down. Fang Xing sighed. Having achieved the black hole level, his soul and body have merged into one, becoming indistinguishable. He himself wasn't sure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But there was no doubt that this black dragon body could only follow avenues related to the Dao of time, ideally the avenue of space and time. The exchange for the Panwu Grand Ceremony was actually more for his own benefit. The Panwu canon begins with a law of the true self. As long as this deity reaches the 10th realm of martial arts, I will surely comprehend the law of the true self. With the law of the true self, I can follow the great way of truth and illusion and compete with the Dao of the creator of the main universe, or I can follow the great way of Panwu. If the immortal clone's primordial spirit is refined, I will surely comprehend the great way of immortality. Fang Xing pondered silently, but he still had some doubts. The Dao conflict was not something he could avoid by giving up the great way of truth and illusion. As his cultivation level increased, his understanding grew. His deity was a living being in the Creator's universe, and there was a natural connection between them. The Creator wished to prove the great way of truth and illusion, and he, too, was a part of truth, and it was impossible to escape. Fortunately, although the Creator is strong, it seems that he is just a peak celestial being. Fang Xing took a long breath and smiled bitterly. But if I return, I don't have the black hole physique and the Emperor's weapon. I am afraid that my strength will not even be enough to enter the Soul Overlord, unless I can take a step further on the law of time and space fusion, and the two great laws must reach the 5th level, or even the 5th level of perfection of the Grandmaster. I can't take the physique with me, but I can take the perception with me. Then, relying on the avenue of time and space, I can take the path of the Soul Overlord on the law side. Maybe I can still have a chance. Fang Xing concentrated his mind and comprehended the Panwu Grand Canon. This is the inheritance of the Eternal Realm powerhouse. Many of the secret techniques and magical powers in it have the miraculous effect of defeating the strong with the weak, which is very suitable for him at this time. No matter what, strive to ascend to the celestial demon stage as soon as possible. If I can take away a complete understanding of the Dao, this world will reap a huge reward. There's no need to be so pessimistic. My black dragon body can still live for over 9,000 years. Maybe by then, I'll have reached the Chaos Realm. Then I can suppress the Creator with a single palm. Kingmu Realm. Fuli Continent. Atop a Cyan Castle, Ho Lingzi, clad in armor, was on duty. After failing the core assessment, he stepped down from core member to become a full member. After struggling for several more years, facing reality, he reluctantly broke through to the Soul Realm. However, Soul Realm cultivation is even more difficult. To obtain more soul fluid, he's forced to take on more dangerous missions. For example, guarding Wuji Mountain's camp in Kingmu Realm. This fortress is a massive war artifact. The more Soul Realm cultivators settle there, the greater its strength. Not good. Suddenly, Ho Lingzi received an alarm. He raised his hand, and a bolt of fire shot into the air, exploding with a loud bang. It's the Empress Wa Palace's Soul Overlord, the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain. He annihilated one of our soul teams in a quest for the 3 blue stone hearts, and now he's coming for us again. Soul cultivators flew out one after another, their magical powers coalescing into one, pouring into the Azure Castle. The castle rumbled, and rays of light shot up into the sky, transforming into a giant azure-horned beast. The beast roared to the heavens. Its massive azure horns pointed at the void, black lines emerging across them. Swoosh! A beam of black light shot out, shattering layers of void before crashing into a blazing volcano. Rumble! The volcano erupted violently, consuming the black light along with it. And then, crimson rays of light continuously converged, transforming into a scroll of flaming atlases, which landed in the hands of a man with red eyebrows. This man was none other than the Empress Wa Palace's Soul Overlord, the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain. He chuckled softly, clasping his 5 fingers together in a fist. Countless meteor showers emerged, overtaking the fleeing 9th-level Soul Realm cultivators ahead. The meteors pierced countless defenses, crushing the last 9th-level Soul Realm cultivator from Wuji Mountain to death. With a puff, the cultivator's body collapsed to the ground, landing before the gates of the Azure Castle. Master Fierce Wind Mountain, you've gone too far, a mournful and indignant voice emanated from the azure-horned behemoth. HMPH. We cultivators honor strength. Since you're so weak, don't be so conceited and covet my treasures, the Master Fierce Wind Mountain snorted coldly, his tone arrogance unmatched. Even if I can't break your Kingman Castle today, I will teach you a lesson. The Master Fierce Wind Mountain clearly harbored no regard for the Wuji Mountain forces. After all, he had certainly received the news of the Emperor's son of the Wa Palace's death at the hands of the Wuji Mountain Black Dragon. He also knew that the Black Dragon's son had become a Soul Overlord and was highly likely to come to the Kingmu realm. Naturally, they needed to find an opportunity. While the Black Dragon Emperor's son hadn't arrived, they should try to weaken Wuji Mountain as much as possible. If they could take down this stronghold, that would be the best. Rumble. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain unfurled the scroll in his hand, and volcanoes of blazing fire emerged, crashing fiercely towards the green-horned beast. Resist. Ho Lingzi felt the terrifying power within the volcanoes, capable of incinerating heaven and earth, and his very soul trembled. Now, he could only follow the Lord's command and channel all his mana into Kingming Fort. Layer upon layer of cyan armor emerged from the green-horned beast, resisting the volcanic impact. Bang! Like a cosmic collision, the volcanoes shattered, the resulting shockwaves causing Ho Lingzi's face to turn pale, and several of his colleagues nearby to vomit blood. Attack! The green-horned beast roared, its horns sweeping across, but the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain easily dodged it, circling the beast's sight and striking again. Roar! 9 ferocious fire dragons emerged, crashing into the green-horned beast's side. Puff! This time, even Ho Lingzi spat out a cloud of blood, clearly severely damaged. Damn it! This Kingming Fort is good in every way, except it's too inflexible. Clearly, this is a common trait among all large war artifacts. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain certainly wasn't foolish enough to engage the green-horned beast head-on. He simply engaged it, occasionally attacking, draining the mana and stamina of the garrisoned cultivators. Ho Lingzi felt his mana dwindling, his face pale. Is this a primordial spirit overlord? Although he had long heard of the dominance of a primordial spirit overlord on this kind of battlefield, witnessing it today was still chilling. A single attack from the enemy had nearly forced Wuji Mountain to abandon their base. If Qingming Fort were breached, the nearby Yuanjing and Yuanxi mines might no longer be viable. The impact would be enormous. Even if they couldn't conquer it, with these frequent attacks, which team would dare to venture out? Even daily mining would become a problem. The war fortress is truly formidable. Haha. I'll come back next time. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain raised his hand again, sending countless meteors and flaming showers raining down upon the giant green-horned beast. He let out a long roar and prepared to depart. After all, though he was a primordial spirit overlord, he wouldn't risk his life for the benefit of the Empress Nuwa Palace. Forcing his way through Qingming Fortress might only provoke them into a desperate situation. Furthermore, the primordial spirit overlords of other powerful factions were eyeing him covetously, and he couldn't afford to suffer too much harm. Therefore, a brief harassment would suffice. If he could hold out a few more times, Wuji Mountain would naturally be forced to retreat. At that moment, the world shifted. A section of the void shattered, revealing a silver-white Taixu warship. Dare you touch my Wuji Mountain fortress, flying scales and stepping on the sea? Kill. Jianochi, standing at the forefront of the ship, roared in anger. 3,300 primordial spirit-armored warriors drew their weapons, and azure lines emerged, transforming into Blue Dragon, sprinting towards the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain with bared fangs and claws. Chapter 452, Flower and Tree Clan. Roar. The azure dragon bared its fangs and claws, charging towards him with a surging wave. Crash. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain remained undaunted, opening the crimson scroll in his hand. Another flaming mountain loomed, blocking his path. The azure dragon crashed into the volcano, exploding with a roar, disintegrating into countless mists that spread across hundreds of thousands of miles. Another army, the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain frowned, preparing to unleash other magical powers. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger arose within him. A pitch-black figure appeared behind him and extended a finger. Puff. The power of the black hole condensed into a streak of black light, piercing through the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain's defenses and landing behind him. Blood covered the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain's back, transforming into a streak of flame as he fled forward. Simultaneously, he threw the crimson scroll behind him. Imperial soldiers, gazing at the terrifying power emanating from the crimson scroll, Fang Xing chuckled softly and extended his hands. A powerful gravitational pull emerged, acting upon the crimson scroll. He seized the imperial weapon with both hands and tore it apart with all his might. With a swish, the scroll shattered, countless flames erupting before dispersing with a bang, unable to harm him in the slightest. My imperial weapon. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain watched this scene, his heart practically bleeding, filled with deep fear. Are you, the son of the Black Dragon Emperor? Indeed. Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain, you dare to trespass upon Wuji Mountain. It seems the Empress Nuwa Palace's stronghold in the Qingmu realm is no longer wanted. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, his expression impassive. Facing a mere Empress Nuwa, he didn't even need to activate the Voidless Ring. Relying solely on his black hole-level physique, he was able to overpower the opponent. This confirmed to him that the Empress Nuwa Palace's sole overlord was only comparable to a celestial immortal of the first or second level. Today's vengeance, I will remember. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain gave Fang Xing a deep look, then transformed into a streak of fire and departed without a backward glance. Fang Xing watched him leave, but didn't pursue him. Previously, within the Pangu secret realm, all parties tacitly allowed the Imperial Sons to kill each other for the Pangu order. In the outside world, the rules were different. Wuji Mountain was only a major force within the Qinggaoan realm, not the dominant one, and couldn't protect him, who was so intent on his own death. Furthermore, the importance of an Imperial Son was completely different from that of a sole overlord. Fang Xing was certain that if he killed the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain, he would probably never be able to leave the Qingmu realm again. Otherwise, a peak celestial immortal, or even a Chaos Realm cultivator, might ambush him. Jianochi, Fang Xing spoke, commanding, as he watched the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain depart. Imperial Son, Jiaokai's eyes were filled with enthusiasm, now completely convinced of Fang Xing's devotion. Go down and take over Qingming Fort. Fang Xing made his arrangements and then landed on the top of Qingming Fort. Everyone, thank you for your hard work here. I am Black Dragon, and from now on I will be responsible for all affairs in the Kingmu realm. Greetings to the Black Dragon Emperor." The soul cultivators said nothing, but bowed deeply. No matter how much rumors spread in the Takesu illusionary realm, it was ultimately less shocking than witnessing it in person. Now they could confirm that this Black Dragon disciple was indeed a soul overlord. Among the many factions, the status of a soul overlord was even higher than that of an average celestial immortal or celestial demon. Oh no. It's the Black Dragon Emperor who's in charge of guarding this place. Holingzi followed suit with a deep bow, his head almost hitting the ground, his heart pounding with anxiety. What should I do, now? With the Black Dragon Emperor's one order, I'm forced to die. No. If he even hints at something, there will be plenty of people who want to kill me. He was filled with regret. Why had he been so determined to oppose the Black Dragon Emperor in the first place? Just as Holingzi was feeling anxious, Fang Xing clearly noticed him, but ignored him as he entered Qingming Fort. Holingzi stood up and gazed in the direction where Fang Xing had disappeared. He felt a mixture of relief and loss, ignoring him. After all, he and I are from two different worlds. Inside Qingming Fort, Fang Xing briefly checked the accounts and discovered that a Takesu spirit was watching. While there was something fishy about the accounts, it wasn't particularly egregious, so he didn't bother to investigate further. After a few days' rest, he had a local Yuanjing cultivator take him to visit several nearby Yuanjing mines. Yuanjing is a highly condensed form of yuanqi. One yuanjing can be exchanged for at least 10,000 yuanqi, and it also makes extracting yuanqi fluid much easier. Even Wuji Mountain values the yuanjing mines near Qingming Fort. Kangming Mountain. Fang Xing stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at a massive mine below. Most of those working in the mine were yuanqi cultivators, but there were also some locals. These natives resembled humans, but with dark green stripes, radiating a vibrant energy. Fang Xing, with just a glance, confirmed the longevity of these aliens. Those in the mortal realm could live for at least 5,000 years. Even without cultivation, they could live for 500. As for the soul realm, it seemed that anyone cultivating the way of Yuan Qi couldn't live past 10,000. Sir, we have 1,098 overseers and over 36,000 miners here. We produce approximately 300,000 yuan crystals daily. It was Holingzi who introduced Fang Xing. However, his expression was incredibly humble, even a touch apprehensive. Fortunately, Fang Xing paid little attention to Holingzi, treating him as a stranger. The natives here are called the Flower and Tree Tribe, right? Fang Xing piqued his interest, observing a woman from the Flower and Tree Tribe with green stripes on her body and a flower in full bloom on her head. That's right. The Flower and Tree clan are native to the Qingmu realm, and within them are many branches, all of whom are extremely long-lived and extremely well-suited to the wood principle. Currently, among these natives, the Yuanjing realm is already emerging in droves. Holingzi's face was filled with worry. As the world grows, one day, the celestial demon realm will emerge among these natives. But we can't preemptively exterminate them. Not to mention their terrifying numbers. Even if we could, we would be completely spurned by the world's origin. The Qinggian realm has extensive experience conquering other worlds. Fang Xing was well aware that newly born worlds often show some preferential treatment and divine favor to their natives. Furthermore, due to the destructive power of foreign celestial immortals and celestial demons, they have always been barred from entering. However, celestial immortals and celestial demons born locally are completely immune to suppression. Among so many Flower and Tree clan members, there are bound to be exceptionally gifted individuals. Taking advantage of this opportunity to enslave their souls now, and then waiting for them to mature into celestial demons, will profit greatly. A thought suddenly occurred to Fang Xing. The many factions of the Qinggian realm never recruit disciples from conquered smaller realms. This was a lesson learned through bloodshed. However, recruiting soul slaves was a viable option. Perhaps someone in another faction has already done this. At this thought, Fang Xing felt a sense of urgency. He looked at Holingzi and suddenly said, "Holingzi, I have a request for you, please, my son." Holingzi bowed quickly. "Bring to me the most gifted member of the Huamu tribe within the control of Wuji Mountain." One must be at the 7th level of the Yuanjing realm, preferably the 9th level, Fang Xing said. Immediately, he communicated with the Takesu illusion realm through his consciousness and began purchasing the inheritance of the wood principle, specifically requesting that it be passed on to outsiders. 10 days later, Qingming Castle. On the square, the Huamu tribe members stood nervously. "Duomi, tell me, Why did those aliens suddenly summon us? A Huamu tribe member with a tattoo on his face looked at the young woman in the center, his eyes filled with unspeakable emotion. The girl named Duomi wore a green robe, her face also streaked with green, and a cluster of emerald green buds clung to the ends of her hair. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Yuan Shen realm. She spoke softly, her voice like a clear mountain spring. I don't know, but our tribe has received an order from above. If the person we send satisfies that honorable master, we will be exempted from the tribute for 10 years. This will allow our tribe to breathe and nurture more people. So, I'm here. Her talent, beauty, and cultivation were all top-notch within the Duola tribe, and she was being groomed as a saint. But for the sake of the tribe, even a saint must sacrifice. The Huamu tribe members present were either forced or came voluntarily, but the actual circumstances were irrelevant. Several hours later, a shadow descended over the square, revealing the figure of a young man in black. It was Fang Xing. 132. Fang Xing swept his eyes across the crowd, his voice icy. You already know the promises I'm supposed to make. I'm here to collect dogs, no, servants. The selection process will begin next. All you need to do is hold on and try to stand until the end. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of willpower descended. In an instant, dozens of Huamu tribesmen above the 7th level of Yuan Shen collapsed to the ground, fainting. A single thought can cause dozens of powerful tribesmen to faint. Is this the power of a true great man? The remaining Huamu tribesmen looked stunned, gritting their teeth as they faced the increasingly fierce willpower. Hold on, Duomi. I must become your servant. Duomi gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot. As time passed, the Huamu tribesmen on the square fell one after another, until only 3 remained. Very good, what are your names? Fang Xing landed on the square, looking down at the 3 Huamu tribesmen from above. I'm Sang Song, Moyan, Duomi, greetings, sir. The 3 Huamu people saluted, their hands pressed to their chests. Well, congratulations. You've passed the first round. Now for the second. Fang Xing threw out 3 science slates. You'll have 1 day to comprehend the patterns on these slates, and then make rubbings of them. Whoever draws the best will remain until the end. If the first level tested willpower and strength, the second naturally tested understanding. Chapter 453, Shenmu Forest. A day later. Fang Xing looked at the 3 stone tablets in his hands. Through the varying degrees of rubbing, he could clearly observe the 3 people's understanding. Mo Yan. Of the 3 of you, your understanding is the worst. He began by commenting on the first stone tablet. Mo Yan trembled and turned pale. But you've made some effort. I'll reward you with a little gift. Leave. Fang Xing waved his hand, dismissing Mo Yan. He then picked up the second stone tablet. Sang Song. In terms of the understanding on the stone tablet, you'd rank second. Sang Song's expression was gloomy, looking deeply disappointed. But actually, you were deliberately concealing your incompetence during the carving process. Are you trying not to serve as outsiders? Fang Xing scoffed. Sang Song's face changed drastically. Sir. Sang Song has absolutely no such intention. The green lines on his cheeks shifted constantly, a testament to the extreme tension among the Huamu people. Upon hearing this, Duomi glanced at the tribesman in surprise. I never thought Sang Song had such cleverness. What a shame, he underestimated the outer world. Duomi sighed inwardly. As the saint of the Dora tribe, she knew the thoughts and feelings of many of the Huamu people, but she also knew the consequences of the various struggles of her predecessors. The outer world's secret techniques and skills far surpass ours. They even possess special secret techniques that can search our souls. It's impossible to have both. The only way to gain benefits is loyalty, Duomi pondered, her expression growing more resolute. It's a pity. Even taking into account your hidden talent, you're still second. Fang Xing shook his head and called Jiao Qi over. Take this Sang Song away and sentence him to hard labor. It was perfectly normal for the Huamu people to rebel, and Fang Xing wouldn't kill them for it. Besides, killing them outright would be uneconomical. After all, a 9th-level Yuanshan master would earn more yuan crystals even as a minor. In the hands of these outer world demons, they would be exploited to death, their value being exploited to the point of wanting nothing. Duomi. Fang Xing looked at the last female member of the Huamu tribe. My lord. Duomi knelt respectfully. You are quite good, very good. Fang Xing stroked the slate in his hand. Not only do you have a deep understanding of the way of wood, your comprehension is astonishing, but most importantly, You don't hide anything. Excellent. Facts prove that a genius is a genius. Fang Xing's concealment of his incompetence was laughable. Even if Fang Xing hadn't, Fang Xing wouldn't have considered him. This Duomi, on the other hand, was incredibly talented. As for loyalty, that was the least of her concerns. Duomi is willing to serve the Lord wholeheartedly. Duomi's voice was firm. Fang Xing could tell at a glance that this woman was planning to sacrifice one person for the benefit of the entire tribe. Well, I see your determination, he nodded gently. The Dora tribe will be the most favored of all the tribes under Wuji Mountain. I said so, Duomi. Thank you, my lord. Duomi felt relieved. With this promise, even if the next step meant death, enslavement, or enduring all kinds of cruel and horrific things, she would have no regrets. Come with me. Fang Xing waved his sleeve, transforming into dark light and leading Duomi to his cave. Duomi gritted her teeth and walked into the cave with trepidation about the future. I need a servant. Fang Xing looked at Duomi, seeing determination and a sense of relief on her face. He suddenly smiled. But I don't intend to enslave you soul right now. I'm just planting a restriction on you. We'll discuss everything after you achieve celestial demon status. While soul-enslaved slaves are guaranteed to remain loyal and have many advantages, the loss of their free will inevitably diminishes their potential. Reaching the celestial demon stage was a matter of luck, and it also compromised potential. Even if this honey was the emperor's son, there was a high probability of failure. Therefore, it was better to let it go for now. Even if the other party ascended to the celestial demon stage, they would still be no match for Fang Xing, so he naturally had nothing to worry about. Now, calm down, I'm coming. Fang Xing formed a seal with his hands, muttering something to himself, but he wasn't using the myriad heart's secret technique. To him, this technique was outdated. After all, even if the gray-robed Marcus were reborn, he could easily crush him with a single finger. The secret manuals the other party had collected only reached the highest level of the Dharma Master Realm, equivalent to the level of a celestial immortal or celestial demon. Compared to the Panwu Codex, it was naturally far inferior. Even the Panwu Codex encompassed a wide range of techniques, and some were even better. It even allowed one to forcibly transfer one's own complex understanding of the laws to a soul slave through certain secret techniques. If the original creator of the main universe had known this secret method, perhaps the suffering of having children would not have been avoided. Yes, Duomi fainted from nervousness. Fang Xing casually waved his hand, sending blood-red runes piercing Duomi's body and disappearing in an instant. This wasn't soul enslavement, but a restriction. Even if Duomi ascended to the celestial demon realm in the future, a single thought from him could detonate the runes, regardless of distance, resulting in the death of her body and soul. The principle behind this was profound, involving principles of cause and effect, fate, and destiny. It was a manner technique from the Panwu Grand Canon. The reason for this complication was, of course, the need to preserve the opponent's free will in order to attack the celestial demon. Duomi felt dazed for a moment, then regained consciousness. Master, no problem. Fang Xing always treated his own people with kindness. Take this volume of the 3 heavenly awakenings, practice diligently, and strive to ascend to the celestial demon realm as soon as possible. He had, of course, exchanged his merit points for the 3 heavenly awakenings from the great illusion realm. Thank you, Master. Duomi was overjoyed. If she hadn't surrendered to her master, how could she have possessed such a profound inheritance? Moreover, the master had only imposed restrictions, not enslaved her mind. She was incredibly gentle. I have a feeling, there's something strange about this saint of the Dora tribe. She seems to have masochistic tendencies. Inside the secret room, Fang Xing formed a hand seal, carefully contemplated it, and was immediately speechless. While the restrictions he had placed on Duomi wouldn't enslave her mind, they would occasionally capture some of her spiritual fluctuations. What he had just discovered was Duomi's mental journey of self-mastery, a journey that was almost unbearable to watch. Never mind, any tool is useful. Fang Xing closed his eyes and continued to immerse himself in the law of time. Even in the Kingmu realm, where few could threaten him, he still couldn't neglect his understanding of the law. The divine wood forest. This was a dangerous area in the Kingmu realm, but because of the occasional emergence of a jade wood spirit heart, cultivators often came to explore. Swish! A cultivator resembling a human Taoist soared through the air. His expression was shrewd, his beard white. He was constantly casting secret spells, sensing the earth. In the sacred forest, a purple wood spirit heart has appeared. I pray that the ancestors will bless me, SYNOPSIS, and allow me to obtain a purple wood spirit heart, attain celestial immortality, and bring honor to my family. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and the secret seals in his hands shifted. This, he sensed the fluctuations of heaven and earth's vital energy and immediately changed direction, arriving at a valley. At the center of the valley, streams of profound yellow energy swirled continuously, and multicolored clouds soared into the sky. The ripples were so vast that they could be clearly felt even for thousands of miles. The profound yellow energy is swirling. Is this the imminent emergence of an innate spiritual treasure? SYNOPSIS thoughtlessly, and talismans flew from his sleeves, attempting to block the fluctuations of the profound yellow energy. But Alice, it was too late. Whoosh! A dark green light rushed from the southwest, and upon seeing SYNOPSIS, it immediately attacked. Cry, a long cry, seemingly piercing the air and clouds, followed by feathers like sharp arrows, shot towards him. A strange shield materialized in SYNOPSIS' hand, a three-colored curtain of light rising into the sky to deflect the numerous arrows. Even so, he was forced to retreat hundreds of miles in one breath. King Deepalis, the demon king of the Wind Demon tribe, since you know it's the King Deepalis, why don't you leave immediately? Amidst the demonic wind, a 9th-level vulture with a strange tumor on its forehead spoke in human language. You King Deepalis are going too far. SYNOPSIS was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. Puff! A beam of green light descended, piercing the three-colored curtain of light and instantly impaling SYNOPSIS. A demon wearing a golden crown, with a full forehead and a slightly curved nose, descended from the sky. The innate spiritual treasure has appeared. All cultivators within 1,000 miles must be silenced. Yes, Lord Jinyan Hao, the vulture demon king immediately bowed in response. Marcus Jinyan said no more, gazing at the swirling aura of profound yellow in the valley, his eyes filled with yearning. An innate spiritual treasure, an imperial weapon. Although I'm a soul overlord, my strength isn't particularly strong compared to the other soul overlords. If I could obtain an imperial weapon, my power would surely soar. For this, what was a strict news suppression worth? Even if it meant offending all the major forces exploring the Qingmu realm. What Marcus Jinyan didn't know was that at the moment of SYNOPSIS' death, in an unnamed cave, the rock wall cracked, revealing a Yuanzhu. Within the Yuanzhu, countless clouds rose, spiritually transforming, and ultimately transforming into the figure of SYNOPSIS. There was still a look of shock and anger on his face, which then turned into a sneer. What a Jinyan Hao! If I hadn't comprehended the three corpses and been able to split into three bodies to save my life, I would have really been in trouble this time. Is it so great to be the Yuanshan overlord of a powerful force? You kill people to silence them as soon as you meet them. The more you don't want this matter to be spread, the more I want to make it known to the world. SYNOPSIS knew very well that if he didn't publicize it, the innate spiritual treasure would definitely belong to Jinyan Hao. On the contrary, if he muddied the water, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Huh? You dare to silence me, SYNOPSIS. Even if you don't get the treasure in the end, I won't let you have a good time. SYNOPSIS looked towards Shenmu Lin with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The second update will be later. Chapter 454, 8 Parts of Heavenly Demons. Qingming Fort. Fang Xing held the mirror of time, and one after another, young men in black appeared, each minding their own business. Some were inspecting Qingming Fort, some were checking accounts. Some were comprehending the Panwu Canon and the Heavenly Emperor's Book, and still others, wielding long spears, were practicing the inch of time spear technique. With a swish, 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 the spears thrust forward, a vast multitude of spear shadows coalescing, even creating a faint sense of frozen time. Inch of Time's ultimate killer move, time freeze. Instantly, the fluctuations of time within Qingming Fort seemed to freeze for a moment. When Fang Xing sheathed his spear, everything returned to normal. The numerous soul realm cultivators within the fort were unaware of what had happened, continuing to mind their own business. This move, it worked. Fang Xing stood there, his spear sheathed, a wave of satisfaction filing his lips. Back then, Shi Guang, with this move, was unbeatable against all soul realm opponents, even daring celestial immortals and demons to withstand a few blows, proving himself as soul overlord. Soul overlord is the incredible achievement of transcending certain limits. For example, Fang Xing relied on his immense physique to forcibly break the boundary between the soul realm and the celestial demon realm. Meanwhile, the green slave of the Panga's secret realm, comprehended the great Dao and mastered its power at the soul realm. Shi Guang's understanding of the law of time always lacked that final step, but with the near-perfect power of the top-level law, combined with his painstakingly crafted moves, he could rival even a celestial immortal. Some soul overlords even rely entirely on uniquely tailored secret treasures to create a combat style. Compared to my physique, my understanding of the laws has always been a weakness, but now, with my inch of time killing move, combined with the mirror of time, my understanding of the laws rivals that of a celestial immortal. Fang Xing named this time-freezing move Inch of Time in memory of Shi Guang, the unfortunate soul overlord, and a subtle reminder to himself not to suffer the same fate. Sir, not long after, Jiaoqi flew in. We've received a secret report. A suspected innate spiritual treasure has appeared in the Divine Woods. Innate spiritual treasure. Fang Xing piqued his interest. This was a rare artifact, forged by heaven and earth within the gestation of a vast world, comparable to an imperial weapon. Although he already possessed an imperial weapon, no one could have too many of these. How did this news get leaked? He asked thoughtfully. It was spread by Sunyun Taoist. Sunyun Taoist belongs to the Hongshan League, which is a very scattered large force. Although it has certain interests in the Qingmu realm, the members do not help each other much, and most of the time they fight on their own. Jiaoqi knew the Qingmu realm very well. Originally, it was Sunyun Taoist who discovered the opportunity in the Shenmu forest, but was killed by Jin Yanhao at the Qingdi Palace. Jin Yanhao thought he could block the news, but he didn't expect Sunyun Taoist to have such a great skill in preserving his life. He has sworn an oath to make many large forces believe. Also, after investigation, we found that all the cultivators in the special area of Shenmu Forest and Wuji Mountain have lost contact. They have obviously been silenced. The Qingdi Palace is really domineering. Fang Xing couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Not only us, but also disciples from major factions like the original Demon Sect and the Seven-Star Pavilion have lost contact in that area. This is also evidence. Jiaoqi asked, "What are your plans, sir? Since it's so lively, I naturally have to go and take a look, and meet the many soul overlords along the way." Fang Xing chuckled. His gaze swept over the secret chamber where Du Omi was in seclusion. This saint of the Flower and Wood clan had already cultivated to the 9th level of the soul realm. Having received a more refined inheritance, her understanding of the wood principle has deepened. Now, she has reached the 5th level of perfection and could take the final step to becoming a celestial demon at any moment. However, this step is the most difficult, and has trapped countless heroes. Fang Xing then considered the Shenmu Forest's specialty, the purple wood spirit heart. While not as good as the enlightenment pill, it is still somewhat effective in assisting breakthroughs in the wood principle. What's more, this woman is a Qingmu realm prodigy. If she were the first to reach the celestial demon stage, she would surely be blessed by destiny, her future achievements boundless. The so-called favor of destiny is actually the world's favor, something that becomes useless once outside the world. Truly powerful beings capable of transcending the greater realms wouldn't care about it. But for the natives, it's incredibly important. For a cultivator, this heavenly favor can significantly weaken the effects of a celestial tribulation, far more effective than any lightning-avoiding magic weapon or secret technique. In other words, if Duomi were to become the first native of the Qingmu realm to achieve the celestial demon stage, gaining the world's favor, she might even have a glimmer of hope of reaching the chaos realm. Even this tiny hope would already surpass 99% of celestial immortals and celestial demons. A few days later, in the Divine Woods, beyond the valley, rumble. Countless demonic birds and beasts roared, demonic energy rising into the sky, transforming into dark green clouds. Beneath the dark clouds, 8 military formations formed a mysterious formation, enveloping the central valley. The great formation of the 8 celestial demons. Marcus Jinyan is going all out, bringing out all his wealth. A woman's sweet laughter echoed. If anyone were to reach the Qing Emperor Palace's headquarters now, they might be able to easily breach it. HMPH, so what? The Qing Emperor Palace's wealth is all here, they must have even the Yuan Jing ore with them. They'll gain nothing beyond destroying some useless caves and killing a few servants. The Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain of the Empress Nuwa Palace was also present and snorted coldly upon hearing this. Regardless of the external relationship between the Qing Emperor Palace and the Empress Nuwa Palace, within the Qingmu realm, the relationship between their respective Yuan Shen overlords was entirely governed. This time, In order to monopolize the spoils, Marcus Jinyan had even silenced the nearby disciples of the Empress Nuwa Palace. Naturally, Lord Li Feng's disapproval of him was palpable. "Marcus Jinyan, come out," he roared. "You dared to kill my disciples of the Empress Nuwa Palace. And you still don't dare admit it? You've got a good plan. If Sanitong Taoist hadn't escaped, you might have taken the treasure." Above the 8 celestial demons' formation, golden flames converged, transforming into the figure of Marcus Jinyan. Wearing a golden crown, his nose slightly curved, he cast a cold glance over the numerous soul overlords present. Without a soul overlord, there was no chance of seizing the innate spirit treasure. Lord of Lifang Mountain of the Empress Hua Palace, Saintess Paomio of the 7 Stars Palace, Taoist Yi of the 3-Leaf Sect, Spirit Turtle of the Guiling Sect, and Yigu, the Lone Wanderer. Marcus Jinyan's gaze swept over them one by one, a hint of amusement playing on his face. There's only one innate spirit treasure, and with so many soul overlords here, how is it to be divided? Marcus Jinyan, don't you think your attempts to sow discord are too obvious? Saintess Paomio frowned. But the other soul overlords remained silent, not even standing together. It was clear that Marcus Jinyan was using an overt scheme. Or rather, even if he didn't mention it, all the soul overlords were bound to turn against him in the end. Even if it comes down to individual skill, we must first break your heavenly demon 8 divisions formation. Taoist Yi, a delicate figure, toyed with a green leaf, his voice etched with discontent at Marcus Jinyan's actions. The enemy's formation was now complete. Even if they mobilized their elite troops in a rush, they would likely struggle to break it, only resulting in further casualties. Taoist Yu was the sole overlord of the Sanai sect. Legend has it that upon his birth, a strange vision appeared in the sky, a blue bird descended upon him. He was accepted into the fold and carefully taught by a celestial immortal elder of the Sanai sect. After reaching the soul realm, he encountered a rare artifact, the 3 blue leaves. This artifact's power far surpassed that of an imperial weapon, but it wasn't an imperial weapon, and even ordinary soul realm cultivators could unleash its power to some extent. Taoist Yu then created his own 3 green leaf secret technique, the 3 green secret technique. After a century of seclusion, he was now on par with a celestial immortal, becoming a soul overlord. The green leaves in his hands shone with life, as if ready to burst through the air at any moment. Breaking my 8 heavenly demon formation is naturally easy, but my formation has countless variations. If its power is concentrated in one place, it can hold off a fellow Taoist for a long time. Marcus Jinyan smiled. Who among you is willing to sacrifice yourself to break the formation first? At these words, Lingizhi, Yigu, and the Lord of Lifang Mountain exchanged looks. It's done. Marcus Jinyan was secretly delighted upon witnessing this. He had never considered relying on formations to hold off the numerous soul overlords. Delaying them for a while was enough. If he could hold off until the innate spiritual treasure appeared, his chances would naturally be the best. At that moment, the expressions of all the soul overlords changed, and they looked in one direction. Their spiritual consciousness vanished as they approached this point, as if they had encountered a black hole. This black hole, in fact, was moving at incredible speed, already approaching them. A dim light descended, revealing a young man in black. It was none other than Fang Xing everyone, and Lord Fierce Wind Mountain. Long time no see. He glanced around, a hint of a smile playing on his face. You are the Black Dragon Prince of Wuji Mountain. Saint Paomio's beautiful eyes shone with brilliance. Although you are a newly promoted soul overlord, you were able to defeat Lord Fierce Wind Mountain. I truly admire you. Among soul overlords, there are strong and weak. The Black Dragon Prince is undoubtedly the strongest of the bunch. Saint Paomio, Lord Fierce Wind Mountain's expression was grim, but he said nothing more, clearly still haunted by the Black Dragon Prince's defeat. Greetings, everyone. Fang Xing's gaze swept across Saint Paomio, Lord Lifang Mountain, Taoist Yi, Lingizhi, Yigu, and other soul overlords, finally landing on Marcus Jinyan, the soul overlord of the Green Emperor Palace. Well, very good. Since you, the Green Emperor Palace, had the audacity to hire Taoist Wu Xin to assassinate me before, you will stay here and pay with your life today. HMPH, such an arrogant tone. Someone who didn't know you would have thought you were some demon emperor. As a fellow soul overlord, Marcus Jinyan was naturally undaunted, not to mention the 8 heavenly demon divisions formation at his disposal. Saint Paomio and the other soul overlords exchanged glances, tacitly accepting Fang Xing's provocation. Even the humiliated Lord Li Fang Mountain remained silent. After all, they too hoped for a soul overlord to lead the charge and share the 8 heavenly demon divisions' firepower. Now it seemed the Black Dragon Emperor's son was quite the right person. Chapter 455 Overlord. He, Fang Xing, perceptively aware of the delicate situation, chuckled softly, and everyone else, those destined to receive these innate spiritual treasures. I am the destined person. In reality, he wanted to call everyone present trash. But he thought better of going too far, so he held back. Even so, this angered the soul overlords of many major factions. What constituted an overlord? Without this kind of domineering aura, how could one dare to confront a celestial immortal or celestial demon of a high realm? Good, very good, Taoist Yu sneered. The green leaf in his hand pierced the void and landed before Fang Xing in an instant. A surge of vital energy surged across a vast radius, and the path of wood was activated, transforming into a vast azure dragon that thundered down. In terms of power, it rivaled the attack of a celestial immortal. Facing all this, Fang Xing simply smiled and extended his right hand. Bang! The next moment, it struck. The azure dragon wailed mournfully, and the raging energy of heaven and earth dissipated in an instant, like waves crashing against an indestructible reef. Fang Xing gently twisted his index and middle fingers, grasping a single azure leaf. I heard that this azure leaf in your hand, Taoist Yi, is a secret treasure. I didn't expect you to be so generous as to give it to me on our first meeting. I will accept it without hesitation. He exerted a slight pressure with his right hand, and a surge of black hole power descended upon the azure leaf, suppressing it within his inner black hole. His inner black hole was now so powerful that even an imperial weapon could easily suppress it, not even light could escape. The azure leaf, trapped within it, actually shone with a brilliant light, clearly no ordinary item. Unfortunately, it eventually faded into silence. Give me back my azure leaf. Taoist Yu's eyes instantly turned a faint crimson. His 3 azure leaf secret treasure consisted of 3 pieces, each essential. He had never expected that the first time he attacked Fang Xing, he would be so directly suppressed, and even take a azure leaf. Without this green leaf, the power of his secret technique would plummet, potentially forcing him to drop out of the ranks of soul overlords. This was the pitfall of using external objects to enhance strength. Once the external object was lost, there was the risk of being reduced to one's true form. Want it? You can. Trade for a purple wood spirit heart. Fang Xing smiled faintly and secretly sent a message to Taoist Yi. Regardless of Taoist Yi's impotent fury and desperate pleas, his gaze swept over the several soul overlords who had fled in fear, and a bronze mirror emerged from his hand. Swish! 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 One after another, young men in black emerged from the river of time, their aura and magical power identical to Fang Xing's own. The law of time. Piaomia Oceanu observed the scene, her eyes filled with fear. Everyone, please play with my past selves first, Fang Xing scoffed, then looked toward the 8 heavenly demon divisions formation. Marcus Jinyan. I can't say for sure about the others, but today, you will die, in an instant. 8 past selves charged into the 8 gates of the 8 heavenly demon divisions formation. Die? Within one of the formations, the vulture demon king, with a strange tumor on his head, roared furiously. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky, transforming into 2 intersecting beams of light, slashing towards Fang Xing's past selves. With a swish, Fang Xing's past self seemed to move freely, effortlessly navigating the pressure of the formation, arriving before the vulture demon king. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a force reminiscent of spearmanship, carrying the weight of time's defiance. The shot was swift, yet seemed slow, enough to frustrate the onlookers to the point of nearly vomiting blood. Facing this shot, the vulture demon king offered no resistance. His head was pierced, and his massive corpse fell from midair. Each of Fang Xing's past incarnations possessed 70% to 80% of the original strength, making them exceptionally formidable even among soul overlords. However, for clearing the battlefield and slaughtering minions, they were clearly overkill. The 8th celestial demon formation has been broken. Yu Gu, a wandering soul overlord, observed the scene with an expression of profound gravity. This formation is most vulnerable to the discovery of the 8 soul overlords, who would launch a frenzied attack at every gate. This way, the formation's flaws would become unavoidable. Every gate of death is a gateway to life. Marcus Jinyan wasn't wrong to set up this formation. It wasn't originally possible for 8 soul overlords to work together, regardless of the cost. But he didn't expect to encounter the Black Dragon Emperor. Lingizi, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuded a calm and composed aura as heavy as a mountain. The Black Dragon Emperor can summon so many past incarnations. His attainments in the law of time must have reached the level of a celestial demon. He's simply relying on secret techniques and hidden treasures, Piaomio Saint snorted. These soul overlords all struck with the strength of celestial demons, but celestial demons also vary in strength. With this move from the Black Dragon Emperor, few among the soul overlords could stand against him. Rumble. These soul overlords could still chat, but Marcus Genian's eyelids fluttered. Below him, the 8 celestial demons' formation shattered, and a young man in black rushed towards them. Rise, Marcus Genian roared, raising his hand and sending a cyan wine blade down. In his other palm, a golden flame emanated. His title, Marcus Genian, was derived from this celestial fire. This demon was originally a favored child of the Wind Principle. Through a fortuitous encounter, he obtained Apollo Golden Flame, which enabled him to comprehend a trace of the power of the mystical Great Dao, fusing wind and fire to achieve astonishing power. However, this very fact hindered his complete understanding of the Wind Principle, leading him to become a soul overlord. Combine wind and fire. Jin Yanhao clasped his hands together, and wind and fire merged, suddenly transforming into a cyan red sky that enveloped the surroundings. The black-clad Fang Xing passed through, his expression unchanged. A pitch-black spear emerged from his hand. A faint river of time flowed from the spear's tip. Then, heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. A killing move, inch of time. Puff. The black-clad Fang Xing vanished from Jin Yanhao's vision. When he reappeared, he had already detached from the black-red sky and stood before him. The spear tip had even pierced his eye socket and protruded from the back of his head. A single shot to the head. Even a single passing form. Unleashing the killing move inch of time, was too much for even a soul overlord to withstand. This, one move? He's dead in one. The spectator, the Lord of Fierce Wind Mountain, had initially believed Jin Yanhao would be defeated, but he figured he could at least withstand a few more attacks. But he hadn't expected Fang Xing's clone to annihilate him with a single move. And not only that. He looked at the dozen or so smiling clones ahead, clearly intent on keeping an eye on them, and was practically speechless. We're all soul overlords, but the gap is so huge, this Black Dragon Emperor's son could annihilate us all if he wanted to? How is this possible? Kill him, Piaomio Saint muttered. Did he really kill Jin Yanhao? The Qing Emperor Palace will go mad. In the entire Qing Emperor Palace, there was only one soul overlord, Jin Yanhao. His status even surpassed that of some celestial demons. And yet, he died so casually? The Black Dragon Emperor's son is vindictive. Don't make an enemy of him. Piaomio Saint silently made a mental note, resolving not to provoke this crazy fellow in the future. He clearly didn't care about status or background. In reality, Fang Xing had been quite tolerant. Otherwise, given his personality, he would have plundered every last one of these soul overlords. Boom. At this moment, a mysterious aura surged within the valley, continuously concentrating inward. An innate spiritual treasure is about to be born. What a pity, what a pity. Nearby, Taoist Sinon observed the scene, shaking his head. I never expected a Black Dragon Emperor's son would appear, a supreme overlord among overlords. Alice, this innate spiritual treasure will never be mine. But at least I've had my revenge. He was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed again. Is this, the Taoist coming? Fellow Taoists, the Black Dragon is rampant. Our Hongshan alliance will take the lead. A gruff voice accompanied it, and the heavens and the earth seemed to turn upside down in an instant. Fang Xing felt as if the entire Qingmu realm was rejecting him. The great Dao of heaven and earth, he sighed inwardly, then saw a burly man with short green hair approaching with a wild laugh, his fists clenched, cascading forth. In one hand, pure energy ascended, in the other, turbid energy descended, unexpectedly containing the profound principles of the evolution of heaven and earth. Even if it was rudimentary, even if it was only at the level of the primordial spirit, the oppressive force it unleashed was the greatest that Fang Xing had ever witnessed from a primordial spirit overlord. Hongshan League, Taoist Kaiankin, the #1 Yuanshan overlord in the Qingmu realm, Fang Xing laughed heartily. After today's battle, I'm afraid the title of #1 will be reshuffled. His gravitational pull multiplied 10,000-fold, distorting the very fabric of reality. He triggered a trace of the fusion of time and space, transforming into a universe of time and space. One universe of time and space, another of blue and yellow, constantly entangled and consumed each other. This Taoist Kaiankan is as powerful as a 6th-level celestial demon, truly remarkable. Fang Xing used the universe of time and space to gradually suppress the universe of Kaiankan. At that moment, within the valley, the mysterious aura condensed to its limit, gradually dissipating, revealing a corner of a flying eaves in brackets. Innate spirit treasure, Piaomio Saint's eyes lit up, and her figure moved instantly, lotuses blooming beneath her seat. But a young man in black blocked her path, a faint smile on his face, and he extended his palm. Snap! In the void, the white lotus petals were instantly crushed. Piaomio Saint felt as if struck by lightning, and was forced to retreat. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Lingizi also retreat several steps and groan. Clearly, those soul overlords had shared her intentions and suffered the same fate. That Black Dragon Emperor's son, surprisingly, was able to suppress them while engaging Taoist Kaiankan. Whoosh! Fang Xing's black hole power spread, but he noticed something different. "And yellow bird," he sneered, no longer looking at Taoist Kaiankan. The voidless ring roared from his arm, and like a giant dragon awakened from ancient times, it instantly flew out, smashing into a point in the void. Bang! The void shattered, countless silver turbulent currents swept across. Within the shattered void, a disheveled figure emerged. He was dressed in black, his face gaunt, and a hint of demonic intent. The former demon sex soul overlord, the Lord of Lifang Mountain, had just cried out in shock when the figure was crushed beneath the voidless ring like an ant. Chapter 456 Breakthrough. HMPH. You dare take advantage of me? Picking on my loose ends, Fang Xing snorted coldly. Seeing him unleash his full power, the Kaiankan Taoist's world exploded. And then, a figure soared into the darkness, unexpectedly escaping. Go! In an instant, Piaomio Saintis, Lifang Mountain Lord, and other soul overlords fled like stray dogs. These guys, really? Fang Xing shook his head. Is it really that bad? As long as I want to survive in the Kingawan realm, I will definitely not kill you all. At least not all at once. Soon, the young men in black returned, handing Fang Xing their spoils. Then, these past incarnations vanished with a bang. Fang Xing picked up a special treasure, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and was instantly delighted. Within the space, a purple wood heart emanated a lasting fragrance. Purple wood spirit heart? This is truly an unexpected success, although I wanted to extort Master Yi, given his status and position, he might not be able to produce it. This special equipment belongs to Marcus Jinyan, right? The Qing Emperor Palace has always been active in the Divine Wood Forest, so it's normal for them to have such accumulations. Fang Xing paid no attention to anything else, but took a step forward, deep into the valley. The Zhuangheronqi was incredibly heavy, a single wisp weighing as much as a continent. But now, it had no effect on his black hole body, allowing Fang Xing to reach the deepest part and discover the innate spiritual treasure nurtured by the Zhuangheronqi. This treasure took the shape of a tower, radiating light from all sides, with different rays of light dripping from its corners. Its strands seemed to be weaving together to form a supreme defensive treasure. Innate spiritual treasure, perhaps even comparable to an imperial weapon. Fang Xing nodded and released a voidless ring. Buzz! In the void, a black ring roared and fiercely crashed into the yellow tower. As if sensing danger, the pagoda roared, devouring the remaining Zhuangheronqi, then erupted in a brilliant yellow light. This yellow light seemed to possess some mysterious suppressive power. Even as the voidless ring shattered the void, scattering chaos, it stabilized the earth, fire, wind, and water, keeping the yellow pagoda safe and sound amidst the vast chaotic currents. A wonderful treasure, a defensive imperial weapon, perhaps. I'll call you the Linglong Pagoda. Fang Xing stepped forward, enveloped by the power of a black hole, preparing to capture this innate spiritual treasure. The voidless ring hovered above the Linglong Pagoda, confronting the innate spiritual treasure and depleting its essence. Ultimately, the treasure suffered from lacking a master to control it, becoming entangled by the voidless ring. Fang Xing casually struck the pagoda with unparalleled black hole power. Then, his terrifying willpower surged, determined to leave his mark on this innate spiritual treasure. Buzz! A moment later, the exquisite pagoda transformed into a stream of light, piercing directly between Fang Xing's eyebrows. He paused, then touched his forehead, only to discover a tower-shaped mark had appeared right there, seemingly unseen. The exquisite pagoda is supremely effective in defense. It not only defends against physical and spiritual attacks, but also, it can completely block attacks of the mind, and even, can protect the true spirit. After briefly understanding the capabilities of this innate spiritual pagoda, Fang Xing's eyes lit up. Besides the true spirit talisman, he had now encountered another treasure capable of defending against true spirit attacks. Unfortunately, no matter how good the treasure was, it was difficult to bring back to the main universe. Fang Xing suddenly snapped back to reality. Since the exquisite pagoda can protect the true spirit, it must be connected to it. Perhaps I can bring it back. But the next moment, his laughter died down. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the attribute panel seemed to shift. And then, the tower-shaped mark on Fang Xing's forehead vanished. Where's my tower? Where's my massive exquisite tower? Fang Xing was so frustrated he nearly vomited blood, but he knew there was nothing he could do. It was his own golden finger showing its power, swallowing the exquisite tower. Finally, I've seen something in this world where the attribute panel is willing to touch, but I haven't seen the panel show interest in the Imperial weapon before, otherwise my voidless ring would have been lost. So, what's so special about it being an innate spiritual treasure? Sadly, the few pieces discovered in the Kingmu realm have long been taken out of the realm and are now in the hands of powerful celestial immortals and demons in the Kingawan realm. Fang Xing couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret at this thought. Kingming Fort. Duomi, come here, Fang Xing suddenly spoke as he landed in front of his own cave. Master, a shimmering emerald light emerged, and Duomi, with emerald stripes on her face and flower buds in her hair, emerged, bowing respectfully. This is for you. Go into seclusion immediately and break through to the heavenly demon realm. Fang Xing casually tossed the purple wood spirit heart to Duomi. Remember, don't let me down. Yes, Duomi held the purple wood spirit heart in both hands, inhaling its mysterious aura. Her heart trembled with excitement. This seems to be the purple wood spirit heart. I never thought that one day I would be able to possess such a rare item. She knew its importance well. Even among those beyond the heavens, few were worthy of such a treasure. But she did. As expected, as long as I follow the master, everything is within my reach. Duomi secretly resolved to retreat and use the purple wood spirit heart upon her return, striving to break through to the heavenly demon realm and become the first heavenly demon realm expert in the Kingmu realm. Kingawan Great Realm. In the Qing Emperor's palace, the 8 demon emperors gathered again, each as large as a mountain, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Marcus Jinyan is dead, a celestial demon spoke up. He perished at the hands of the Black Dragon Emperor of Wuji Mountain. That black dragon first killed my imperial daughter, then my soul overlord. Now that he possesses these 2 supreme treasures, once he ascends to a celestial demon, won't he be able to slaughter us like pigs and dogs? How did our heavenly dog clan provoke you? A giant dog demon king said, his eyes bloodshot, angrily. Alright, this time, we're talking about the black dragon. The heavenly wolf king spoke up. Last time, you disapproved, forcing me to pay for the Yuan Jing myself. But Taoist Wuxin was such a loser. He didn't even know that the Black Dragon had already secretly ascended to Soul Overlord, allowing that young man to become famous. Now, it's time to make a decision. Are you determined to declare war on Wuji Mountain? The Demon Kings remained hesitant. After all, they truly intended to fight to the death. Start a war? Forget it. The Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly. Actually, he didn't want to fight to the death. As long as we can kill the Black Dragon, we don't have to start a war. Yes, the Black Dragon deserves to be killed. As a demon, he didn't surrender to the Green Emperor Palace, but surrendered to the Unbounded Mountain instead. It's just like King Hua back then. He deserves to die. He was originally a follower of King Hua, so he deserves to die even more. The 8 Demon Kings reached a consensus on this point. But the question is, how can we kill it? The Black Dragon once possessed an imperial weapon, capable of defeating the Taoist 7 killers. We acknowledge the incredible combat power of that killer embryo, the Heavenly Snake Emperor sighed. Now the Black Dragon is hiding in the Kingmu realm, possessing 2 supreme treasures. Even if besieged by a dozen Yuanshan overlords, I'm afraid he would remain undaunted. Truly, within the Kingmu realm, we have no way of defeating the Black Dragon, unless the Demon Emperors fail silent. Finally, an Ape Demon Emperor spoke up, unless His Majesty the Qing Emperor intervenes. Though they were all powerful beings who had comprehended the complete Dao, they were still like children before a Chaos Realm being who had comprehended a single great Dao. His Majesty the Qing Emperor may not care about such trivial matters, but before he retreated, he left us many treasures. Among them was a talisman containing the Qing Emperor's longevity curse. If we all join forces, and the 8 emperors discuss it, we can open the treasure vault and retrieve it. The Heavenly Wolf Emperor narrowed his eyes. The Azure Emperor's longevity talisman? This spell is practically equivalent to the Azure Emperor's own actions, theoretically capable of killing any celestial immortal or celestial demon. Isn't it a waste to deal with a mere black dragon primordial spirit? A demon king hesitated. Is black dragon even an ordinary primordial spirit? He's only at the primordial spirit realm, yet he's already comparable to a 7th level celestial demon. If he ever ascends to celestial demon, or even cultivates to the 9th level, he could become a celestial demon overlord. The Sky Snake King spoke coldly, his words like a nail in the coffin, completely shutting down the debate. A celestial demon overlord. The other 7 celestial demons were stunned by the thought. A celestial demon overlord. Even within the Azure origin realm, the term was more of a legend. A primordial spirit realm overlord capable of rivaling a celestial demon was already incredibly rare. But a celestial demon realm overlord capable of rivaling the chaos realm, a transcendental presence, was even rarer still. Once the Black Dragon becomes the overlord of the celestial demons, even the Azure Emperor will be powerless to stop it. Then, the first person it will seek out will undoubtedly be Old Wolf, and then none of us will be able to escape, the Sky Serpent Emperor said coldly. The Deerhorn Demon Emperor nodded, even for the current Black Dragon. Activating the Azure Emperor's inner power wouldn't be considered an insult. If that's the case, I agree too. Soon, with the 8 emperors unanimous in their decision, a hidden treasure vault deep within the Azure Emperor Palace was unlocked. Furthermore, a team of soul cultivators, piloting war artifacts, headed for the Azure Wood Realm on a crucial mission for the Azure Emperor Palace. Qingming Fort. Fang Xing remained oblivious to what was happening outside. He was still studying his stats, or rather, the gate of the heavens. After swallowing the exquisite pagoda, nothing seems to have changed. My true spirit's journey through time and space. I only have one chance. This world was truly a treasure trove, and Fang Xing was reluctant to give it up. But after carefully sensing it several times, he was forced to admit that the gate of the heavens seemed unchanged. However, with my current understanding of the laws of space, after this, I should be able to slowly recharge the gate of the heavens, eliminating the need to devour any more energy. Right, just as Fang Xing was pondering this, he suddenly felt a terrifying force descend upon him. That force was majestic, vast, yet brimming with vitality. The law of wood, it's Duomi. She's made a breakthrough. Chapter 457, Shocking Change. Qingming Fort. Holingzi was on patrol when his expression suddenly changed. A streak of azure light appeared above the sky. At first, it was a mere speck, but it was filled with vibrant energy. In an instant, it permeated the entire sky, turning it as azure as water. Plants and vines continued to spread and grow, bringing a sense of life. A strange phenomenon surged, and a sweet rain fell from the sky. My hidden injury has healed. What a sweet rain, carrying heavenly vitality. I had been planning to exchange this injury for a rejuvenation spirit pill, but now I've saved the trouble. One by one, the Yuanshan cultivators soared out, only to quickly land on the ground like a mountain. This, the manifestation of the wood principle? Is this the phenomenon of heaven and earth that only occurs when a principle is fully comprehended? Is someone attempting to attain celestial immortality? That's impossible. If outsiders like us were to achieve celestial immortality in this world, wouldn't we be eternally suppressed or even slain by heavenly thunder? Each Yuanshan cultivator was puzzled. Only Jiaokai's eyes lit up. Unless, it's a native. It's that flower and wood tribe slave of the Emperor's son, the Black Dragon Emperor's son's slave, is about to ascend to heavenly demon. The soldiers exchanged glances in bewilderment. Crash. The influence of the wood principle grew even stronger where Fang Xing was. Verdant creepers spread everywhere, countless flowers bloomed in the mud, yet a swamp of decay emerged. The wood principle isn't all about vitality, there's also decay and extinction, the cycle of growth and decay. Fang Xing sighed silently. The laws of heaven and earth are never independent, but rather integrated. With his current mastery of the laws of time and space, Comprehending the wood principle was a natural progression. But he didn't delve deeper, after all, biting off more than he could chew. At that moment, the wood principle, like a long green rainbow or a cyan dragon, crashed down. The cave where Duomi was located shattered, sending a young woman from the flower and wood tribe flying. Its body melted in the emerald glow, then rapidly reassembled. This physique, while still inferior to my black hole body, is a world-changing improvement compared to before. Fang Xing sighed silently, watching the strange phenomena vanish as Duomi, now a celestial demon, gracefully landed on the ground. Congratulations. You have now reached the celestial demon realm, and your lifespan is infinite, Fang Xing said with a smile. Duomi, I will never forget your master's great kindness. Please grant me soul enslavement. Duomi's face took on a more holy expression as she slowly bowed. Even if she achieved celestial demon status, so what? Even a first-level celestial demon was no match for the Black Dragon Emperor. Oh? You can say that. It actually makes me look at you with new eyes. Fang Xing was stunned. Could this dog be acting like Stockholm Syndrome? However, he didn't refuse. He hadn't enslaved Duomi before, fearing it would affect her talent. Now that she had ascended to the celestial demon realm, he naturally had to take a more proactive approach. Without this, Duomi herself would be restless. A few days later, Fang Xing, accompanied by Duomi, began a tour of Wuji Mountain. The soul cultivators within Qingming Fort dared not complain about his generosity in helping the natives ascend, but they had spread the news to the Taixu illusionary realm. Fang Xing didn't bother to explain. Wuji Mountain had already accepted the Qingmu realm as his territory, so he could do as he pleased. In truth, Fang Xing had already made up his mind not to leave his den. Even before achieving celestial demon status, he had been lingering in this soul-level secret realm. The Flower and Wood Tribe, our race with great potential. I'm optimistic about your future, Duomi. You must continue to work hard. After inspecting a mine, Fang Xing said to Duomi, I'll hand over most of my Wuji Mountain affairs to you, and make you my full representative. He had little interest in worldly affairs, devoting himself solely to contemplating the great principles of time and space in seclusion. Of course, once in the world, one's fate is not theirs. Having enjoyed the benefits of Wuji Mountain, one must shoulder the responsibilities. All Fang Xing could do was transfer this responsibility to his most loyal soul servant. In fact, if Duomi didn't possess the strength of a heavenly demon, she wouldn't even be able to handle the current situation in the Qingmu realm. This was reality. At that moment, Fang Xing's black hole power swept across a certain spot, and a sneer suddenly crossed his face. The remnants of the Qing Emperor Palace, dare to come? No, his face changed, and he suddenly remembered. The vast majority of the Qing Emperor Palace's forces in the Qingmu realm had been defeated by him in the 8 Heavenly Demon Divisions formation. Could those who appeared this time be reinforcements from the Qing Emperor Palace? But, the Qing Emperor Palace supposedly only had one sole overlord, Jin Yanhao. How could they dare to come to the Qingmu realm? Not good. Fang Xing dove through the air, distancing himself far away. His clones dodged in all directions, while he prepared to teleport directly back to Qingming Castle. A void suddenly shattered, and a long black ship emerged. He's discovered, by the Master's orders, there's no better time. We have no choice but to force our attack. Attack. 9th-level cultivators, each bearing a strange aura, quickly made their decision. They were either puppets or soul servants, their only common denominator being their absolute loyalty to the Green Emperor Palace. One of the burly men, a green talisman emerged from his hand, blood-stained inscriptions etched across it, evoking a certain eerie terror. Go! The Green Emperor's longevity mantra spontaneously ignited, its target pointed directly at Fang Xing, and the instant the talisman was raised, the burly man rapidly aged, transforming into a fading old man, his body quickly disintegrating into dust. You deserve to die. Duomi arrived aboard the ship in an instant, sending wooden spikes flying down, piercing the Green Emperor Palace's assassins. After all this, she could only stare helplessly in Fang Xing's direction. This is the moment the Green Emperor's longevity mantra began to burn. Fang Xing sensed something was amiss. A mysterious lock, bound by causality, fate, and even more metaphysical connections, bound him tightly. Even teleporting to the Qinggan realm would be futile at this point. In a trance, he seemed to see a towering cyan figure, wielding a cyan longsword, slashing down with a thunderous roar. With one strike, immortality could be severed. It's the Qing Emperor. A demon emperor of the primal chaos realm, master of the entire great Dao? What a mistake. I didn't expect my actions to attract the attention of a primal chaos realm cultivator. Fang Xing found with regret that his own black hole physique was completely useless against a demon emperor. Even though he had already absorbed his primordial spirit into the black hole's core for protection, the overwhelming gravity and the force of time and space distortion would distort and diminish even the spiritual attacks of celestial immortals and demons. There was nothing he could do now. He could only watch with a touch of despair as the sword descended, slicing into his own candle dragon's primordial spirit. Buzz! A yellow light emerged, the power of the heaven-stealing life-substituting talisman, intending to leave a puppet behind to ward off disaster, then depart with Fang Xing, but beneath the sword's glare, the yellow light instantly dissipated. Even more astonishingly, the sword's light, without even a shred of impact, pierced directly into his soul. Ouch! Fang Xing pressed his brows, knowing his candle dragon soul had suffered a severe blow. Even his martial will, crushed by that sword's glare, crumbled like a rotten bush. The three realms of the soul, heart, mind, and spirit. The Qing Emperor's sword of immortality had already penetrated the heart and mind, even reaching the deepest realm of the soul, the realm of the true spirit, completely severing all of Fang Xing's life force. Even his true spirit reincarnation would be impossible. But at that moment, the shadow of a mysterious yellow pagoda loomed above his true spirit. Is it the exquisite pagoda? Fang Xing's mind raced. It seems the attribute panel hasn't been completely consumed. At least it left something for me, Ling. This time, the ray of the Green Emperor's sword finally encountered resistance, colliding with the illusory pagoda and exploding with a resounding explosion. Simultaneously, wisps of an inexplicable force seep into the exquisite pagoda, affecting Fang Xing's true spirit. Fang Xing's face paled, a dismal sight. His aura weakened 1,000-fold. Even more terrifying, he took on an air of age. A master of the soul realm could live for tens of thousands of years, a vastly longer life for him today. But Fang Xing's lifespan now seemed like a flickering candle, poised to wither at any moment. Master, Duomi approached Fang Xing, her face thick with worry. It's nothing. I'm just dying. Fang Xing remained remarkably calm. He now understood what had happened. The Green Emperor's immortality curse, worthy of a Chaos Realm technique. While it can't extinguish my true spirit, the lingering effects are causing my lifespan to dwindle at a frantic rate of tens of millions. Of course, even without the Linglong Pagoda, the Green Emperor's immortality curse couldn't extinguish his true spirit. At least he still had the True Spirit Talisman. If the True Spirit Talisman wasn't a guarantee, he still had the attribute panel. He would have undoubtedly chosen to abandon this world at the last moment and walk away. But at this moment, his condition was still extremely poor. Take me back to Qingming Fort, Fang Xing said calmly. Yes, Master. Duomi knew that his master's condition was already extremely poor, and he had to conserve every ounce of his strength. Qingming Fort. In the cave abode. The immortality curse, it truly is the immortality curse. Fang Xing held the mirror of time in his hand, the river of time swirling around him. Even if he employed numerous secret techniques and tried his best, he could only prolong his life for a few more years. For a soul overlord, this was indeed difficult to accept. But for him, it was still acceptable. However, at least we must return to the Qinggan realm first and take revenge. Fang Xing's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Qinggan realm takes to illusionary realm. Black Dragon, you are back, the great sage Hunshan asked in surprise. You summoned us, I wonder what you want to do. An ethereal voice sounded. It was Mo Wen Yan Yao. The other immortals and demons also had a good attitude. After all, this black dragon had a promising future. I know I will die. Fang Xing's first sentence was earth-shattering. The second update will be later. Chapter 458, Killing Two Emperors. Death, Lihiro celestial being, Hun Bian great sage, and the others looked surprised. A streak of white light descended, revealing the figure of a young man with white eyebrows. Are you, the spirit of the great void? Fang Xing recognized the young man's identity instantly. He was the realm spirit of the great void illusion. As a being created by the Lord of Wuji Mountain, it possessed supreme authority within the great void illusion. As the representative of that mountain master, its status loomed above the ranks of the immortals and demons. Black Dragon Emperor, the moment you entered the great void illusion, I noticed something amiss. Your spiritual aura is rapidly aging and weakening. Is it the Green Emperor's immortality curse? The spirit of the great void spoke with a discerning eye. What? The Green Emperor's immortality curse? Hunbian Great Sage and the other immortals and demons felt their scalps tingle. After all, this was the Green Emperor's famous technique, rumored to come at a price. And the resulting damage was terrifying, with a saying, anyone struck by it must die beneath the Demon Emperor. Is that damned King Di Palace planning a war with the Wuji Mountain? Hunbian Great Sage roared in shock. I'm afraid it's not a war, nor is it the King Di's intervention. I heard that within the King Di Palace, there's a longevity talisman that the King Di left behind at great expense. Long Kanpo spoke slowly. The King Di himself only needed to pay a certain price to unleash his magical powers. But to create a talisman and pass it on to his subordinates requires at least 10 times that price. So it seems the King Di didn't suddenly come out of seclusion. The celestial beings and demons present agreed with his conclusion. Only the ethereal voice of Mo Wendian Yato rang out, Master Ji Ling, I wonder if the Black Dragon Emperor's injuries can be cured. There's no cure. Not only me, even if the Mountain Master came out of seclusion, I'm afraid it wouldn't be possible. The Taixu spirit shook his head. Under the Qing Emperor's immortality curse, not even the Qing Emperor himself can be saved. He once accidentally injured his beloved, but was helpless, watching her die in his arms. As soon as these words left his mouth, Fang Xing felt the gazes of the immortals and demons present looking at him, filled with pity. All right. We've confirmed that the Qing Emperor Palace, far from intending to start a war, is actually retreating, clearly fearing retaliation from us. What should we do? The scholar-like immortal spoke. I need you all to help me lure out the Heavenly Wolf Emperor and the Heavenly Snake Emperor. Fang Xing chuckled and spoke. With all your strength? Humph, Long Kanpo snorted coldly. Why do you have to do that? I'm going to die. If you don't agree, guess what I'll do before I die? Fang Xing chuckled and launched into a blatant threat. After all, playing dirty is a good trick, who can't? As soon as these words were spoken, Long Kanpo's face suddenly changed. She knew her strength was far inferior to that of the Black Dragon Emperor. If he attacked, she might even be killed. She immediately looked at her fellow celestial immortals for help, but found that they all avoided him like snakes and scorpions. Even the Great Void Spirit said nothing. Long Kanpo suddenly felt a sense of despair. Based on what you just said, I demand 100,000 merit points, Fang Xing sneered. For the follow-up plan, you must give your all. Otherwise, before I die, I absolutely wouldn't mind visiting you. Even if you can leave your sect, your headquarters, your many disciples, your descendants. Alright, I admit defeat. Long Kanpo immediately relented. After all, she couldn't argue with a dead man. Well, if the Black Dragon wants revenge, I fully support it, even to the point of war, the great sage Hunbian stated. Agreed, every celestial immortal and demon agreed. After all, it wasn't a war, and since it was the Green Emperor Palace that struck first, they had a legitimate reason to retaliate. The most crucial thing, they weren't the ones fighting to the death. A fellow Taoist would rather die than me. Even the Qing Emperor Palace wasn't a fellow Taoist, so why not? Alright, let's make a plan. We just need to force the target out. There's no need for you to take action, Fang Xing sighed softly. But, we have to be quick. If we're slow, I don't know what I'll do. What kind of horrific disaster would a celestial immortal or celestial demon on the verge of death cause? The Qing Yuan realm has painful historical lessons. Furthermore, the Black Dragon Emperor's son's power is no longer that of an ordinary Yuan Shen overlord, but comparable to a celestial demon of the 7th level or higher. The resulting disaster would be even more terrifying. The numerous celestial immortals and celestial demons of Wuji Mountain had no choice but to shift the blame. Several months later, in the Qing Emperor Palace, in the Shexi Division, countless snakemen were happily playing, fighting, and cultivating. As one of the 8 divisions of the Qing Emperor Palace, the Shexi Division was incredibly powerful, with numerous branches. But the most important, of course, was the location of the Imperial Court. According to Demon Clan rules, only the tribe of the Demon Emperor can rule the Imperial Court. Therefore, the snakemen within the Imperial Court today are all direct descendants of the Heavenly Serpent Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Serpent Imperial Court is located in a demiplane, intertwined with the Qingyan realm, allowing the Emperor to come and go freely, yet the vitality is 100 times richer. Without a feng shui location, a faint glow descended, and Fang Xing sighed at the scene. Then, he gently raised his hand and pointed. The power of the black hole descended, starting with a single point, then distorted the void, forming a black hole several light years across. Within the black hole's radius, the Imperial Court, the Earth, the void, the light, even the snake demons of the soul realm and the mortal realm were all reduced to dust. Crashing. Several palaces in the Imperial Court erupted with astonishing spiritual light, but sadly, it had no effect. Facing the power of the black hole, they only managed to resist for a few breaths before extinguishing, unable to escape even a single spiritual light. Weak, so weak. Is this the Shaxi tribe? I'm so disappointed. Fang Xing, his black hair now completely snow white, sighed as he watched the scene unfold. Black Dragon, do you dare? Soon, a terrifying aura descended, revealing the massive form of the Sky Snake Emperor. Upon seeing Fang Xing, it too was shocked. Even after being struck by the immortality curse, it didn't die immediately. This shows how profound this black dragon's foundation is. Fortunately, it's doomed. I'm almost dead. And you're asking me if I dare? Don't you think that's redundant? Fang Xing chuckled softly, and his past forms materialized, frantically pursuing the snake demon at the edge of the black hole. Kill. Seeing this, the Sky Snake Emperor knew there was no way this day would end peacefully. He had no choice but to devote all his energy to slaying the Black Dragon Emperor. It unleashed a venomous mist that seemed to corrode the very air, the very earth, and even the very power of the black hole. Simultaneously, it frantically pleaded with the Sky Wolf Emperor and other demon emperors for help. The law of poison, Fang Xing scoffed. A young man in black flew out, a spear in hand, and suddenly shook it. Buzz! Time stood still. His killer move, time. Time is worth a ton of gold, and gold can buy time. With a spear, time froze a vast area, leaving only Fang Xing's past form stabbing with a spear, landing on the Sky Serpent Emperor's eyes. A piece of Imperial armor shattered from the Sky Serpent Emperor's body, and the black spear thrust through, piercing the Emperor's eyes. Time resumed its flow, and the Sky Serpent Emperor hissed and retreated rapidly. Will the time you're forcing time to be shortened if the target of your time is too strong? Fang Xing nodded, and the black-clad form continued its pursuit. You're too weak. You couldn't even stop my past form? How did you have the guts to attack me? Damn it! Sky Wolf Emperor, where are you? The Sky Serpent Emperor's thoughts rapidly communicated with a token within its scales. But through the token, it witnessed scenes that blew its mind. A giant silver wolf roared furiously as it tangled with countless emerald green vines. The vines constantly crumbled, yet regenerated, wrapping around the Wolf King's massive body. Countless barbs sprouted from their surfaces, attempting to pierce the wolf's flesh. The heavenly wolf howled at the moon, countless moonlight falling like sharp blades, slicing through the vines. Across from them, a celestial demon from the flower and tree clan stood pale, his movements frantic, his resolve determined to stop the heavenly Wolf King at all costs. Unlike the Kingmu realm, which needed to grow and therefore rejected outsiders, the Kingian realm was a fully mature realm and would not suppress outsider celestial demons, even those in the primal chaos realm. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a giant ape with flaming fur wielded a black club. Shadows rained down from the sky, forcing a deer-horned demon king back repeatedly. And infinitely higher up, the demon kings of the Qing Emperor Palace confronted the unbounded mountain. You, unbounded mountain, are you seriously going to war? A dragon demon king roared. Within Wuji Mountain, a similarly powerful dragon demon emperor responded, if we're going to go to war, it won't be just a minor skirmish. You initiated the attack, and yet you're not forbidding the Black Dragon Emperor's son to retaliate. Not good. The Sky Serpent Emperor is in danger. The demon emperors exchanged glances, but none mustered the courage to truly provoke a fight. Let the Sky Serpent Emperor take the brunt of the damage. It was him who suggested it in the first place, after all. Now, he's been bitten by the snake instead of the one he's been attacking. We never imagined the Black Dragon Emperor's son would be so formidable, able to withstand the eternal life curse and remain alive for now. And yet he's so formidable, and he's immediately coercing Wuji Mountain into revenge. The demon emperors of the Qing Emperor Palace were equally helpless. Some even secretly rejoiced. They weren't all on the same page, and now, seeing the Sky Serpent Emperor's misfortune, they might even be quite pleased. The Sky Serpent Emperor. Die, Fang Xing roared, and his master took action. Figures emerged one after another. Atop the voidless ring, two gray traces of the principles of time and void flickered simultaneously, operating with the power of a black hole, driving the fusion of time and space. Buzz! The voidless ring vanished in an instant, and when it reappeared, it had already descended upon the Sky Serpent Emperor's head. Crack! Under the ring's impact, the Sky Serpent Emperor's brain instantly shattered, his soul annihilated. Is this the great avenue of time and space, the power of the fusion of time and space? Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and with a flash of his body, he returned to the battlefield of the Sky Wolf Emperor. You too will die? No, the Sky Wolf Emperor roared, ignoring Duomi's attacks, and frantically fled towards the Blue Emperor Palace. Save me, he was answered by another blow from the voidless ring. Bang! Time and space froze for a moment, and then a massive, silver-white wolf corpse collapsed to the ground. Peak heavenly demon? How did he break through again? And whose strength has skyrocketed so dramatically? The demon emperors of the Blue Emperor Palace were horrified. It's that imperial weapon, belonging to the great Dao of time and space. The Black Dragon Emperor has actually comprehended the way of time and space fusion, and can even unleash the power of the great Dao of time and space. Their attributes are extremely compatible, resulting in him being able to unleash several times the power of the imperial weapon. Not good. Hurry back to the Green Emperor Palace. We must activate the Green Emperor Palace's imperial weapon, otherwise the Black Dragon Emperor will be so furious that he might not even let us go. The demon emperors no longer dared to confront them, and immediately scattered, fearing that if they were a step slower, they would become targets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Return. A few days later, shocking news spread throughout the Kingdom realm. A bloody rain fell from the sky, and 2 emperors perished. The Black Dragon Emperor's son, at the level of the primordial spirit, forcibly murdered the 2 emperors, shocking the world. Some cultivators even asserted that if the Black Dragon Emperor ascended to the celestial demon realm, he would become the ultimate overlord of the celestial demons. Unfortunately, he had been struck by the Qing Emperor's immortality curse, rendering all remedies ineffective and his life imminent. Upon hearing this news, some were shocked, some lamented, and even more secretly delighted. But none of this had much to do with Fang Xing. After he had slain the Heavenly Wolf Emperor that day, he had indeed intended to ravage the palace, but the other demon emperors in the Qing Emperor Palace were too alert, fleeing back to the palace and unhesitatingly activating their imperial weapon. With so many celestial demons united to activate the imperial weapon, they were undoubtedly at the peak of their power, a force Fang Xing could not possibly defeat. To self-destruct an imperial weapon requires completely subjugating it. Fang Xing could only unleash the power of his voidless ring at this point. Not only was he completely unable to self-destruct, but even if he could, he would likely only be savaged by the voidless ring's spiritual power. Only a celestial demon who has completely subjugated an imperial weapon can aspire to become the celestial demon overlord. Not to mention, there's also the concern of the slumbering Azure Emperor. Against a demon emperor, even a celestial demon overlord can only hold their ground briefly. Even an imperial weapon, even at the cost of its essence, could only temporarily hold the demon emperor back, ultimately helpless. Furthermore, how could the demon emperor not possess an imperial weapon? Therefore, he abandoned his attack and returned to the Azure Wood Realm with Duomi. Azure Wood Realm. Beyond an abyss. The abyss's extent is unobservable, impossible to measure in light years, its scope immense. Great, this truly is a wonderful place. Fang Xing now looked even older, placing his hand on Duomi's shoulder before moving. This abyss is called the Darkless Abyss. It's said to be the wound to the world, and it's constantly expanding. Duomi began, looking at Fang Xing worriedly. My time is running out. This Darkless Abyss is located within the Wuji Mountains territory. I've already purchased it with merit points. The area surrounding it can be your tribe's territory. Fang Xing began slowly. He had extorted a large number of merit points from Long Shenpo, and besides exchanging them for treasures and gifts to old friends, he had primarily spent them here. He gazed silently at the abyss for a long time before speaking. I will be away for a short while, but I will eventually return. After my consciousness leaves, my body will transform into a black hole, undergoing continuous celestial transformation. You must warn your tribe to avoid coming here, lest they be affected. Fang Xing didn't know if he could return, but when he achieved eternity, or even transcendence, he would undoubtedly fully control the gate of the heavens and return naturally. Then, it would be time to settle all accounts. Duomi, as a soul servant, was incredibly loyal and could serve as a gravekeeper. Fang Xing didn't know whether his soul slavery would be lifted after his death, however, he believed that even if it were, Duomi would be powerless to destroy his grave. Now, you may leave, he waved his hand, his figure falling into the darknessless abyss. Master, Duomi's eyes were hazy as she watched the black-clad young man's figure explode, transforming into a black hole, continuously devouring everything around him. From that day forward, the Kingmu realm's famous Jedi secret realm, Black Hole Abyss, was born, at the moment Fang Xing's dissolution. Outside the Kingmu realm, an eternal radiance descended, transforming into the form of Pangu Wu. Really dead? No, it's as if his true spirit has been reincarnated. He had always kept an eye on this registered disciple. The eternal mark within the Pangu's secret realm was not dormant. He knew, of course, that Fang Xing had been struck by the Qing Emperor's immortality curse and had murdered the two demon kings. To him, these were trivial matters. Moreover, Fang Xing seemed to possess the power of a transcendent being. He would certainly not perish like this. He chose to observe him. Then, he observed Fang Xing's dissolution. Fang Xing didn't go to the Pangu's secret realm because, unlike the King Ho's small realm, Elder Wu of the Pangu's secret realm had never agreed to let him return. This doesn't seem to be the power of the true spirit talisman, but rather a higher level of true spirit transfer. Is this a means of transcendence? Truly terrifying, Pangu Wu silently gazed into the abyss of the black hole. After a long moment, he finally arrived at the Kingagan Great Realm. A sleeping figure in the deepest recesses of the Qing Emperor Palace suddenly stirred, opening its emerald green eyes. Qing Emperor. Your Qing Emperor Palace has a profound karmic relationship with my registered disciple. I'm afraid you'll have to bear the consequences in the future, Pangu Wu scoffed, and with a single sonic wave, he caused a large swath of the auspicious clouds surrounding the Qing Emperor to collapse. Senior, the Qing Emperor, disregarding his injuries, was about to ask a few more questions when the eternal mark dissipated. He sighed, then fumed, 8 demon kings, what are you doing? The warning from an eternal realm had made him aware of the danger of a coming catastrophe. This is no small matter. Fixing Cultivation Realm. Xianyu Mountain. Dozens of days had passed, and the might of Fang Xing's slang of the descending realm refiner continued to spread. The entire Kayanigan realm was prostrating at his feet at an astonishing rate. In the cave of the Minkan Island Master, Fang Xing's immortal clone sat cross-legged, numerous elixir bottles placed before him. His aura was incredibly powerful, having reached the state of perfected divine transformation. Scavenging spiritual objects from the entire realm, aided by the great Sun Tathagata mantra, the lengthy cultivation of immortal cultivation is a joke to me, Fang Xing casually formed a sword gesture, and the wrought iron sword flew out. This natal flying sword, capable of growing with its master, was now a 5th grade, supreme rank. With a single sword in hand, he could easily slaughter other divine transformation celestial venerables. This was the might of a sword cultivator at the perfection of divine transformation. Moreover, Fang Xing's methods had never been this simple. He pressed his danshan, and purple-green divine flames flew forth. After consuming a large quantity of spiritual fire seeds through the fire sacrifice technique, the purple-green divine flames now reached a 5th grade, ultimate level. Its potential was limitless. Once Fang Xing reached a major realm, the power of this flame could potentially reach the 6th level. Within the flames, a circular ring emanated, the yin-yang ring. This quasi-7th grade treasure, radiating the innate yin-yang primordial magnetic divine light, had been refined by Fang Xing to perfection. It was a rare and precious self-defense treasure. It could even be said to be unique in the entire world of immortal cultivation. Spiritual transformation is complete, and the next step is void refining. Fang Xing sighed softly. Have I unknowingly reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this realm? For me, void refining seems not that difficult. The greatest characteristic of void refining cultivators is their ability to draw spiritual energy from the vast void, granting them an endless lifespan. Other void refining cultivators, after reaching a breakthrough in their cultivation, rely on the immortal spirit's affinity for space to absorb the spiritual energy radiating from the great Dao of immortality. Fang Xing's understanding of spatial laws has now reached the Dao level, allowing him to comprehend the power of numerous Daos. With a single thought, he can draw immortal spirit energy, even true demonic energy, from the void. This is a phenomenon never before seen in the world of immortal cultivation. Thus, other cultivators of the void refinement realm know the fact, not the reason. I've met the standards in every aspect, and breaking through the void refinement realm is just a matter of thought. As for the heart demon tribulation? To be honest, Fang Xing has never encountered one. The final void refinement heavenly tribulation is a joke compared to his swordsmanship and the yin-yang ring. It's just not the right time. Once one breaks through the void refinement realm, they will be ostracized by the Kainitan immortal realm, forcing them to ascend to the upper realms. And in the spiritual realm, Fang Xing has already offended the Jiuxiang Palace, a place with Mahayana cultivators. And it's not time for this master to break through yet, huh? At this moment, the immortal cultivator's clone looked towards the mountaintop, within the cave abode. Who awakens first from this great dream? I know it all. Fang Xing's true form stretched, yawned lazily, and stood up. Though he had only slept for a few dozen days, he was already a completely different person than he had been a few days before. The main universe, the creator, are only at the level of a Dharma Lord. I've slain such celestial beings and demons before. As for the spiritual realm, even Mahayana cultivators aren't at the level of a Dharma Lord. Only the legendary immortal realm can make me wary. Fang Xing closed his eyes and carefully sensed himself. When the gates to the heavens are opened, the true spirit travels through a realm, bringing back only the understanding of the laws and the inheritance. But this time was clearly different. Above his true spirit lay an invisible pagoda and a true spirit talisman. Both of these were related to the true spirit, and therefore he had brought them back. Besides that, there are various inheritances, primarily the Panwu canon. Followed by the Heavenly Emperor's Book, the blue and white porcelain scroll, and the Inch of Time. Fang Xing shook his head. What a pity for my mirror of time and the void ring. After I die, there will surely be people eager to go to my grave to party and hunt for treasure. That will be fun to watch. His black dragon body had become a black hole, constantly expanding, devouring mass, amplifying gravity, and distorting space and time. Numerous treasures were currently suppressed within the core of the black hole, but to successfully reach and retrieve them required at least the 7th or 8th level of a heavenly demon, and this requirement would only increase as the black hole continued to expand. Even more tragically, Fang Xing had deliberately located his tomb in the Qingmu realm. Those Yuanshan overlords and indigenous heavenly demons like Duomi were too weak to destroy it in the slightest. I just don't know how much time I can delay. I haven't had the chance to go to the Qinggan realm yet. However, even if the treasure is taken away, it doesn't seem to matter. A fortune spent can be regained. Fang Xing's thoughts moved, and his attention was focused on the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 102. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 9th Realm, Martial God. Star-Lord Realm, Planetary Level. Secret Pattern of Martial Will. 800 Grandmaster. 9 Absolutes of Star Martial Arts. 2456, 3000, Grandmaster, Star Palace Scroll. 25 out of 100, Proficient, Great Sun Tathagata Mantra. 800, Grandmaster, Twin Guardians of Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 800/800, Grandmaster, Great Sun Tathagata Palm. 601/800, Grandmaster, Law of Fire. 3244, 6400, Proficient, Law of Space. 11245/40000, Master, Law of Time. 14825/40000, Master, Law of Fate. 1377/5000, Beginner, 9 Source Starry Body Tempering Secret Technique. 99 out of 100, Proficient, Gate of the Heavens, Charging. Quite a difference. Fang Xing's gaze focused on the attribute panel, particularly the 9 Source Starry Body Tempering Secret Technique, and he couldn't help but sigh. In the Qinggan realm, his black dragon body had mastered this secret technique to the Grandmaster level, achieving the realm of black hole level soul overlord, unstoppable and invincible. In the main universe, he would have been a true 13th realm warrior. However, back in his original form, he was still at the proficient level, a mere 9th realm body tempering. Chapter 460 Digestion. But I've already understood the path forward. As long as I have sufficient resources, I can return to the black hole level at any time. Fang Xing let out a long sigh. His 9 origin star body tempering secret technique was now an improved version, but he still lacked resources. His ability to reach the black hole level in the Kingagan Great Realm was primarily due to the Panga's secret realm. If it weren't for the enlightenment he gained from comprehending the great Dao of space and time, which revealed a hint of the black hole secret, and the subsequent investment of numerous body-tempering artifacts and training in a simulated black hole environment, he simply wouldn't have been able to break through to the black hole level so quickly. Not being able to bring back the black hole level black dragon body is truly a great loss, Fang Xing sighed, then turned to the law comprehension section. His proficiency in the laws of time and space had regressed slightly due to the change of world, but he still remained at the master level, the 4th level of Dao comprehension. Furthermore, he had also made progress in the laws of fire and fate, as the laws are a whole, and comprehending time and space inevitably leads to indirect insights. Many laws must be adapted to a new world. Fortunately, the changes are minor. Only the great Dao can traverse many worlds without changing, the eternity above it. I really don't know what realm it is, Fang Xing sighed. Although my basic combat power has not changed much, the increase in my understanding of the laws has increased tremendously. Even without the Black Death, I can burst out with the combat power of the 10th or even 11th realm. If I don't care about the consequences and utilize the various burning secrets in the Panwu Grand Canon to burst out, reaching the 12th realm is not difficult. The only thing is the 13th realm of the main universe, the Dharma Lord realm, which is also the level of Celestial Demon and Celestial Immortal. The basic combat power is not enough, and no matter how much it is increased, it is somewhat difficult. Spirit overlords are extremely rare after all, and there is also the Gate of the Heavens. When the true spirit returned, it directly observed the origin of the laws of space. It may even be a higher essence of space, which is very helpful for comprehending the laws of space. I feel that I have vaguely grasped a trace of the mystery of the Gate of the Heavens. In the future, perhaps I can charge myself and even travel through time on my own. This time of traveling through time only took me a few dozen days, so there's still some time to go back to the main universe. I need to retreat, immediately, to digest the gains of this journey. My combat power should be able to increase once more. Fang Xing casually waved his hand, pulling out one 5th tier treasure after another. In this world of immortal cultivation, these were rare treasures, especially suitable for tempering the body. 10,000-year-old blood dragon fruit, coral gold sand, black bone beads. He opened his mouth, and a tornado emerged, swallowing all these rare treasures. Snap! Snap! Fang Xing's teeth clenched, instantly grinding the treasures into powder, and then swallowed them into his stomach. Streams of ki and blood rose, constantly tempering his body. 9-source star body tempering secret technique, proficient mastered. Well, a master-level physique is more than capable of withstanding the Black Reaper mecha. It's equivalent to the 10th realm, or, in the world of immortal cultivation, the 6th stage of body refining, capable of physically confronting void refining cultivators. Weak, far too weak. Fang Xing shook his head repeatedly. The entire immortal cultivation world's best resources, even if placed in Wuji Mountain, wouldn't even match the annual allowance of a core member. Well, think about it, the Kainilan immortal cultivation realm is only a small realm. After ascending, it becomes the spirit realm. The strongest Mahayana cultivators in the spirit realm are only at the 9th level of the primordial spirit. And Mahayana cultivators must ascend to the immortal realm and achieve true immortality before they can rival celestial immortals and celestial demons. It seems reasonable. It wasn't that the immortal cultivation world was too poor, but rather that Fang Xing had become spoiled by the Kingagan Great Realm's abundant resources. Unfortunately, the Kingagan Great Realm was a one-way ticket. At least for now, he couldn't control the Gate of the Heavens and unlock the coordinates of that world. Even if it were unlocked, the chasm between true spirit and true body would remain. The attribute panel is the same way, it's too cluttered. Fang Xing slowly began to form an idea. My 9-star martial absolutes still seem too crude, especially after obtaining Master Panguwu's Panwu Grand Canon. The Panwu Grand Canon is essentially a martial arts-based path, sharing many similarities with Blue Star martial arts. It contains a wealth of martial arts secrets that surpass even the most powerful skills. This has greatly enriched Fang Xing's vision and knowledge. Besides, those secret techniques like severing karma and the myriad hearts, there are better ones in the Panwu Grand Canon. They should be replaced. Since there's a better inheritance, it's natural to prioritize the best. Fang Xing has never been one to cling to the old. And the other inheritance is I acquired in the Kingagan realm. The essence of blue and white scroll and inch of time can be perfectly integrated into my system, especially that inch of time move, atop Xianyu Mountain. Seasons alternated, and before they knew it, several years had passed. That day. Finally, Fang Xing came out of retreat and glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 105. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 9th Realm, Martial God, Panwu Grand Canon. 2577/10000. Entry Level, Star Lord Realm, Planetary Level, Star Palace Scroll. 99 out of 100, Proficient, 9 Source Star Body Tempering Secret Technique. 109/200, Proficient, Mahavaracana Mantra. 800 Grandmaster, Twin Guardians of the Heavenly Mother's Mighty Golden Lotus. 800/800, Grandmaster, Mahavaracana Palm. 788 Grandmaster, Comprehension of Laws, Time, Master, Space, Master, Fire, Proficient, Destiny, Entry Level, Gate of the Heavens, Charging. My martial arts tree has become more refined, Fang Xing nodded. His attention settled on the Panwu Canon, and he immediately opened its numerous subsections. From the 9 absolutes of star martial arts to the myriad hearts secret art, the cause and effect secret art, and so on, a dazzling array of content abounded, even including the secret patterns of martial will. While methods for cultivating willpower were rare, they were merely ordinary for those in the eternal realm. The Panwu Canon naturally contained methods for cultivating willpower, even more extensive and profound than the secret patterns of martial will, so he naturally incorporated them. The same was true for his understanding of the laws. As his gaze settled on the subsections, his progress automatically appeared. After several years of seclusion, my realm has indeed risen. I'm rapidly advancing in all cultivation. My great son Tathagata Palm is nearing completion, and with the great son Tathagata Dharmakaya achieved, I can attempt to break through to the 10th realm of the martial Dao. Fang Xing sighed softly. The 10th realm of the martial Dao would require facing the Creator. Even in the realm of immortal cultivation, breaking through would be problematic. Because, aside from his true spirit, this body might be a fake. To cultivate the true through the false, or even to occupy the great Dao of truth and illusion, one must achieve a breakthrough within the main universe. This was a new realization Fang Xing gained after deeply comprehending the Panwu Canon. Without our black hole physique, without an imperial weapon, how could I possibly defeat a 13th level celestial demon with my head? Could it be that only the great Dao is needed? Reaching the soul overlord realm requires more than physical strength, it can also rely on external objects, secret techniques, and the understanding of the laws. And I think if I specialize in the understanding of the laws of space or the void, cultivating to the law master realm, where one fully comprehends a single law, or the celestial immortal realm, would also be possible. Fang Xing smiled. He was not a black dragon clone. After achieving the black hole level, he would automatically draw upon a trace of the power of space-time fusion, and his soul would be sucked into the black hole, making escape impossible. Now, if he devoted himself wholeheartedly, ignoring all other laws, and focusing solely on one, I don't know when I'll be able to ascend to the celestial demon realm. After all, comprehending the laws becomes increasingly difficult as you advance. I'm only at the master level, it's still a bit difficult. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and he emerged from his retreat, leaving the cave. A thought struck him, and he arrived at the surface of the sea. A terrifying aura emanated, silencing the heavens and earth. Thunder rumbled faintly above the 9 heavens. With a crash, Fang Xing casually swung his fists and feet, practicing his moves. Though he had only conceived them in his mind, the way he executed them was as if honed through 1,000 hammers. His martial energy surged like a true dragon, soaring into the sky, seemingly shattering the clouds. Heaven-covering hand, 5-finger mountain, immortal martial unity handprint, move after move, Fang Xing returned to his most familiar, simplified version of the Tathagata Palm. Although he already had the great son Tathagata Palm, this simplified version was, after all, his own creation. Even crude, it held a certain comfort. Later, when Fang Xing struck out with a palm strike, he felt as if time had stood still. My killer move, Inch of Time, was originally a spear technique, but with some modifications, it can also be transformed into finger, fist, and palm techniques. He changed his palm technique and unleashed the great son Tathagata Palm. Fang Xing's palm now shrank inward, like a crimson sun, which he continuously pushed out. Great Sun illuminating, ancient Buddha with the green lamp, Buddha nature and Zen mind, instant Buddhahood, picking Buddhas and burning incense, mountains and rivers in the palm, scolding Buddha and cursing ancestors, Buddha's head adding filth, 10,000 Buddhas facing the sun, Great Sun Nirvana. Well, Image of Time not only fits the immortal martial uniform handprint, but also perfectly aligns with the sixth form of the Great Sun Tathagata palm, mountains and rivers in the palm. It can be integrated into this move quite perfectly, and the technique of merging time and space still requires the Great Sun Nirvana to carry it. Fang Xing pondered silently. After incorporating my understanding of the laws, the Great Sun Tathagata palm has probably surpassed the shackles of peerless divine skills. It is a true divine canon, a sacred canon. In a cheerful mood, he glanced casually. Deep in the ocean, a lurking fifth-tier ancient beast exploded, sending pools of crimson blood surging onto the surface. The Kyanidon immortal realm is divided into several smaller realms, primarily due to the separations between dangerous oceans. Not only are there no more spirits, but there are also terrifying ancient and ferocious beasts. It's incredibly dangerous, but for me, it's as easy as walking on flat ground. Oh, right, and this, Fang Xing's original form returned to the top of Xianyu Mountain in a flash. His immortal clone, harnessing a flash of sword light, stepped forward to greet him. He casually reached into his storage ring and pulled out a massive, ancient bronze tripod. A rare treasure from the Immortal Palace, a treasure nurtured by this realm. Fang Xing shook his head. It felt like it was similar to the innate spiritual treasures of the Qingmu realm, certainly inferior to the exquisite pagoda, otherwise it would have been swallowed up by the attribute panel. It looks like it should be a first-class imperial weapon. For my current situation, I can only make do. Fang Xing's original form reached out, grasped one of the tripod's legs, and lifted it with ease. Even a stellar-level physique couldn't even leave the slightest mark on the tripod. Chapter 461, Killing. This Immortal Palace treasure is indeed quite something, and it's missing the cauldron spirit. Through soul-searching the descending cultivator, Fang Xing had long known that he could utilize a large formation, sacrifice a large number of lives, and forcibly summon the cauldron spirit from the myriad transformations cauldron. However, this method would violate the laws of nature, and he wasn't one to kill innocent people indiscriminately. The Black Dragon's act was a victim's revenge, so it certainly didn't count. Therefore, it had been shelved. But now, having reached the mastery of spatial principles, he had a much better solution. In an instant, Fang Xing's consciousness passed from the material plane through the Taiksa plane and into the Huangsa plane, surveying the entire Kyanidon immortal world from a higher dimension. Compared to the Qinggaidon Great Realm, the Kyanidon immortal realm is very small, incredibly small, many times smaller than the Qingmu realm. I can teleport to any part of the immortal realm with a single thought. Using the causal secrets found in the Panwu canon, I can trace and sense it. As long as the cauldron spirit remains in this realm, it cannot escape. The next moment, a gray causal thread emerged from Fang Xing's hand. One end of it was connected to the One-Ho cauldron, while the other end lay within the illusionary layer, sensing the entire immortal realm. And then, a result that surprised Fang Xing somewhat occurred. No. The cauldron spirit isn't within this immortal realm. This causal thread gives me the feeling it's in another plane. Fang Xing pondered for a moment, concluding, ancient cultivators descended to this realm. Could it be that someone has already captured the cauldron spirit, but is keeping it a secret? So, perhaps it's been taken to the upper realm? Perhaps not even to the spirit realm, but to the demonic realm. Originally, I wanted to complete this Immortal Palace treasure, but now it seems hopeless for the time being. Main Universe. Year 806 of the Starry Sky Calendar. 10 years of life and death, yet so uncertain. Fang Xing's figure quietly emerged from a meteorite in the Holuo galaxy cluster. Recalling the scene from years ago, he sighed again. The Blue Star Federation and the Holuo clan were at war, and his group of academic experts were assigned to carry out a decapitation mission. Then, things went awry, and they each broke out. Seizing this opportunity, he secretly escaped back to Blue Star, slew the Yuagis brothers, and settled their feud. He also slew the Laplace demon. Afterward, he hid in the immortal cultivation realm and began his journey. I wonder how things are going on Blue Star now. How has the situation evolved over the past few years? Fang Xing couldn't help but suspect that this attack plan was a conspiracy against the academics. Judging from the last time we lost contact, we might suffer a heavy loss this time, he muttered, his consciousness entering the illusionary realm. Whoosh! After teleporting, Fang Xing appeared in a Holuo clan border area. Whoosh! 2 more teleports later, and he landed on the edge of a galaxy cluster. This should be the border between the Blue Star Federation and the Holuo clan. I abandoned all my technological equipment, traveled in seclusion for years, finally returned to human territory. Fang Xing was deeply moved. He then spotted 2 factions fighting not far away. One side, predominantly equipped with human technological weaponry, boasted a vast fleet of spaceships, escorted by a dense swarm of mecha divisions like locusts. The other side was the Holuo clan's army, led by a Holuo emperor of the 10th realm. With the support of his army, his combat power was among the highest in the 10 realms. Even the flaming giant, constantly destroying spaceships, struck Fang Xing as very familiar. Dororo? Since this former guardian is alright, I'm afraid Hang Dong, who is with me, is in trouble. Fang Xing sighed silently. Who? At this moment, the Dororo emperor had also noticed Fang Xing, or rather, his attention had been drawn to the fluctuations in the void. This is our human race's principle of Lan University, Fang Xing, the martial god. Inside the ship, the AI also recognized Fang Xing's identity and reported it to the captain, who also made a swift decision. Fang Xing, the martial god, was a member of the original raiding team and chose to retreat alone to human territory. I didn't expect him to appear here. Rescue him immediately. At that moment, Dororo roared, and the aura of his legion transformed into a blood-red spear, thrusting forward fiercely. Fang Xing yawned, and a drop of pitch-black liquid emerged from his body, transforming into a spear. It was the Black Death Mecha. Now, his physical strength alone was enough to rival a cultivator of the 10th realm, rendering the mecha of little use. Then, he lightly tapped the pitch-black spear in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, time froze. A killing move, a moment of time. By the time Dororo regained consciousness, the Black Death Spear had already pierced his head. A mere 10th realm cultivator, if you demand a second shot, isn't that an insult to me? Fang Xing slowly sheathed the spear and snorted. At that moment, the Terran fleet arrived to reinforce the scene, but they could only begin mopping up the battlefield and strangling Dororo's Imperial Legion. Fang Xing, hands clasped behind his back, ascended the deck of the flagship. A 9th realm mecha master emerged. Senator Fang Xing, I'm the commander of this fleet. You can call me Victor. During your absence, Chief Consul His Excellency Xyrus was deeply concerned for your safety. Oh, so it's Xyrus's people. Fang Xing understood. Little did he know that at this moment, Victor's heart was also in turmoil. Although Fang Xing, the martial god, was a 9th realm professional even without his mecha, he was still on par with him, but he was still amazed, even shocked, by the effortless way he had defeated a peak 10th realm warrior. No one knew better than him how formidable the Fire Luo Emperor was, yet he met his end so easily. The final scene, where he deliberately remained motionless, being shot in the head, was unbelievable. Give me a communicator. I've thrown away all my old devices to prevent being tracked. Fang Xing spoke with Victor for a few words before making his request. A few hours later, in the lounge, Fang Xing activated his communicator for identity verification, and a flurry of emails appeared. Vaguely, Nanguangzu, Liu Wei, Fang Xing scanned the emails, but didn't reply to each one. Instead, he looked at the hot news. Although years had passed, the news of the destruction of Augustus Manor was still a hot topic on Blue Star. Of course, no one knew the true culprit, and no one even suspected Fang Xing. After all, he had an alibi. Besides, other information is strictly confidential. Fang Xing checked his address book and finally dialed a number. Beep. A projection appeared before him. Su Sanniang. Fang Xing, I'm so glad you're okay. Su Sanniang smiled. Of course I'm fine. I just lost my communication device to make it easier to escape. Fang Xing laughed. I'm actually a little surprised to find your communication still there. Su Sanniang had always had a tendency towards self-destruction. Fang Xing had always worried that he'd split up and go after the Holuo clan experts to fight to the death. He hadn't expected him to make it back to the Federation alive. I was lucky. After escaping for a distance, I encountered the sea-breaking martial god. Relying on his special abilities, I managed to break free. Su Sanniang smiled, but his eyes were solemn. Unfortunately, Lord Hangdong was besieged by several Holuo emperors in the Holuo clan's heartland and tragically perished. What? Hangdong? Fang Xing was taken aback. Although he had long anticipated the Blue Star Federation would suffer heavy losses, even the death of a 10th realm cultivator was still a little unbelievable. Well, for Fang Xing now, the 10th realm and the 11th realm were nothing. Death was fine. So, without realizing it, I've become the Blue Star Federation's pinnacle of combat power. After hanging up the phone, Fang Xing felt a complex mix of emotions. 10th level professionals in the Blue Star Federation are undeniably top tier, while 11th level professionals are extremely rare. Fang Xing only knows of one, the first president of St. Armor University. And no 12th level professionals have yet appeared in the entire federation. At most, they can briefly burst out with the power of the 12th level with the help of forbidden weapons from the technological side. Once the 13th level creator awakens and attacks humanity, humanity will almost certainly die. Alice. I didn't expect that. Without realizing it, I have become the tallest human in the Blue Star Federation. Fortunately, even if I can't win now, I still have the True Spirit Talisman as a retreat. When the Great Sun Tathagata Palm is perfected, the three dimensions of essence, energy and spirit are united, and I reach the 10th level. That will be the day when I will face the Creator head-on. That day doesn't seem very far away. This is not what Fang Xing wants. After all, he has a golden finger, and he certainly hopes to wait as long as possible, preferably until he reaches the celestial immortal realm or even the chaos realm before a showdown. But the reality is that the creator of the main universe is constantly awakening, and there may not be much time left. Not in good condition. The second update will be later. Chapter 462, Decision. When the creator awakens, of course I can escape, but I can run, but Gu Yun, Liu Wei, and the others can't. Or, should I take them on a run? In the starship's quiet room, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, pondering silently. That's impossible. Rather than exposing my cheat code, I'd rather fight the creator. After all, I have the True Spirit Talisman and the Exquisite Pagoda as my backup, so he definitely can't defeat me. This can also be considered as settling the karmic connection with the human race and the main universe. After delving into the Panwu Grand Canon, Fang Xing had learned many secrets. Clashing with the creator, beyond the inevitable struggle of Dao, was also about settling karmic ties. If he escaped, he might achieve breakthroughs to the celestial immortal Dharma Master, or even the Chaos Dao Master realm, without much trouble. But striving for eternity and transcendence, with so many karmic threads on his shoulders, would be too difficult. Master Pangu Wu once said, to achieve transcendence, one must first reduce and seek emptiness. These lines don't just break when they die, they become dead lines, hindering eternity, let alone transcendence. It was precisely because of this that Fang Xing and the creator of the main universe were bound to face a battle, an inevitable one. He couldn't even wait to grow stronger. He had to act before the other side annihilated the world. With my current strength, if I unleash my full power, I can barely defeat the 12th realm. In other words, even beings at the level of the three pillars like the Gate of Nothingness and the Chaos Fire could be annihilated. But the Creator, a 13th level celestial immortal master, would be a problem. Even if my immortal clone breaks through, it'll only be a refining void, not very useful. Fang Xing calculated and realized he didn't have many cards in his hand. Only the myriad transformations cauldron could be of some use. This rare treasure from the Immortal Palace was truly extraordinary, no simple item. Though only a first-level imperial weapon, the laws it governed were profound, akin to the great Dao of creation, or perhaps one of the several laws that comprised it. However, the lack of damage wasn't due to the laws I'd grasped, so the power I could unleash was limited. Even so, it could be used. A soul overlord achieved through external artifacts could rival a celestial immortal. The most crucial thing is time. Fang Xing sighed softly. Given enough time, the creator wouldn't be a threat. Just then, the communicator chimed. He answered, and a projection appeared before him. It was none other than the Federation's chief consul, Zyrus. Compared to the high-spirited declaring of war, Zyrus now looked haggard and exhausted. This dejected demeanor wasn't due to any injuries, but purely a matter of the heart. Senator Fang Xing, it's so good to see you again, Zyrus said with a smile. I never thought I'd make it home alive after crossing the whole Luo galaxy cluster. Fang Xing sighed with emotion. Thankfully, these days of training, constantly on the brink of life and death, have made significant progress in my martial arts. This was his explanation for his easy kill of Dororo. He also informed the Federation that he had been completely transformed. Life and death are truly the most testing times. Zires didn't dwell on it. After all, it was common knowledge that the Federation's martial gods struggled to break through. No matter how powerful Fang Xing was, he was at most in the 10th realm. His ability to slay Dororo meant he might have reached the peak of the 10th realm, or even its limit, but that still meant nothing. Your Excellency, Chief Archon. I heard the 9th Archon was attacked. I wonder if the murderer has been found. Fang Xing immediately became concerned about the Augustus family. No, Zires felt even more bitter at the mention of this. One of the Archons, the strongest of Augustus' generation, had been assassinated on Blue Star. Even after the Blue Star Federation deployed every possible means, they hadn't found a single clue to the murderer. This was the main reason for his impeachment. Add to that the war with the whole Luo clan and the initial setbacks. With all these circumstances, even if he used every possible means to mitigate the impact of the motion of no confidence, he wouldn't be able to run for re-election after this term. I see. Fang Xing continued to inquire, I wonder how the academic faction is doing. The academic faction is vast, with many factions within it, primarily 3, Blue Star University, 9 Swords Academy, and Holy Armor University. Hengdong has always been Blue Star University's flagship, and now that it has fallen, a significant loss of influence is inevitable. Martial God Jiankyu and Martial God Broken Sea have always been friendly with Blue Star University, but the first generation of Holy Armor University is interested in promoting a union of the 3 universities. Kailas said, we really don't have much time. After ending the call, Fang Xing called Vigori again to inquire about Blue Star University. Finally, he confirmed a few things. Well, the most pressing issues right now are, first, the battle situation with the whole Luo clan, second, the first generation of Holy Armor University, and then, the most pressing issue, the awakening of the creator. Fang Xing continued to dial Nanguangzu. A 3-school merger? The first president of St. Armor University might not have such intentions, but his subordinates might, Nanguangzu said. Of course, the first president wouldn't object. You should be cautious. He's incredibly prestigious. He's a time-honored veteran who's lived from before the Starry Sky Calendar. His words are powerful, and his attitude can influence many. Of course, we at 9 Swords Academy definitely don't want a merger. Fang Xing nodded, and, in a gesture of gratitude, contacted the sea-breaking god to learn his stance. Things must be resolved one by one. After ending the call, Fang Xing fell into thought. Since we're on the battlefield now, let's deal with that Fire Emperor first. Then, I'll meet with the first president, and after that, I'll focus on responding to the creator's awakening. The next day, Fang Xing went straight to Victor. Victor's eyes widened upon hearing his purpose. What? The Fire Emperor's position? Senator Fang Xing, what do you want with that? I've made a significant breakthrough in my martial arts recently, and I'm planning to kill the Fire Emperor as a contribution to the Federation, Fang Xing said with a smile. Victor was speechless. Senator Fang Xing's previous success in killing the Fire Luo Emperor had already astonished him. But the Fire Luo Emperor? He was at the 11th realm. If combined with the Fire Luo army, he would be at the peak of the 11th realm, infinitely close to the 12th realm. Even if the Blue Star Federation wanted to take action against such a being, it would require lengthy planning, the deployment of top-tier forces, and even the use of forbidden weapons. How could it be as easy as Fang Xing? Follow orders. Fang Xing waved his hand. He was already a prominent figure in the Blue Star Federation. Victor, despite his hesitation, had no choice but to obey orders, delivering intelligence to Fang Xing. Is the Fire Luo Emperor's location in the Quark Star Abyss? Fang Xing examined the interstellar map and discovered that the Quark Star Abyss was strategically important. Its numerous wormholes provided convenient access to the rest of the Fire Luo galaxy cluster, making it a highly sought-after location. If it fell, the Fire Luo clan, already at a disadvantage, would be doomed. In that case, let's go and see. Fang Xing flew out of the space battleship, a thought forming, and his figure instantly vanished. This is, Victor, whose AI captured the scene aboard the warship, was stunned. Spatial powers? When did Counselor Fang Xing awaken spatial powers like the sea-breaking martial god and become a psychic? This must be reported immediately. The sea-breaking martial god's current status within 9 Swords Academy even surpasses Jianchu. After all, a martial god's path is stagnant, but a psychic can still push forward. Now that Blue Star University has lost Hangdong, while there are other 9th realm martial gods, even those operating mechas are at the 10th realm, they are not true 10th realm professionals. This is why the situation is precarious. But after Fang Xing displayed his special powers, things changed. Quark star abyss. Deep purple stars dangled in the sky, dotted with wormholes. Across the pitch-black continent, countless Holuo barracks stood, forming a barrier sealed off from heaven and earth according to the Holuo clan's secret methods. At the very core, giants shrouded in flames stood majestically, submitting to the Fire Luo Emperor. The Holuo clan's most venerable leader, the Holuo Great Emperor, looked nothing like a towering figure, his appearance just like that of an ordinary Holuo. Standing before a pitch-black altar, he addressed the Holuo emperors below. Humanity is the most despicable race. They have no faith, and yet they demand that we not have any. Since our Lord, the Chaos Fire, awakened, their actions have become even worse, even killing its descendants. In the name of the Chaos Fire, we demand revenge. 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 The Holuo emperors roared, their eyes blazing with flames. Laplace, born from the Chaos Fire, the son of the Chaos Fire, had died at the hands of a human. This was a disgrace to the Holuo clan. In the Holuo clan's beliefs, shame could only be washed away with blood. The next moment, beyond the pitch-black continent, the void rippled, and a figure emerged. It was Fang Xing. His martial will surged to the heavens, sweeping across the continent with a mighty force. Emperor Holuo, come forth and die. From his body, an identical figure emerged, none other than his past self. Its past self's appearance was solemn, and behind it emerged the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata, a crimson sun rising slowly. Suddenly, the past self slowly thrust out a palm, and the sun fell. It was the 10th form of the great sun Tathagata's divine palm, Great Sun Nirvana. With a boom, like a falling star, dazzling light and fire instantly ripped through the barrier, unleashing a searing terror upon all the Holuo people. Before the flames could rage, the powerful Holuo warriors in the military camps were pierced by the preceding rays, their bodies reduced to ash. An indescribable mushroom cloud rose slowly from the dark continent. Fang Xing, staring at the fading past self, shook his head. My understanding of the laws of time is still a little low. Without the aid of the mirror of time, even maintaining a past self is becoming a struggle. Chapter 463 Chaos Fire. Damn it, the rising mushroom cloud froze, as if obliterated by an invisible force. From the terrifying crater of the nuclear explosion emerged the Fire Luo Emperor, clad in blood-red armor, a scarlet cape, and an imperial crown. Constantly, the combined power of the military formation seeped from his armor and cape, blessing him, bringing his combat prowess to near the 12th realm. Human, you will pay for your actions, the Fire Luo Emperor roared. How beautiful, Fang Xing sighed softly at his roar, gazing at the continent where the star had fallen. A star explosion, don't you think it's beautiful? Such a beautiful scene, a small price to pay for, isn't it a steal? It's a shame, even a star, compared to the scale of the universe, is barely a speck of dust. Fire Luo Emperor erupted fiercely. A small price, just now, with that attack of the great sun Tathagata palm, nearly all his men had been killed or wounded. Could that be considered a small price? Yet, at this moment, Emperor Holuo couldn't help but be extremely vigilant. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful 11th realm professional among the human race. Who are you? I'll kill you. Fang Xing smiled faintly, appearing nonchalant. By this point, Emperor Holuo's patience was running out. Countless weapons and shadows materialized from his palm, transforming into a blood-red spear. With a roar, the spear flew out, instantly reaching Fang Xing across the infinite distance. Seeing this, Fang Xing simply extended his right hand, his palm like a stone tablet. The short spear landed on his palm, and it felt like hitting a solid wall, cracking inch by inch from the tip. Fang Xing's body had already broken through to the mastery level of the 9th source star body, tempering secret art, allowing him to withstand the 10th realm with his physical strength. Combined with the amplification of the laws in his previous black hole realm, he briefly accelerated a portion of his palm, drawing on the laws of time and borrowing a portion of the power of his future neutron star battle body. This instantly made his palm comparable to a neutron star, naturally indestructible. Achieving this level of power is actually quite difficult. First, one must have a deep understanding of the laws of time, able to draw on the power of the future self. Second, One must be extremely knowledgeable in the nine-source star body tempering secret art, even confidently capable of cultivating to the neutron star level. For Fang Xing, both of these requirements were naturally no problem. And the neutron star battle body possessed the power of the 12th realm. Snap! After blocking the blood-red spear with one hand, Fang Xing raised his other hand high and swung it, striking the Fire Luo Emperor squarely in the face. Bang! The Fire Luo Emperor instantly transformed into a meteor, crashing across the devastated Black Continent, leaving a trail thousands of miles long. 12th realm, the Fire Luo Emperor's armor shattered. As a special treasure, the void within shattered, and countless Fire Luo soldiers perished instantly. The Fire Luo clan can harness the power of military formations to enhance their own strength, even increasing their combat power by one realm at lower levels. At higher levels, while not as formidable, the increase is still immensely powerful. The Fire Luo Emperor was only at the ordinary 11th realm, but with a legion's amplification. His combat power was at the peak of the 11th realm. Unfortunately, he encountered Fang Xing today and was taught a lesson by him using the methods of a 12th realm cultivator. Meanwhile, after Fang Xing's slap shattered his special treasure, numerous Fire Luo soldiers perished, weakening the Legion's power and causing the Fire Luo Emperor's aura to steadily decline. Damn it! I'm no match for this man. This human race's combat power is actually approaching those great beings? Did they use forbidden weapons? Emperor Holuo transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing at astonishing speed towards the corner of the continent. If I mishandled today, I might die here. The black light receded, and Emperor Holuo had landed before a pitch-black altar. The altar seemed to be made of obsidian, its polish very rough, yet it had survived the recent stellar explosion intact. Not only was it intact, but even the wisp of chaos fire burning above it remained unextinguished. Great Master! Your servant needs your salvation. Emperor Holuo approached the altar and knelt like a servant. Above the altar, the wisp of chaos fire suddenly surged. The chaos fire is the alien evil god between order and disorder, and the common characteristic of alien evil gods is madness. Fang Xing watched the scene silently, without interrupting. A mere Fire Luo Emperor wasn't worth his special attack. He was deliberately giving him an opportunity to track the chaos fire. The Blue Star Federation has slain several extraterritorial evil gods, but unfortunately, we still don't have a pillar-level being. How about I fill that gap? Suddenly, as if possessing a consciousness of its own, the chaos fire pounced upon the Fire Luo Emperor. The Fire Luo Emperor screamed in agony. His armor, cloak, and the remaining Fire Luo people within the space were instantly consumed, transforming into torches, as if offered as a sacrifice to a greater being beyond a realm. Then, his entire body ablaze with chaos fire, the Fire Luo Emperor's aura surged, seemingly surpassing his prime, truly entering the realm of the 12th realm. In an instant, the universe turned upside down. Numerous stars lay at Fang Xing's feet, and the dark continent seemed to loom above him. A force of disorder had already affected the universe, causing even the very constants and laws to shift. But as this transformation settled around Fang Xing's body, it began to be suppressed and returned to normal. Behind him, the Dharmakaya of the Great Sun Tathagata emerged, forming the Dharma Realm seal. A great sun emerged, and wherever the Great Sun Dharma Realm passed, all chaos was incinerated, and disorder quickly returned to order. 12 realms. Time to get serious. Fang Xing extended his right hand, and the Black Death transformed into a pitch-black spear, landing in his palm. His martial energy and blood boiled, and he, operating according to the secret combustion techniques of the Pan Wu Classic, suddenly underwent a qualitative transformation. Simply put, his basic combat power began to skyrocket. From barely 10th realm, he reached 11th realm. Combined with the increase in his understanding of the laws, he now possessed the combat power of the 12th realm. Roar! The Fire Luo Emperor roared with a roar unlike any before, leaping forward. The fire of chaos consumed everything, even Fang Xing's Great Sun Dharma realm. Fang Xing extended his arm, and the pitch-black spear drew a shimmering pattern of flaming trees and silver flowers, suddenly transforming into a spear. Killer move, inch of time. Within this small space, I am invincible. With this shot, the entire universe seemed to be cut short. Heaven and earth fell silent, and Emperor Holuo was frozen in midair in a strange position, like a tiny insect trapped in the amber of time and space. Puff! In the utter silence, only Fang Xing moved, spear in hand. Like a timeless traveler, A passing figure from 100 generations, he charged towards Emperor Holuo and thrust his spear forward. Chaos flames trembled beneath the spear tip, and then, mercilessly, he pierced Emperor Holuo's head. At this moment, Fang Xing suddenly felt a fierce, scorching heat emanating from the Black Death spear. The chaotic flames didn't extinguish, but instead spread along the spear shaft, scorching his palm. Under the chaotic fire, the Black Death wailed and melted into a pool of liquid. Chaos fire, Fang Xing sensed the chaotic will emanating from the chaotic fire. Madness, evil, chaos. But none of these could shake his martial spirit. Instead, a faint smile of excitement crossed his face. "You've finally appeared," a river of time enveloped his palm. Drawing upon the neutron star battle body he would cultivate over time, he transformed his entire palm into a neutron star-like defense. The powerful gravitational pull and pressure instantly extinguished the chaos fire. Then, this demonic hand gently thrust forward. Golden swastika runes shimmered, swirling around the universe like the gangs. The sixth form of the great sun Tathagata palm, mountains and rivers in the palm. This thrust of the palm also carried the power to freeze time, like an instant. The chaos fire still blazing above the corpse of the Fire Luo Emperor suddenly froze. And then, it was sealed by the golden swastika runes. Kill. Facing the evil gods from beyond the realm, the warriors of Blue Star relied solely on their own martial willpower. Fang Xing's martial will soared into the sky, transforming into a celestial blade. Countless runes of will spread across the blade, faintly forming the roaring form of a nameless beast. The willed blade flashed, plunging into the chaos fire. Facing the endless chaos and madness, Fang Xing had only one response: slash. Nothing was unslashable. Following the sweep of his will, the once inextinguishable chaos flame swiftly died down, vanishing before even a wisp of smoke. Through this chaos fire, Fang Xing's consciousness soared infinitely, finally sensing a mysterious place within the universe. There, the eternal chaos fire burned everywhere, and time and space were in a state of transition between order and disorder. The chaos fire, with the aid of the altar, projected only a portion of its power, yet it elevated Emperor Holuo to the 12th realm. Truly a pillar-level being, the 12th realm, and the pillar that transcended it, were equally vast. Fang Xing muttered to himself, and with a sudden movement of his body, he arrived at that mysterious place in an instant. Fire. The fire of chaos was burning everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Madness, chaos, and pollution filled the entire space. The fire of chaos seemed not to be here, but seemed to be everywhere. In an instant, a strange light flashed in Fang Xing's eyes. Time and space were perfectly integrated in his hands, turning into a trace of the power of the avenue of time and space. Then, a world of time and space emerged, which was the law of one thought comparable to the fifth level of the Tao. Use the law of the world to suppress the space of chaos fire. Under the cover of the gray world of time and space, in the center of the chaotic space, a ball of enchanting flames emerged. Boom. Boom. The moment he saw the flames, even Fang Xing's current physique made his heartbeat speed up slightly, and he felt the severe pollution. He knew that the real body of the chaos fire had appeared. The second update will be later. Chapter 464, 14th Realm and 15th Realm. The Law of Chaos. Fang Xing's eyes lit up. This chaos fire gave him a strangely similar feeling to the chaos beasts within the Pangu secret realm. They all possessed the chaos law of the fifth level of the Dao. If they could fully comprehend the chaos law, they would become a 13th level celestial immortal. Facing the chaos fire's true form, Fang Xing's eyes lit up slightly. Time and space suddenly froze. This was the terrifying power of time and space standing still. Even more powerful than the inch of time killing move, the space-time blockade. The great son of space, Nirvana. 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 Behind Fang Xing, the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata emerged, seemingly undergoing a subtle transformation. With the basic combat power of the 11th realm, combined with the power of the great Dao of space and time, and the understanding of the laws of time and space, and the killing moves from the Panwu Grand Cannon, the sun behind Fang Xing now seemed to transcend the concept of a star, incorporating time and space to become a sun that loomed over endless space and time. It had transformed into an indescribable celestial body of space and time. The great sun Tathagata struck down with a palm, freezing the chaotic space into space-time ember. Then, the great sun Tathagata's Dharmakaya suddenly achieved nirvana, shattering space-time and sweeping through the chaos. the 10th form of the Great Sun Tathagata's divine palm, Great Sun Nirvana. Unlike previous forms, this time, Fang Xing integrated his own martial arts essence and amplified it with the great Dao of space-time. The chaotic flames were instantly severely damaged. At this moment, Fang Xing's expression became extremely solemn. He channeled a trace of the great Dao power of the fusion of space-time and time, and placed it on his right index finger. The long river of time suddenly enveloped, revealing the future Fang Xing. He was clad in black, resembling a black hole. It was the 9-source star body tempering secret art, a black hole level technique. Space-time collapsed, locking onto the endless future. A wisp of black hole power emerged, carrying an all-encompassing, all-consuming gravity. Fang Xing pointed his finger directly at the chaotic flames, frozen and severely damaged by the space-time ember. With a swish, Black Hole's finger nearly extinguished the chaotic flames. Pan Wu! Pan Wu! Fang Xing roared, his ki and blood surging. Combining Blue Star martial arts with the Pan Wu ceremony, the ultimate force of martial Wu, like a spear, carrying the phantom of a wiry figure, plunged into the chaotic flames. The final step in killing an alien evil god is always the impact of martial Wu, completely annihilating any shred of survival. Rumble. As the force of will swept through the chaotic space like a force 12 gale, extinguishing the last of the chaotic flames, Fang Xing suddenly felt a trace of pure essence infiltrate his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, this alien evil god is dead but not stiff, he sneered, and within his sea of consciousness, a great sun furnace emerged, blazing. Great sun? No. How could the great sun burn me? Countless roars emerged, some muffled, some chaotic, some inarticulate, but in the end, they merged into a single voice. Upon hearing this, Fang Xing sneered. Of course, the former great sun evil god couldn't incinerate the essence of a pillar-level outer domain evil god. But ever since he obtained the great sun Tathagata mantra, he'd been captured by the attribute panel, possessing the blessing of his status. Even if the chaos fire was a 3-pillar level evil god, it would still be incinerated. As the chaos fire was consumed by the great sun true fire, some pure insights emerged, remarkably related to the laws of chaos. But this time, Fang Xing didn't choose to comprehend, but simply searched a vast amount of information within the chaos fire. Though it was chaotic, incomplete, and contradictory, a wealth of new knowledge about the outer domain evil gods emerged. The 3 pillars, besides the void gate and the chaos fire, there's another one, called the mother of breeding, the pale mother, the mother body that gave birth to so many outer domain evil gods. Pale, Fang Xing almost subconsciously recalled the fallen pale mother. Its fall even caused a whale fall, affecting a small world. Could it be, the pale matrix is the pale mother? But, why is there only the law of death? No, the opposite of the law of death is the law of life. Could it be that, after its fall, the pale matrix lost the law of life, leaving only death? The pale matrix, which controls both the laws of life and death, could indeed occupy the position of the 3 pillars. Fang Xing pondered it, then decided against it. Even if the pale matrix truly was one of the 3 pillars, or even resurrected, he could easily defeat it. His only true enemy now was the creator. However, in the chaos fire's conflicting and chaotic memories, memories of the creator were the least. Perhaps he had forced himself to forget about this aspect. Chaos fire, one of the 3 pillars, the ultimate combat power of the 12th realm, is that all it is? Fang Xing stood for a long moment, then sighed, gaining some understanding of his current strength. After training in the Kingagan realm and receiving the inheritance of the eternal realm, his power was no longer limited by those of the 9th realm martial god or the 10th realm body refiner. Even without utilizing the burning and explosive secret techniques from the Pan Wu ceremony, his normal combat power was that of the 11th realm, or even the beginning of the 12th realm. Once various secret techniques were combined with his own understanding of the great Dao of space and time, even the ultimate 12th realm was no match for him. Perhaps, it could be called the quasi-13th realm? As long as I can quickly improve all the basics, I will be a true soul overlord. A soul overlord also possessed the combat power of the 13th realm. If the 13 realms were unified, whether it was celestial immortals, celestial demons, or the Dharma lords, even the black hole level, they all fell within this framework. A celestial immortal Dharma lord, known as the 13th realm, fully comprehends a single law and can unleash unimaginable power. The 14th realm is the Chaos realm, the Dao Lord realm. Chaos Dao Lord signifies complete comprehension of a single great Dao, and the 15th realm is the eternal realm, forging a unique great Dao, eternal and unwavering. The 16th realm is that transcendence, but even within the 13 realms, there are significant distinctions. A newly promoted celestial immortal of the first realm, a celestial immortal of the 9th realm, or even a celestial immortal overlord. Although they're all in the 13th realm, how can they be the same? Although I've barely touched the 13th realm, I'm still a bit behind the celestial immortal of the first realm. And the creator might already be at the peak of the celestial immortal Dharma Lord, the peak of the 13th realm. After all, the creator is seeking the opportunity to comprehend the great Dao. A chaos Dao Lord who wants to break through the 14th realm must at least be at the peak of the 13th realm, right? Perhaps, my only chance lies in the creator's failing state, and the Dao conflict. For the sake of the karmic connection between humanity in this universe and myself, I'll fight with all my might. Even if I fail, I still have the true spirit talisman to protect me. Fang Xing sighed softly, and with another teleportation, his figure vanished without a trace. Blue Star Federation. St. Armor University, within the secret realm. A mechanical planet was operating smoothly, with numerous mecha factories operating on its surface, a scene steeped in a cyberpunk atmosphere. Deep within the mechanical planet, at the core, in a laboratory, streams of light emerged, transforming into a burly old man. He was the first president of St. Armor University, a peak human professional, and a mecha master of the 11th realm. The entire planet where St. Armor University stood was effectively his body. This body, now a puppet, forged from pure midlight while the mecha lay dormant for maintenance, facilitated various mecha research. With this level of midlight, one could directly interfere with matter with the mind. Within the laboratory, new mecha materials emerged, meticulously blended to test various possibilities. A bright light shone, and a miniature star suddenly appeared on the workbench. Suddenly, a communication flickered. The first generation frowned, and the miniature star instantly went out. He opened the communication and saw the projection of a console. Few had the authority to directly disturb him, but Chief Consul Kairasi certainly had it. Zioki, what's up? The first generation frowned and spoke. It's about the president of Blue Star University, Counselor Fang Xing. Kairasi quickly recounted the situation. He's displayed special abilities and has gone to see the Fire Luo Emperor. I think the Federation should send out its top-tier forces to support him. After all, talent is hard to come by. While the Blue Star Federation's strength could overwhelm the Fire Luo clan, it also faced immense pressure. With its forces dispersed across the land, its top-tier forces were stretched thin. Spatial abilities, 9th Realm Martial God, the first generation frowned. Since this is my decision, I must bear the consequences. Right now, I'm the only one able to act within the Federation, but I need to be stationed at several key locations, wielding forbidden weapons. I can't leave easily. The Fire Luo Emperor is at the 11th realm. If we can catch him off guard and sever his connection to the Fire Luo Legion, the two deduce the battle scenario, neither favoring Fang Xing after all. Advancing special abilities is incredibly difficult, even Duan Hai isn't at the 11th realm yet. However, he's exceptionally skilled at escaping, so escaping a defeat shouldn't be a problem. We need to be careful of retaliation from the whole Luo clan. By the way, you mentioned special abilities. The first generation smiled. That gives me an idea. If the perpetrator of the Augustus Manor had special abilities, that would explain a lot of things. The only person with special abilities in the Federation is the Sea-Breaking God, and now Senator Fang Xing has to be added to the mix. But I haven't heard of him having any grudges against the Augustus clan. That's not right, Kairos suddenly understood. The Augustus clan is colluding with the Laplace demon, who once executed a plan to exterminate human geniuses. Although the Augustus clan had been very secretive, the destruction of their leader and a comprehensive Federation investigation revealed everything. This also proves that the Augustus clan weren't some kind of escapee or coexistence faction, but rather a surrenderist. Attacking the Augustus clan wasn't a mistake, but rather a heroic act. Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter anymore, the first generation sighed. Suddenly, Kairas's communication flashed. His face was solemn as he spoke. Victor has sent word that the whole Luo Legion on the front lines isn't attacking. Instead, it's in disarray. Some legions and emperors are even retreating, regardless of the cost. Retreat? Not revenge. The first generation and Kairos projection stared at each other, both with shock on their faces. Could it be that Counselor Fang Xing really succeeded in killing the whole Luo Emperor? He was a powerful being in the 11th realm. An incredible thought surfaced in their minds. Could it be that martial god Fang Xing has become an 11th realm psychic? As for the martial arts, Yi Liuyan's fall had already demonstrated that even the 10th realm was difficult to break through, let alone the 11th. Chapter 465 Solution. It seems, we need to pay more attention to our attitude toward Counselor Fang Xing. After a long silence, Zyar spoke. Yes, he's here. My mecha radar has detected him. Such long-distance teleportation. Counselor Fang Xing's special abilities far surpass those of the sea-breaking god, the first-generation side. And then, within the secret realm of the universe, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. On the surface of the mechanical planet, university students, researchers, mentors, and doctoral students meticulously retreated into underground bunkers. Factories, covered in decks, crouched deep within the planet. And then, this mechanical planet, nestled within the secret realm, suddenly began to transform. The mechanical planet opened, revealing the limbs and torsos of mecha-like humans. The pieces of the planet's continents covered the mecha, transforming into shields and wings on its back. The principal has transformed again. Are there any enemies in the underground fortress, or rather, within the mecha? Zhang Yuxiu, who had successfully graduated and stayed on campus, stared at the surveillance screen with some surprise. Then, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. That's Fang Xing. Federation Elder, highest-ranking professional, 11th level mecha master. A fleeting ripple in the void revealed Fang Xing standing in space, gazing at the fully transformed planet, his expression remarkably calm. After all, to him, the first headmaster, without wielding forbidden scientific weapons, was like Emperor Holuo, a figure he could crush with a single blow. Even if the other party employed technological weapons capable of 12th level combat, it would be like using chaos fire, requiring only a little more effort. Senator Fang Xing, welcome to St. Armor University, the first headmaster's mecha uttered a gentle voice. No. He wasn't speaking, but communicating through the light of his mind, appearing more sincere and impervious to grammatical errors. This was a sign of respect for a powerful being. Since Senator Fang has returned, what about Emperor Holuo? The first headmaster tentatively inquired. Of course he fell. The pressure on our Blue Star Federation's front lines in the Holuo Galaxy cluster will finally be relieved, allowing us to mobilize more troops for other battlefields. Fang Xing seemed somewhat dejected. This is also an explanation to Hengduang and the others. Is the Holuo Emperor truly dead? The first headmaster was shocked. The opponent was also a Realm 11 warrior. Even with the support of the Legion, he wouldn't have had any chance of defeating him without using forbidden weapons. But Fang Xing seemed to be making a casual comment. Of course he's dead. Fang Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Haha. The Holuo clan is the Chaos Fire's greatest patron tribe. Their heavy losses will greatly benefit our plans to annihilate the Chaos Fire. The first headmaster's mind seemed to be filled with excitement. Then Fang Xing reminded him, when we killed Emperor Holuo, he offered a sacrifice to the Chaos Fire for help. So I caught him, slew him into the Chaos Dimension, and extinguished the Chaos Fire as well. The first principle, his optical computer, powerful enough to operate an entire mecha and even calculate the movement of all dust particles in a galaxy, froze. You said, the pinnacle of the 12 realms. One of the 3 pillars of the extraterritorial evil god, the Chaos Fire, fell. Indeed, Fang Xing nodded. Have you broken through to the ultimate realm of martial arts? Even the first principal was deeply shocked. Even the Blue Star Federation, with its forbidden weapons, had never slain a 3 pillars level extraterritorial evil god. How could Fang Xing do it? I wonder what realm you are currently at, the first principal couldn't help but ask. Guess, Fang Xing asked with a smile. In his previous life, he'd read novels about the mastermind behind the scenes, the only supernatural being. The most annoying thing was that the mastermind had to find their own origins, resorting to mythology and even playing multiple roles to explain their own supernatural powers. Wasn't that awkward? Existence is legitimate. Do I need to explain how my supernatural powers came to be? Don't you already know who's stronger and who's weaker? Therefore, you need to explain it for me. Mythological origins, aliens, or even theories of another world don't matter. What matters is who holds the power. It's like having a great scholar debate for me. It's no different now. Fang Xing's current strength could crush the Blue Star Federation, yet he doesn't bother explaining. On the contrary, the Federation's top brass is still racking their brains to speculate. too afraid to anger him. The first principle, regardless, the emergence of Fang Xing among humans is a great blessing. He was about to say something else when Fang Xing asked, I heard, the Federation is planning to promote a joint venture between 3 world-class universities. Never, the first president said righteously. 3 universities joining forces, is that a joke? I've never had such an idea. It must be someone below me messing around. I'll issue an executive order immediately, forcing the current president of St. Armor University to retire. Well, that's excellent, Fang Xing nodded. As expected, once the first problem is solved, the rest will fall into place. When you smile at the world smiles back at you. The premise is, you have a strong fist. Blue Star University. The president's personal secretary, Vigalia, clutched a folder and sighed again. Sigh, with today's technology, even handing all chores over to artificial intelligence could perfectly handle it. When Fang Xing was president, he essentially relied on humans to conduct the final approval and review. Vigalia would be just as effective. Even a tethered dog would probably be enough. Therefore, in the years since someone disappeared, Blue Star University has operated smoothly. The only difficult issue is the pressure from the higher-ups in the Federation. Joint operation, isn't this a clear sign of annexation? 9 Swords Academy might not be able to swallow us, but Blue Star University is doomed. Ever since Lord Hangdong's death, the higher-ups have been much quieter. Wei Jili sighed again, a thought dawning on her. In reality, if Fang Xing hadn't returned, and St. Armor University had been absorbed, with many martial saints and martial gods defecting to St. Armor, that would have been the best scenario. After all, they were all from the academy, just different factions. If another faction had taken over, they might have devoured all of Blue Star University's essence, sparing no one. Of course, given the choice, self-reliance was definitely the best option. Now that the boss is back, things might improve. Wei Jili wasn't optimistic about the outcome. After all, Fang Xing was only a 9th realm martial god. Even if he possessed the power of a 10th realm, he wasn't a true 10th realm professional like Hang Dong, who still had the potential for advancement. But, compared to the situation before, things are much better now. At least the president of Blue Star University won't be removed, and I still have a salary. Wei Jili was just thinking this when she saw movement in the void ahead. Then, a young man stepped out of the void. Vigilantly, Fang Xing smiled faintly at his secretary. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Wei Jili, for some reason, felt like crying. I'm fine, boss. It's mainly thanks to Miss Nangguangzu. After her metro was completed, she's been at Blue Star University and has helped me so much. I understand, Fang Xing sighed softly. This was the cause and effect he couldn't let go of. Night fell. Inside the villa at number 69, Blue Sea District. A rich stream of martial arts energy soared into the sky, transforming into a giant snake, but Fang Xing deflected it with a single finger. What realm have you reached? Nangguangzu, standing opposite, blushed slightly. How come you've become so powerful after just one trip to the Holuo clan? Perhaps it's because I've found my way and can see further, Fang Xing casually said. For me, the 10 realms of the martial Dao are no longer an insurmountable barrier. I just need some time of quiet contemplation before I can break through, so, I plan to retreat for a while and ignore the outside world. As for you, don't worry about the pressure from St. Armor University. Before coming here, I reached an agreement with the first president. There's nothing further to do. With these words, Nangguangzu's expression suddenly changed. She studied Fang Xing for a moment, then sighed. Now I feel, you're getting further and further away from me. Fang Xing was silent, then replied, life is like that. No matter how good the intersection, it will eventually drift apart. Virtual space. In a conference room resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, a gray-white brain hovered in the air. The flood of information gathered brought a look of disbelief to the face of Zyars, who was presiding over the meeting. It's not just the Fire Luo clan. According to our informants within the Chaos Tentacles cult, Chaos Fire has lost contact, no longer responding to prayers, and even the divine grace it once bestowed has begun to dissipate. This can't be explained by slumber or being sealed. It's truly dead, completely annihilated. While the alien evil gods aren't completely dead and could potentially return from history, after the Creator's existence was confirmed, many scholars believe this was the result of the Creator's active subconscious. For the Creator's subconscious, resurrecting even one alien evil god would be prohibitively expensive. Therefore, While the vast majority of alien evil gods retain a glimmer of possibility, they will never be resurrected. The Fire Luo clan, the Chaos Fire, a female council member couldn't help but push up her glasses. Even our Blue Star Federation has yet to slay a single third pillar level alien evil god, yet a ninth realm martial god has done it. The other council members exchanged glances, speechless. Ahem. According to intelligence, Counselor Fang Xing has already visited the first president of St. Armor University. Later, he suggested a duel with the first president, and the first president agreed. Zyars let out a long sigh. The result was that the first president was defeated, and even defeated very easily. It's only natural that he could kill the Chaos Fire and easily defeat the first president. The other archons looked solemn. No, Zyars' face was bitter. The first president used a forbidden weapon. I think you all know what this means. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 Doomsday Hourglass. Even forbidden weapons couldn't do anything to Fang Xing. This meant Fang Xing's individual combat power had surpassed the limits of the entire Blue Star Federation. In this situation, anything he did would be absurd. I proposed that Senator Fang Xing be promoted to the rank of Federation Elder. Zyars finally spoke. Federation Elder. This is the most prestigious position in the Federation. Even unlike the rotating appointments of consuls, it's a lifetime position. Its meaning is simple: 11th realm professionals. In other words, only professionals who had reached the 11th realm were eligible to become Federation Elders. Of course, now Fang Xing had to be included. Agreed. None of the 9 consuls objected, and none abstained, and the motion passed without a vote. Excellent. Next, I'll have to trouble the omniscient brain to elevate Elder Fang Xing's authority to the highest level in the Federation. Let's discuss the next topic, Elder Fang Xing's inspection of the Federation's Supreme Scientific Research Institute. Zyars quickly got back to business. Despite his promise of seclusion, Fang Xing's rare return meant he still needed to explore. Fortunately, he could now teleport, faster than even a private spaceship could squeeze through a wormhole. After receiving the Supreme Council's response, he immediately thawed and vanished. In a hazy starry sky, the cosmic background was empty, save for a single pure white planet. Its gravity and mass were so intense that it threatened to transform into a neutron star. We've arrived, the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute. A flash of space, and Fang Xing arrived outside the planet, immediately sensing the lock of dozens of weapons. Then, the mechanical voice of the omniscient brain chimed in. Identity confirmed, Elder Fang Xing, authorization granted. Welcome to the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute. Instantly, the numerous weapons returned to silence. Even if they all erupted simultaneously, Fang Xing certainly wasn't afraid. A spaceship, a stream of light, arrived before him, revealing an elderly man in a white lab coat. His age was indecipherable, his head balding, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, and his gaze on Fang Xing was even tinged with greed. Respected Elder Fang Xing, I am Shi Qingquan, the director of the Research Institute. I welcome you to our institute for guidance. Shi Qingquan's eyes lit up. Fang Xing knew this research enthusiast must have heard something and wanted him to undergo a physical examination or something. But he didn't bother. He looked at Shi Qingquan and said directly, I have a childhood friend named Liu Wei. He's here with you, right? Yes, Liu. Shi Qingquan checked his own intelligence for a moment before speaking carefully. Researcher Liu is a very talented person. We're planning to promote him. Fang Xing shook his head. With his authority, he naturally knew that Liu Wei hadn't been doing well recently. Especially since his methods had become somewhat radical, and coupled with his sensitive identity, he had nearly been in prison after being discovered. But with him, nothing was a problem. Our federation is a free federation, and Liu Wei is a legitimate citizen. If he ever wishes to leave the institute, you must remember that he is free to come and go, Fang Xing said. Of course. Shi Qingquan's forehead was covered in sweat, and he quickly agreed. Take me to the Forbidden Weapon Factory, and then there's the Doomsday Hourglass. This was what Fang Xing was most interested in about this place. He followed Shi Qingquan into a spatial bubble, and the world immediately transformed. When he reappeared, he had arrived in another cosmic void. Within this cosmic void lay a single neutron star, undergoing a bizarre transformation. The number of forbidden weapons in the Federation remained a mystery. Fang Xing only knew that the first president had one, and there was another under construction at the Supreme Academy. This is the forbidden weapon, DE-31. It simultaneously undertakes various cutting-edge research tasks. Simply put, it can be called a neutron star combat puppet. At the same time, it's also exploring the possibilities of the 12 realms mecha, Shi Qingquan explained as simply as possible. Neutron star mecha, Fang Xing nodded. Sure enough, most paths ultimately converge. This forbidden weapon, if constructed conventionally, would be a neutron star-level combat puppet. Furthermore, it also had reserved ports for future upgrades for 11th level mecha masters, effectively maximizing resource utilization. Not bad, not bad. Fang Xing had come here not only to view the neutron star mecha, but also for a more important purpose. Let's go see the Doomsday Hourglass. Yes, Shi Qingquan's expression grew even more solemn at this mention. The two of them passed through a stricter security checkpoint than those required to view forbidden weapons before entering a pristine white laboratory. Through the glass window, Fang Xing could see the laboratory was empty save for an hourglass. Within the hourglass, blood-colored sand flowed down at a slow, steady pace. Even the speed of the sand varied, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, with a fluctuating pattern that was difficult to predict. The Doomsday Hourglass is a model we designed after confirming the creator's existence, using the rituals of the heretic god, scientific predictions, and monitoring the dream gods. It can vaguely determine the time of the creator's awakening, Shi Qingquan said. The flow rate of the blood-red sand varies depending on various events in the real universe. Of course, few can influence this flow rate, but the Elder Order's fall of the Chaos Fire will definitely advance our Doomsday Clock by a fraction of a second. According to the Doomsday Hourglass's calculations, the sand's falling speed has increased compared to before. What's your rough estimate? Fang Xing asked, his expression unchanged. 10 years, Shi Qingquan gritted his teeth. Within 10 years, there's a high probability that the creator will awaken. At that time, the humans of the Blue Star Federation will face their final judgment. 10 years, Fang Xing nodded. I understand. 10 years, Kaianun Immortal Cultivation Realm. The vast ocean, Death Island. Fang Xing's immortal clone had finally returned here. He muttered, looking at his hands. The average perfected spiritualization is only at the 9th realm's limit, the void refining realm is only at the 10th realm, the fusion stage is at the 11th realm, and the great vehicle patriarch is at the 12th realm. Even in the spirit world, there might not be a true immortal at the 13th realm, right? However, my breakthrough is still useful. After obtaining the Panwu Grand Cannon, Fang Xing confirmed that his previously planned plan of balancing the essence, energy, and spirit, and resonating the three dansons, upper, middle, and lower, to break through the 10th realm of the martial arts, was feasible. In fact, after such a breakthrough, it might not necessarily be the 10th realm of the martial arts, but a leap. Spirit, ki, and spirit is the lower danshan, representing the physical body. I've already reached the 10th realm. Ki is the source of energy cultivated in the Star Palace scroll. I'm at the 9th planetary realm, not far from the 10th. Spirit is the upper danshan, representing the great sun godhead. When I break through to the refining void realm again, my immortal clone will return to my original body. When I do, with the power of the 10th realms across the 4 major systems, I will definitely be able to break through to the 10th realm of martial arts. As he pondered this, several beams of light flew in. Leading was Fairy Kaiong, the master of the Piaomio Immortal Palace, followed by Tebe Sword Immortal, True Lord Hulong, and several others. Greetings, All-in Master, they saluted respectfully, even their faces tinged with enthusiasm. After all, single-handedly accomplishing the great feat of unifying the immortal world was a feat no cultivator had ever accomplished since ancient times. Not to mention, this great sword cultivator had an elder who could even beat a refining void cultivator to death. I planned to retreat for a few years and break through to the refining void realm, Fang Xing said, speaking as if it were a matter of course. In reality, this was a natural progression. For him, the current refining void realm meant he could break through at will. Once I reach refining void, I will undoubtedly ascend. Then, the affairs of the mortal world will be left to you. Fang Xing casually made his plans. Fairy Kaiong and the others were both excited and a bit apprehensive. Their anticipation was naturally that with the combined resources of the entire world, One among them could easily achieve the status of a divine transformation, heavenly venerable, or even refining void ascension. Their trepidation was that without the suppression of the supremely powerful, they wondered if Death Island could maintain its unity. Fang Xing's attitude towards this was, it didn't matter. After all, he unified the immortal cultivation world simply to plunder resources and grow. Now that his goal had been achieved, he didn't care what happened to the byproducts of the process. Alright, you guys go? Fang Xing waved his hand, his aura brimming with the ruthlessness of heaven. Under these circumstances, even Fairy Kion didn't dare to speak. She could only depart, burdened with worry, and inform Piaomio Immortal Palace to make preparations. 10 years, only his immortal clone was left with a faint sigh. Within 10 years, I must break through the Star Palace scroll, then cultivate the immortal avatar. Using these various conditions, I will forge the strongest martial arts foundation. Well, according to the Panwu Grand Canon, Fang Xing's current 10th level of martial arts is actually still a foundational realm. Even Fang Xing himself couldn't refute this. If the creator were in his prime, I would most likely not be able to defeat him, but I have more knowledge than him. The existence of the Panwu Grand Canon and its many secret techniques happens to target this situation. The creator is not in good condition. Once I break through the 10th realm of martial arts, he will engage in a Dao dispute with me, and only after entering the true self-law can I better perform the secret techniques in the Panwu Grand Canon. If you plan intentionally, you will have a chance. Of course, the worst-case scenario is that I gamble too much and still can't change anything. I can only die and reincarnate my true spirit. Huh? It seems that my original body is fake. It doesn't matter if I die. It's a good opportunity for my true spirit to reincarnate, whether it goes to Daksha or the Kingawan Great Realm. Both are much vaster than the main universe, and there are more possibilities and hope. At worst, wait until eternity or even transcendence in the future, and then come back to seek revenge on this creator. Fang Xing's immortal clone's eyes were dim, and finally fell silent. Chapter 467 Refining the Void. Time flies, and years pass in a flash. In the world of immortal cultivation, on Death Island, Fang Xing's immortal clone sat cross-legged, his face radiant, evidently having adjusted himself to a state of peak spiritual perfection. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened. I know all the essentials of void refining. His primary focus was, naturally, the Yuanshan sword sex ascension tradition, the spiritual void sword scripture. However, after the unification of the Kaionian immortal cultivation world, all forces with a history of ascended beings and those possessing such traditions were either annihilated or submitted to the throne, offering their own fundamental texts. Fang Xing's immortal clone, centered around the spiritual void sword scripture, incorporating other void refining traditions, such as the Piaomia void scripture, the flying ascension scripture, and the 6 dragon scriptures, no longer had any doubts about this stage of void refining. He formed a sword gesture with his hand, and with a subtle movement of his primordial spirit, streams of innate energy descended, transforming into countless golden seal characters. These golden seal characters instantly sank into the natal flying sword, the embodiment of his primordial spirit, propelling it to continuous ascent. Fang Xing had reached the pinnacle of spiritual transformation, so his natal flying sword, rotten iron, naturally reached the 5th stage. He had also refined it with various precious materials, bringing its foundation to the pinnacle of this realm. Absorbing the countless golden seal characters, the rotten iron sword suddenly roared. A wisp of void shattered at the tip of the sword, and the power of the void was refined into the blade. The silvery white void power and the golden seal characters merged, forming a golden and silver tai chi with a roar. The rotten iron sword boldly broke through to the 6th stage. The 5th stage is a treasure of spiritual transformation. The 6th stage is a treasure of the void refining stage, capable of effortlessly drawing upon and refining the void. Almost at the same moment as the rotten iron sword's breakthrough, the mana of Fang Xing's spiritual void sword sutra transformed, radiating gold and silver, and he successfully broke through to the void refining stage. Sure enough, it came naturally. Fang Xing sighed, silently experiencing the power of the void refining stage. His primordial spirit fully penetrated the great Dao layer, absorbing a steady stream of spiritual energy, even inexplicably descending upon him, replenishing his lifespan. Theoretically, as long as he continuously absorbed spiritual energy, he could achieve eternal life. This state isn't due to the true immortality of a void refining cultivator, but rather the nature of the power of the great Dao of the immortal. The slightest radiance of the great Dao of the immortal can grant the recipient immortality. According to legend, immortals are inherently immortal, even capable of achieving enlightenment and ultimately leading their entire families to heaven, enlightening others, even animals, to immortality. However, this kind of immortality isn't self-made, but rather, like a vine clinging to a tree. Once it loses the radiant energy of the great Dao of the immortal, it can no longer sustain itself, and death is inevitable. Furthermore, there are hidden dangers. Fang Xing frowned, already sensing the world's rejection. Compared to the spirit transformation cultivators, the oppression exerted by void refining cultivators on this small world was too strong. He could even sense the convergence of the external calamity. According to the information heaven and earth have given me, even if I survive the heavenly tribulation, it won't dissipate. Instead, it will recondense, constantly condensing, until it either smites me to death or drives me away. Fang Xing's face twitched. No wonder the cultivators at the refinement realm ascend. It turns out that forcing myself to stay would be certain death. As for the refinement realm heart demon tribulation, he still had no idea. Heavenly tribulation. Fang Xing laughed long and hard. His rotten iron sword rang out, soaring out of the cave and landing above Death Island. At this moment, the spiritual energy of Death Island, and indeed the entire vast sea immortal cultivation world, was surging. The sky was clear and bright, suddenly dividing into 9 layers. 9 layers of heaven. Within each layer, a layer of heavenly tribulation brewed. This was the 39 heavenly tribulations of the refinement realm cultivators. This, inside the Pyomio Immortal Palace, Fairy Kyung and the 2 divine transformation masters gasped as they gazed at the bizarre scene. The master of Minkin Island has successfully achieved void refinement and has already triggered the 9-fold heavenly tribulation. The ancient master sighed. If he fails, well, that's fine. But if he succeeds, he'll ascend to the spirit realm. One of the 2 Death God Island masters is gone. Fortunately, we still have Fang Yun. Even so, outsiders won't necessarily be content. The world of immortal cultivation has finally settled down, and now chaos is about to break out. Fairy Kyung's expression was particularly complex at this mention. As Fang Xing's close friend, she had a vague suspicion. If her suspicions were true, once the master of Minkin Island ascended, the world of immortal cultivation would immediately face a catastrophe. 39 heavenly tribulations, 9-fold thunder tribulations. Fang Xing, sword in hand, laughed heartily. Come on, let me see. He merged with his sword, transforming into a white dragon, charging into the first heavenly realm. This realm was filled with purple-blue dragons. Each of those dragons carried a pressure rivaling that of a transformed divine master, the 10,000 wind and thunder dragon tribulation. Slay! Fang Xing's sword flashed, and countless sword shadows fragmented, refining into threads. The thousands of threads spun, carrying the might of a single sword that could shatter all laws, easily piercing through countless wind and thunder dragons. The slain wind and thunder dragons instantly dissipated, leaving not even a trace of their wind and thunder power. Amidst the raging sea of thunder, a clearing had suddenly emerged. Each level of sword cultivation is inherently cumulative. Now, each of Fang Xing's emanating sword threads carried the power of the heavenly sword, easily finding the thunder dragon's weaknesses. After striking through its reverse scales, they carried the power to shatter all laws. This swordsmanship had reached a level so breathtaking it shocked the heavens and earth, weeping the very souls of the gods. Seeing this, Tebe Sword Immortal, Chu Kuangtu, and others on earth wept, as if they were confronting their own deities. The first heavenly tribulation has been broken, True Lord Fire Dragon muttered. They had followed Fang Xing in destroying countless sects, accumulating a wealth of texts and insights. Their perspectives and knowledge were now profoundly different. The 39 heavenly tribulations are wind, fire, and ice. The one the island master has now succumbed to is the wind and thunder tribulation. Of the 39 heavenly tribulations, the first 3 are wind and thunder tribulations, the middle 3 are ice and thunder tribulations, and the last 3 are fire and thunder tribulations, the most violent. Even as they were discussing this, Fang Xing charged forward with his sword, having already broken through 2 levels of tribulations and entered the 4th. A clattering sound. A chill that froze eternity emerged, merging with a thunderbolt to form a strange and unpredictable ice and thunder. It emanated from the heavens and emanated from within. Even the 6th-rank rotten iron sword, controlled by Fang Xing's spirit, seemed frozen, its light slowing for a moment. But the next moment, a ray of silver-white void energy flashed from the tip of the rotten iron sword, shattering the void. The frozen void shattered, and the sword light rapidly fragmented, slaying the ice and thunder dragons one after another. At the same time, he gently opened his mouth, and a stream of purple-green flame flew out, continuously burning the ice thunder. It was actually the purple-green divine flame. In an instant, Fang Xing pierced through the sixth heaven's thunder tribulation. He lifted heavy objects with ease, with strength still to spare, even making the observing cultivators feel that the void refinement heavenly tribulation is nothing more than this rumble. Then, within the seventh heaven, fire and thunder danced wildly, transforming into a crimson thunder dragon. Its scales were lifelike, even the dragon's eyes were piercing, and it radiated the power of a great spiritual master. It was as if the heavenly tribulation had actively memorized the images of powerful creatures and perfectly simulated them here. The divine transformation venerables, who had previously thought that the void refinement heavenly tribulation was nothing special, broke into cold sweat. They knew that if they were to endure this void refinement heavenly tribulation, they would not be able to withstand even a single claw from this fire and thunder dragon. Fire and thunder dragon? It can indeed bring death to ordinary void refinement cultivators, Fang Xing muttered, summoning the Liang Yi ring. This ring, a quasi-seventh order ring, was a token given to him by the female cultivator from the refining void realm who had descended. Infused with refining void mana, the yin-yang ring erupted with brilliant spiritual light. One ray, a ray of innate yin-yang elemental magnetic light, forbids the five elements. Like a divine sword, it instantly decapitated the red thunder fire dragon. Fang Xing waved his sleeve, and the yin-yang ring levitated before him. Purple-blue divine flames encircled it, and with his sword, he swiftly pierced through the 8th and 9th levels of the fire-thunder tribulation. In an instant, he passed through the 9th level of thunder, making the 39 heavenly tribulation a breeze. After surviving the 9th level of the fire-thunder tribulation, Fang Xing noticed that his purple-blue divine flame, having consumed a vast amount of thunder and fire, had once again entered a state of evolution. He presumably needed a little more sacrifice and refinement before it reached the 6th order spiritual flame. Meanwhile, radiant light descended from the abyss, as if guiding him. He saw a coordinate within the abyss, seemingly infinitely distant yet seemingly close at hand. Ascending aura, guiding immortal light? It naturally stores the coordinates of the spirit world. Fang Xing silently sensed it. Although he could use the void secret art to temporarily seal the ascending aura, the repulsion of this world grew stronger with each passing moment. It wouldn't be long before the second wave of the void refining tribulation arrived. It might even be endless, a struggle that wouldn't end until death. No wonder even the void refining masters are ascending. I can delay it briefly, but it seems there's nothing else to do. Fang Xing had no disciples, no relatives, and those who needed to be settled had already been settled. He didn't bother to stay and show off anymore. With a flash of his sword, the ascending aura descended, enveloping him completely, sending him soaring out of the world and into the vast void. The master of Minkin Island has ascended to the void refining tribulation. True Lord Fire Dragon and Tebe Sword Immortal stared at the scene, a mixture of envy and worry. 1,000 words flowed in their hearts, but in the end, only a sigh lingered. In the vast void. So this is the function of the ascension light? It allows me to briefly enter the illusionary layer, achieving teleportation. Is this a teleportation with fixed coordinates? Fang Xing's true body slipped into the illusionary layer, and in the blink of an eye, he understood this ascension mode. It's quite clever, but it seems a bit rigid and fixed. No, this way, the fluctuations of teleportation will inevitably be captured. If the upper realm builds some kind of ascension platform or something like that, it will be a trap. Oh, I knew from the last soul search of that female cultivator in the refining realm that the spirit realm doesn't have this technology yet. Ascending cultivators will randomly appear in the spirit realm. However, this fluctuation can still be captured, and their approximate location can be determined. Although he knew this, Fang Xing didn't struggle. Instead, with an expression of anticipation, he prepared to fish. After all, he had nothing in the spirit realm and was waiting for someone with a predestined relationship to deliver intelligence, spirit stones, and maps. Chapter 468 Fusion. The Spirit Realm. The 9 Fragrance Palace. Its layers of palaces are immense, and 9 massive incense burners stand side by side in the square. The incense burners are a brass hue, their surfaces depicting mountains, trees, flowers, birds, insects, fish, and even the landscapes of the human world. From the incense burners, wisps of spiritual smoke curl, transforming into faint mist that constantly shrouds the palaces. This mist has been specially refined to aid spiritual practice, calm inner demons, and awaken spiritual wisdom. It is a sacred object coveted by all spiritual cultivators. Within the spirit world, the 9 Fragrance Palace is renowned, considered one of the 3 great ancestral lands of the human race, alongside the Eastern Dragon Imperial Court and the Lingayu sect, and helmed by a Mahayana patriarch. One day, within a palace, a large seismic instrument suddenly roared. Huh? Did the ancestor personally order us to focus on the ascension of a cultivator in the Kaienigan lower realm? Several Taoist children rubbed their eyes and immediately stepped forward to observe the changes in the 9 Dragons coiled seismometer. The earthquake is in the east, probably in the East Dragon continent, which is still within the territory of our 9 Fragrance Palace, located immediately. Also, report to all the combined elders immediately. An older Taoist child gave the order, then pressed his hands together. A flash of spiritual light transformed into a wisp of flame, which lit a green incense stick. The incense curled, and a Taoist with white hair and a youthful face appeared. 9 Dragons Earth Hall, what is this for? Reporting to Elder Dixiang, a cultivator in the Kaienigan lower realm has ascended. The seismometer has detected its movement. It should be within the influence of the East Dragon continent and the 7 Yuan Temple. As the Taoist child reported, the other children were also busy, narrowing down the area in more detail. Qian Temple? Very good. It's a subordinate of my Jiuxiang Palace, and it has a teleportation array. The Taoist with white hair and a youthful face was overjoyed. This elder will set off immediately. If we can capture the ascended cultivator from the lower realm, you will all have achieved great success. Thank you, elder. The Taoist children were overjoyed, feeling that their achievement was as easy as taking something out of their pocket. After all, ascended cultivators are all in the early stages of the void refinement realm. And Elder Dixiang is at the fusion realm. In the spirit world, while Mahayana cultivators hold the highest level of cultivation, these cultivators are elusive, focused solely on ascending to immortality. The true rulers of a region are still the fusion realm cultivators. In fact, Elder Dixiang is not a weakling among fusion realm cultivators. Capturing an early-stage void refinement cultivator, even one with incredible magical powers, would be a piece of cake. Spirit world. Somewhere on the East Dragon continent. A flash of light appeared in the void, and Fang Xing's immortal cultivator clone emerged. Is this the spirit world? Fang Xing looked up and saw 2 suns, one large and one small. The spiritual energy in the void is just average, slightly stronger than the Kaienigan immortal realm. His spiritual sense rapidly expanded, locating a nearby large city and even sweeping across it. Interesting. In the spirit world, mortals and immortal cultivators live together. This place is 3 Flower City, affiliated with the 7 Yuan Monastery. The 7 Yuan Monastery has void refining cultivators who control the 132 nearby cities and are a minor hegemon. In the spirit world, void refining cultivators are already high-level cultivators, with status comparable to that of giant cultivators in the Kaienigan small world. If they don't provoke a major power, they're powerful enough to establish a sect in some remote area and wield great power. But this wasn't the only thing that caught Fang Xing's attention at the moment. His spirit merged with a heaven and earth, sensing the message from the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, cultivators below the refining void stage only encounter tribulations when they break through to a major realm. But above the refining void stage, the situation is different. Refining void cultivators face the 3-9 heavenly tribulations every 1,000 years, their power constantly increasing. Fusion cultivators face the 6-9 heavenly tribulations every 2,500 years. Mahayana cultivators face the 9-9 heavy tribulations every 5,000 years. Failure to survive means death. As expected, easily gained immortality has its consequences. However, compared to the Kingagan realm, where the 9th level of the primordial spirit and even the overlord of the primordial spirit only have a lifespan of 10,000 years, that's already quite good. Fang Xing sighed. The immortal path has many advantages. Not only does the spirit of a spiritual transformation cultivator merge with a heaven and earth, and after reaching the refining void stage, they can directly absorb the power of the great Dao of immortality, granting them an endless lifespan. However, this lifespan is false. It's not true immortality. Not only does their lifespan immediately dissipate upon leaving the radiation of the great Dao of immortality, but they also face various heavenly tribulations at regular intervals. Only a true immortal of the 13th realm, One who has fully mastered a single law can be completely free from the worries of lifespan and calamity. That's why those great Mahayana ancestors disregard external affairs, solely seeking to ascend to the immortal realm. They're forced to do so by the sort of heavenly tribulation hanging over their heads. Fang Xing stood idly there, unwilling to leave. He waited a moment longer, then finally felt a powerful spiritual sense sweep over him. This reaction is a bit slow, but has it finally arrived? With his speed, he could have escaped far after ascending, completely unafraid of a siege. But he was deliberately waiting here, just to fish. That spiritual sense just now was undisguised in its malice, and incredibly powerful. It must be a cultivator in the fusion stage. Fang Xing nodded, and waited a moment longer before a beam of light flew over, revealing a Taoist with white hair and a youthful face. His mana surged like an abyss, his spiritual sense immensely powerful. In the world of immortal cultivation, the difference between cultivators in each major realm is like the difference between heaven and earth, a sheer crushing defeat. In the early stages of void refinement, brimming with the mundane taint of the lower realm, that's you, Elder Dixiang, holding a spirit bead in his hand, examined it and sneered. The aura of newly ascended cultivators from the lower realm is subtly different from that of native cultivators in the spirit realm. Based on this principle, the Jiuxiang Palace specially crafted the dust-seeking bead, which can locate recently ascended cultivators within a certain range. Of course, once an ascended cultivator has lived in the spirit realm for a few years, the so-called mundane taint has largely dissipated, rendering the bead useless. Tell me, what exactly happened in Kainitun's lower realm? What happened to my Jiuxiang Palace disciple who descended to the lower realm? And, where is that treasure? Elder Dixiang spoke with a superior tone, as if interrogating a criminal. Your Excellency is so arrogant. Fang Xing shook his head and sighed. I know that cultivators like you from the lower realms are accustomed to bullying and oppressing others. Unfortunately, this is the spiritual realm, where dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. Elder Dixiang sneered, unfurling a scroll shimmering with spiritual light. Well, if you won't tell me, I'll throw you into this 18 incense bones hell map and give you a good beating before interrogating you. He pressed his hands together, and runes sank into the scroll. The scroll slowly unfurled, a strange fragrance wafting into the air. Petals enveloped the surroundings, sealing off the void. Most battles fought by cultivators above the nascent soul refinement stage involve the void. Therefore, most artifacts above the 6th rank possess the ability to seal off the void. Swish. Swish. Skeleton after skeleton emerged from the scroll, each one emitting the magical energy of a late nascent soul refinement stage. First, seal off the heaven and earth, and then there are the 18 white skeletons of the nascent soul refinement stage. Oh, the real killer is actually the hidden floral fragrance? It's actually similar to a soul attack. Really interesting, Fang Xing commented with a smile. HMPH, stubborn, Elder Dixiang snorted, though surprised by Fang Xing's acumen. Perhaps he's cultivated some kind of spiritual eye technique, giving him sharper perceptions, but the gap between realms is already predetermined. With a thought, 18 skeleton gods and demons formed a formation, thundering down. At the same time, pitch-black round shields blocked their path. Caution has become something of an instinct for cultivators. The next moment, whoosh! A sword shot up, like a sky full of stars, a white rainbow shimmering with gold and silver, slashing down upon the skeleton gods and demons. With a swish, a sword aura that could shatter all laws erupted, instantly annihilating a skeleton demon. Furthermore, Fang Xing opened his mouth slightly, and a line of purple-blue fire emerged, landing on the surrounding blockade. Excellent swordsmanship, excellent spiritual flames, Elder Dixiang exclaimed in admiration, his expression remaining largely unchanged. Although the explosive power of this cultivator in the early stages of the void refinement realm was truly astonishing, he was even able to slay a skeleton demon in the late stages of the void refinement realm. But considering the other party's status as an ascended cultivator, it wasn't hard to understand. Such ascended cultivators possessed incredible talent, luck, and understanding. As long as they survived their journey, they often became prominent figures in the spirit world. If that's all, he sneered, his incantation changing. The remaining skeletal demon gods roared, their jade-like bones dispersing before rapidly reuniting to form a 6-faced, 18-armed skeletal dragon. An aura far surpassing that of a refined void cultivator erupted, remarkably reaching the fusion stage. Sure enough, to deal with these ascended cultivators, one can't use refined void cultivators. Instead, one must ascend to a higher realm, crushing them with the force of the mountain crushing an egg, Elder Dixiang thought to himself. Throughout the history of the spirit world, there have indeed been instances of ascended cultivators being easily subdued by fusion masters. Of course, there were also truly exceptional individuals, capable of slaying fusion masters while still at the refined void stage. These individuals were true immortals, a feat rarely found among the countless ascended cultivators from the lower realms. The skeleton demon dragon roared, roaming through the starry sky. The countless sword energies could only leave subtle marks on its body. Just as the skeleton demon dragon opened its bloody maw, about to descend, Elder Dixiang saw a familiar yin-yang ring emerge from Fang Xing's hand. Then, a beam of innate yin-yang elemental magnetic light shot up into the sky, like a divine sword. Puff! The skeleton demon dragon was instantly split in two. Tinctures of purple and blue flames instantly ignited on Elder Dixiang's scroll. Yin-yang ring, it's you. Elder Dixiang was filled with shock and anger, yet also with a hint of doubt. While the yin-yang ring was indeed miraculous, his 18 incense bones held diagram was a true 7th-level fusion treasure, with countless uses. Not only was his treasure superior in quality, but his cultivation was also a major realm higher. How could he be at a disadvantage? It seems you're doomed. Fang Xing's rotten iron sword emerged from his hand, and a sword cry soared into the sky. A mere refining void, Elder Dixiang clasped his hands together, and boundless spiritual light emerged. A large number of law lines converged to form a cocky law body. In an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a law giant. The immortal path fusion stage is when the law perception reaches the 4th level of law body, which is integrated with the body, and the power is infinite. Second update later. Chapter 469 Fall. Rumble. A cocky-colored rock giant towered to the sky. A slight pinch of his 5 fingers revealed a force that seemed to bear down 5 mountains, unrivaled even in the spirit world. Sure enough, at the end of cultivation, all of it involves the laws. Fang Xing observed the scene with deep emotion. Fusion, so it's the fusion of the body of laws. At this moment, breaking through the bottleneck of the fusion stage seemed like nothing to him. As long as he had the necessary mana, he could break through immediately. But when it comes to comprehending the laws, the most important thing is the law comprehending. Fang Xing sneered, and the world of time and space enveloped him. The 5 sacred mountains were instantly relocated, vanishing without a trace. Law comprehending. This is an ability that can be fully shared once the main consciousness is unified. Today, Fang Xing's original body and his immortal clone, their law comprehending is at the same level as the Black Dragons. The fusion of the laws of time and space is comparable to that of the 5th level of the law world, or even higher. With a single thought, the laws emerged, instantly suppressing Elder Dixiang's law body. What? This is the application of the rules of the Mahayana Patriarch. Why are you doing this? Elder Dixiang's massive, earthy yellow rock body trembled in fear upon witnessing this scene. Without even a moment's thought, he formed a seal with his hands, preparing to use his escape technique to flee. But the next moment, the rotten iron sword, imbued with the power of the great Dao of time and space, pierced through several layers of round shields and slashed down upon Elder Dixiang. Ah! Elder Dixiang screamed, transforming into a strange ragdoll. A flash of light appeared several dozen feet away, and Elder Dixiang's figure emerged, his face ruthless as he tore off his left arm. Blood splattered the sky. Within the bloody mist, phantoms of gods and demons emerged, revealing the secret techniques of the highest order of demonic arts. These blood-stained gods and demons pounced upon Fang Xing, while the rest of the bloody light enveloped Elder Dixiang, preparing to escape in a bloody escape. Isn't it too late to think of escaping now? Fang Xing, the rotten iron sword in hand, struck down with one blow. The sword wasn't swift or sharp, but as it fell, the void froze completely. It was a special stasis comparable to the stillness of time. Under this special stasis, Elder Dixiang's hastily fleeing looked utterly ridiculous. His boasted, unrivaled escape light froze completely in midair, revealing a look of horror on his face. The rotten iron sword transformed into a streak of white light, mercilessly circling his neck. Puff! As space began to flow, Elder Dixiang's body instantly split in two, his spirit severely damaged. Freeze! Fang Xing chuckled at the sight and threw out the Liangai ring. The ring expanded and contracted at will, suddenly encircling a spirit like a collar around a dog's neck. Within the collar was none other than Elder Dixiang. My Jiuxiang Palace will not let you go. Elder Dixiang's spirit shone, emitting an unyielding message. So much nonsense. Fang Xing's eyes flashed with golden light, like two razor-sharp flying swords, piercing Elder Dixiang's soul. The soul-searching technique, acquired from the Panwu canon, penetrated the depths of his soul unimpeded, revealing numerous secrets of the Nine Fragrance Palace. Great vehicle ancestor, do the 12 realms exist? If a fight truly breaks out, I'll need your help, Fang Xing muttered. Then he picked up Elder Dixiang's storage treasure and executed a spell. Using Elder Dixiang's spirit, he instantly unlocked it, revealing a mountain of resources within. That's all you can do. After completing this, Fang Xing gazed at Elder Dixiang, and the innate yin-yang primordial magnetic divine light descended mercilessly. Puff! Nine Fragrance Palace. Chimes suddenly roared. Oh no! Elder Dixiang's life incense is broken. A Taoist child ran out of the ancestral hall, his face pale. Elder Dixiang is a mid-stage fusion cultivator. Could it be from one of the other two factions? Beams of light flew in, landing in the meeting hall. They were all cultivators in the fusion stage. Leading them was a young woman in a pink dress, exuding a mysterious aura, having reached the peak of the fusion stage. This woman was the current palace master of Yucai Palace. Elder Dixiang, where was your last location? The palace master of Yucai spoke, her voice as clear as a spring, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Elder Dixiang discovered an ascending cultivator from the lower realm of Qianun and traveled to Qianun Temple to capture him, but the result was, the elders looked at each other, and a white-bearded old man stepped forward, speaking hesitantly. How could a mere ascended cultivator, at the early stage of the refinement void stage, bring down Dixiang? A bearded, burly man sneered, clearly from a faction hostile to Dixiang. No matter what, Dixiang sacrificed his life for the Yucai Palace. His disciples and followers must be compensated. Beyond that, we must thoroughly investigate what exactly happened. The Yucai Palace master's face was resolute. Qianun's descent to the mortal realm concerns a rare immortal palace treasure. Even the ancestor is deeply concerned. Once the investigation is complete, the ancestor will personally intervene. What? Ancestor? The other fusion elders exchanged bewildered glances. Why would you go so far? If they were able to kill Dixiang, perhaps the immortal palace treasure is in the possession of an ascended cultivator, the Yucai Palace master continued. Each of these immortal palace treasures possesses incredible power. Perhaps they could escape my grasp. Shall we, like in the storybooks, fight them off one by one, only to have them repeatedly escape, ascend to fusion, or even Mahayana, and ultimately wipe out the Yucai Palace? The other fusion elders were instantly awed. Indeed. A genius capable of counterattacking a fusion master at the refining void stage, if he could truly thrive, might even have the chance of reaching Mahayana. At that point, it would likely be the end of the Yucai Palace. Taking advantage of the opponent's lack of maturity, the ancestor struck directly, crushing them with thunderous force, truly a wise and prudent strategy for the nation. In the spirit world, the Nine Fragrance Palace's actions instantly stirred a turmoil. Even the Donggong Imperial Court and the Lingyu sect were alarmed by the Nine Fragrance Palace's unusual movements, with high-ranking officials frequently gathering, and even a Mahayana ancestor made an appearance. But all this was skillfully concealed by the Nine Fragrance Palace. No faction knew that their grand display was motivated by the pursuit of the ascended cultivators from the lower realms and the rare treasure from the immortal palace. Not long after, the Nine Fragrance Palace made another drastic move. Abandoning their subordinate forces, giving up everything, they shifted their full force towards the mountain gate. All manner of mountain-protecting formations were fully activated. The cultivators in the spirit world almost thought the Nine Fragrance Palace was seeking war with the other two factions. Only later did they discover that the Nine Fragrance Palace was retreating. Retreating at all costs. By the time the panicked immortal world finally realized that the Nine Fragrance Palace was implementing its retreat strategy, its power had already been largely condensed. At the same time, shocking news spread throughout the world of immortal cultivation. The Mahayana ancestor of Yucai Palace, suspected deceased. Main universe. Blue Star, Blue Sea Area 69. That Mahayana ancestor of Yucai Palace, also at the 12th realm, is much weaker than the Chaos Fire, at most comparable to the highly sublimated Holuo Emperor. Could he be considered to have just entered the 12th realm? Fang Xing's true form sat cross-legged and suddenly took a deep breath. Within him, somewhere deep within an unknown star palace, A slowly rotating planet was ignited. Finally absorbing sufficient source energy, the planet immediately underwent a transformation, igniting from the inside out, forming a star. Looking back, the star palace was a dazzling galaxy, with countless stars and stardust swirling around the central star, like planets orbiting the sun. Breakthroughs, spirit, energy, and even the immortal clones have all reached the 10th realm. Fang Xing breathed a long sigh of relief. Although his training in the Kingagan realm had extended his understanding of the laws far beyond the 10th realm, coupled with high-level inheritances and secret techniques, his combat power was approaching the 13th realm. However, at this point, his blue star martial arts was only at the mediocre 9th realm. He still needed the minor triad of essence, energy, and spirit, the grand triad of heaven, earth, and man, the 6 inner and outer triads to break through the 10th realm and forge the strongest martial arts foundation. The reason for this arduous task was naturally to compete with the creator. The stronger the foundation, the greater the advantage in the Dao competition. Fang Xing glanced at his stats: Star-Lord Realm, Stellar Level, Star Palace Scroll. 1/200, Mastery. The Star-Lord Realm was the source of Daksha's power system, and the Stellar Level was considered a 10th realm powerhouse. Another comprehensive amplification: by the time that day arrives, I should be able to further enhance my understanding of the laws and cultivate more secret techniques, then strike before the creator awakens. Fang Xing was never one to sit back and wait for death. He loved to catch his opponents off guard. A surprise attack, just before the creator awakened, was the best option. He thought for a moment and made a call. "Boss." Across from the projection, the figure vigilantly emerged. "What's been going on outside during my retreat?" Fang Xing asked. "Everything's normal. It's just that a lot of people want to visit you, boss. After all, you're a Federation veteran." Vigili felt a little incredulous at the mention of this, wondering if she was dreaming. Wasn't her boss a 9th realm martial god, or at most a 10th realm warrior? How had he suddenly become a Federation veteran? This honorary position was traditionally reserved for the legendary 11th realm ultimate professionals. Also, Vice Principal Na Ying wants to meet with you. Vigili suppressed her shock and introduced herself methodically. "Teacher Na Ying. I'll meet him later, and I'll have him do something while I'm there." Fang Xing thought for a moment before responding. "What is it?" Vigili was curious. What was this professional, already at the pinnacle of the Federation, planning to do? "In the 815th year of the Starry Sky Calendar, I plan to emulate my predecessor, Principal Yucai, and strive for the 10th realm of martial arts. All martial artists in the Federation can come and witness the ceremony." A faint smile played on Fang Xing's lips. "Boss, striving for the 10th realm of martial arts?" Wei Jili was a little surprised. Wasn't Boss an 11th realm professional? But she quickly realized that Boss had likely reached the 11th realm through some other path. And now, he's trying to break through to a new realm. With Boss's current strength, breaking through to the 10th realm shouldn't be a piece of cake. So, is the shackles that bind all martial artists on Blue Star finally about to be broken? Chapter 470, Starry Sky Calendar Year 815. Year 815 of the Starry Sky Calendar. According to the Doomsday Hourglass issued by the Federation's Supreme Scientific Research Institute, the Creator's awakening is less than a year away. Combining scientific predictions with big data models and the inherent margin of error inherent in occult rituals, it's safe to assume the Creator could awaken at any moment. This event hangs like a dark cloud over the minds of every high-ranking official in the Federation. Of course, for the martial arts professionals in the Federation, this year holds other significance. For example, Fang Xing, a Federation elder and president of Blue Star University, is preparing to reach the 10th realm of martial arts. Although the previous president, Yucai, failed in his attempt, his death was striking, and he even left behind a warning not to attempt. But this man is far superior to Yucai. A Federation elder represents the Federation's highest military power. Once he strikes, he must be utterly confident. Consequently, more and more warriors are flocking to Blue Star, reminiscent of the grand occasion when Yi Liuan made his first attempt. What a crowd! Gu Jiantong sighed as he disembarked from the spaceship, supported by his grandchildren. He gazed upon the scene with deep emotion. Thinking of that person again, he felt an inexplicable wave of emotion. Back then, he'd been a genius on par with that person, yet he'd suffered a devastating blow in the Moon Goddess incident. Though he'd managed to escape with his life, he was left half crippled, forced to return home to inherit the family business and have children. Fortunately, Gu Jiantong had always been a determined man. Even though he'd lost to that person on the path to transcendence, he'd dedicated himself to building his company into one of the largest conglomerates in the Federation. He'd also fathered hundreds of children, and now had over 1,000 grandchildren. Grandpa, I heard you were classmates with that Federation elder. Supporting Gu Jiantong was his most favored grandson. Both had undergone genetic surgery, ensuring they could live for centuries. They looked younger now, more like father and son. Yet, back then, Gu Jiantong's eyes blurred as he recalled the glorious past. At that moment, a gruff voice boomed from the side. Gu Jiantong, aside from cheating your way past Brother Xing in the 100 Stars joint entrance exam, you've been chasing Brother Xing's shadow, and you still have the nerve to say that. Who are you? Gu Jiantong's grandson glared at him, then wilted a little. The man who appeared wore a public security bureau uniform, and judging by his title, he held a high position. He might even be the director of the Public Security Bureau. Song Jinggang. Humph, I don't even bother talking to you. Gu Jiantong held his head high, walked through the gates of Blue Star University, and paused at the edge. Nowadays, Blue Star University is not overrun with martial saints, but martial gods are everywhere, but they're not far behind. There's no place for him. Song Jinggang, though diligent, had only recently risen through the ranks thanks to Fang Xing's influence. He, too, couldn't make it into the core team, and could only bicker with Gu Jiantong while serving as a gatekeeper. He glanced around and saw several familiar figures, including Gu Yun. Gu Yun's expression was cold, but suddenly her eyes shifted as she spotted a figure. You're Liu Wei. You actually broke through to the 8th realm? Liu Wei strode over. I remember you, the rich girl who hired Xing and me back then. He practiced magnetic field martial arts, and once he broke through to the martial saint level, he became a powerful martial saint. His combat power was formidable. Yet, within the Federal Supreme Scientific Research Institute, he was still a research guinea pig. Thanks to Fang Xing's words back then, he resolved to leave the institute, a gesture of letting him go and reconciling with himself. After all, as a cyborg, reaching this point already surpassed countless others of his kind. You're here too, Gu Yun said. Xing reached the 10th realm of martial Dao today, so of course I'm here. Liu Wei nodded and headed towards the center of Blue Star University, toward the Great Library. Fang Xing had also chosen the secret realm above the Great Library as the location for his breakthrough. Within this secret realm, he wore a pristine white training suit, a black ribbon tied around his waist, and sat cross-legged. There were only two people on the opposite side, Vice Principal Na Ying and Nang Guangzhu. Xing, you might encounter great terror as you attempt to reach the 10th realm of the martial Dao. Have you really thought this through? Na Ying looked at his most outstanding student, a tone hesitant. He had listened completely to Liu Yan's experiences and warnings. For the pursuit of the martial Dao, even if I die, I will never regret it. Fang Xing smiled and shook his head. Also, for this breakthrough, I'll allow them to sense the aura in the outside world, but I won't broadcast it live. Liu Yan was forthright, but he wasn't. The cultivation clone alone was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Okay, I understand. Na Ying stood up and left, feeling a bit sullen. Then Fang Xing looked at Nang Guangzhu again. If anything happens to me, I've already given you my will. Nang Guangzhu rolled her eyes. I always feel like you're kidding me. You're 100% sure of this breakthrough? Of course I'm 100% sure. The will is just a formality. Fang Xing smiled and watched the woman leave the secret realm. In the end, he was the only one left in the secret realm. Rumble. Marshall will soar into the sky. With his keen sense of space, Fang Xing scanned the secret realm, confirming there were no hidden devices or surveillance. Begin. After considering all preparations, all possibilities, and all developments, Fang Xing finally made up his mind. Swish. A flash of silvery white light revealed the Immortal Cultivator's avatar. Even though the Immortal Cultivator's avatar was in the spirit world, it was still pulled back by the power of the Gate of All Heavens. The Immortal Cultivator's avatar said nothing and simply sat cross-legged. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 114. Occupation, Immortal Warrior. 9th Realm, Martial God, Panwa Grand Canon. 5699/10000. Entry Level, Star-Lord Realm, Stellar Level, Star Palace Scroll. 1/200, Proficient, 9-source star body tempering secret technique. 199/200, proficient, Mahavaracana mantra. 800 Grandmaster, twin guardians of Heavenly Mother's mighty golden lotus. 800/800, Grandmaster, Mahavaracana palm. 800 Grandmaster, comprehension of laws, time, master, space, master, fire, proficient, destiny, entry level, gate of the heavens, charging. Well, Mahavaracana palm. The Grandmaster level is finally complete. Fang Xing let out a long breath, and a Dharma body of Mahavaracana appeared behind him. It possessed numerous perfect forms, its features mirroring those of Fang Xing, its body clad in crimson gold. A circle of great sun flames surrounded it, forming the Dharma realm seal. Below the great sun Dharma realm, only the Tathagata, the true Buddha, existed. A martial saint cultivates the Dharma form. A martial god, on the other hand, elevates the Dharma form into the Dharma body. Now that the great sun Tathagata palm has been perfected, my great sun Tathagata Dharma body has also been perfected, reaching the pinnacle of the martial god. Fang Xing sat cross-legged in silence. Above the great sun Tathagata Dharma body, the Niwan palace between his eyebrows suddenly lit up. A great sun god had slowly circulated within the upper danshan. Within the middle danshan lay the great sun star palace, containing a single star surrounded by countless stars. The lower danshan, the side of Fang Xing's 9 sources of starry body tempering secret art, was also at the 10th realm. Essence, ki, and spirit, all above the 10th realm. Fang Xing silently circulated his ki and blood, feeling the resonance of the upper, middle, and lower danshans, emanating an indescribable frequency. This frequency even spread outward, resonating with heaven and earth. The 3 elements of a person, essence, energy, and spirit, form the minor trinity. Heaven, earth, and man form the major trinity. The major trinity plus the minor trinity equals the 8 wastelands of heaven and earth, the boundless 6 directions, all contained within. At this moment, Fang Xing seemed to see the entire universe, and even more so, to sense an indescribable presence at its center. Time for a breakthrough. Fang Xing had unknowingly risen, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the earth. Across the 6 directions and 8 wastelands, I alone reign supreme, rumble. The Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata roared. The immortal clone smiled faintly, transformed into a stream of light, and sank into the body of the original deity. After the twin guardians of the Heavenly Mother's mighty golden lotus were cultivated to Grandmaster perfection, Fang Xing could recall the immortal clone with a single thought. Their mana and energy flowed from the same source, working in unison. At this moment, the recall of the immortal clone, now in the void refining stage, was undoubtedly the elixir for the original deity to break through the 10th realm of the martial arts. Buzz! On the attribute panel, the immortal warrior trait flashed. The immense power of the immortal cultivator's clone transformed into a surge of mighty energy and blood, showering upon the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata. Under this influence, the Dharmakaya of the great sun Tathagata was instantly perfected, imbued with an aura of immortality. It has begun. Outside the secret realm, the many martial saints and martial gods, though unable to observe through the live broadcast, could sense Fang Xing's martial will in his unparalleled aura. Elder Fang's aura is more than 1,000 times stronger than when Yi Liuan last broke through. Jianchu and Duanhai, forced back thousands of meters, exchanged a glance, each witnessing the horror in their eyes. If even the martial gods were like this, the martial saints were naturally even more unbearable. Naiying and Su Saniyang paled. When that aura soared to the heavens, they had even felt the urge to kneel down. So strong, Naiying's face was filled with disbelief. Ozing's physique is probably already at the 10th realm, or even the 11th realm. Elder Fang will definitely achieve a breakthrough, but what we really need to focus on is what happens next, Su Saniyang murmured, his eyes a touch of enthusiasm. At this moment, everyone heard Fang Xing's declaration. In a trance, they saw a huge sun rising from the secret realm. Across the universe, I alone reign supreme. The most important word is, I alone. The path of martial arts is inherently subjective and egocentric. Even the Panwu canon begins with a principle of the true self. Fang Xing's will surged, sensing his own inner self. At this moment, a startling scene unfolded. His physique and body, comparable to that of the 10th realm, were actually fading. As if flesh, blood, and bones were all illusory. Sure enough, this universe is a dream created by the Creator. We are all nothingness, Fang Xing muttered. Within this illusion, he grasped a glimpse of his true self. Even though his body is fake, his true spirit, his experiences, and his emotions are all real. The key to cultivating immortality is to use the fake to cultivate the real. A new line of marks appeared on the attribute panel. The law of the true self has been introduced. The second update will be later. Chapter 471 Awakening. The law of the true self. Besides myself, there is nothing else. Within the illusion, a flicker of Fang Xing's true spirit flickered, and 3 dansons suddenly formed from thin air. A great sun godhead descended into the upper danshan, the sun star palace landed in the middle danshan, and infinite starlight erupted from the lower danshan. The Panwu ceremony, the strongest martial body, condense, the 3 danshans resonated, forming a perfect young man's body. Every inch of his body seemed to follow the golden section, imbued with an aura of immortality. The 10th realm of the martial Dao, true immortality. What Fang Xing had condensed was naturally an immortal body. To the outside world, it appeared as if his body had suddenly vanished into nothingness, then condensed from nothing into true immortality. This step was crucial. Yi Liuyan had failed to take this step, unable to grasp his true self, and was completely annihilated by the Creator's casual blow. Introduction to the law of the true self, the formation of an immortal body. Fang Xing clenched his fists. Now my soul and body are both immortal, but I still have an unknown distance to travel from eternity. Immortality comes in many forms. The lowest level is reliant immortality, such as the void refining cultivator, who relies entirely on the great path of immortality and is subject to the constraints of the world's calamities. A slightly better level is self-reliant immortality, requiring no external help and unconstrained by external calamities. However, without the world they rely on, they may not be able to survive forever in the vast chaos. Moving up this level, of course, is immortality. Even if heaven and earth perish, immortality remains, immortality even if the world decays. However, even at this level, it still cannot be called eternal. The eternal existence, even if the world perishes, even if the vast chaos crumbles, even if the laws decay, oneself remains eternal. My immortal body, while truly immortal, still has a long way to go from eternity. Fang Xing sighed, and with a thought, he created something from thin air. He donned his pristine white training uniform and stepped forward. In an instant, he stepped out of the secret realm and arrived above Blue Star University. Boom! A powerful aura surged into the sky, transforming into an immortal sun. This sun was no ordinary star, but one imbued with the allure of time and space, as if suspended above the layers of time and space, an indescribable, immortal celestial body. The 10th realm of the martial Dao. Broken, Nai Ying's eyes filled with tears. Congratulations, Elder Fang, for breaking through the 10th realm of the martial Dao. Martial saints and martial gods bowed their heads, and even the outer Vajra and even the golden core masters knelt prostrated themselves. The will of the martial Dao was unwavering and tyrannical, believing them to be their master. They worshipped not Fang Xing, but the path of the martial Dao. Those who blazed the trail for the martial Dao deserved this respect. But at this moment, in the most secret and advanced laboratories across the Federation, piercing alarms suddenly rang out. Alert! Alert! The dream gods have fallen asleep. Suspected creator has awakened. Disaster level, SSS. In the deepest reaches of the boundless universe, a hidden core, a thought slowly awakened. It seemed to belong to the master of this universe, capable of perceiving everything in the universe with a single thought. Therefore, it directly sensed Fang Xing and that trace of the law of its true self. Another ant attempting to attack its true self. He had dealt with this kind of ant before. Although this awakening wasn't a true awakening, and he hadn't regained his full strength, yet, it was only targeting a mere 10th realm cultivator. A single thought was enough. After all, he was the creator of this universe, the true ruler. Blue Star is the creator, coming, in outer space. A mechanical planet had descended at some point. The one who had arrived was none other than the first president of St. Armor University. After Yi Liuyan's incident, they knew that when a martial artist breaks through the 10th realm, the one they need to be most vigilant against is not the followers of the heretic god or the evil gods from beyond, but the creator. At this moment, atop the mechanical planet, there was also an old man and a woman. The Blue Star Federation's 3 remaining elders have gathered. They even brought forbidden weapons, practically 3 12th level warriors. The creator, the woman muttered, a look of utter terror suddenly crossing her face. He's taken action. We We can't resist, can't interfere. Ordinary professionals of the 10th and 11th realms couldn't even detect the Creator's interference. Only they, commanding the strength of the 12th realm and having prepared in advance, finally sensed it. The foundations of existence, the physical constants. Impossible, impossible. How could we be fake? Haha. Everything is fake, everything is illusory. It's meaningless, meaningless. Another elder, the Blue Star Federation's highest academic authority, was in a state-of-the-art laboratory on the mechanical planet. Looking over the data and conclusions from a series of experiments, he suddenly tugged frantically at his face and beard, tears streaming down his face. Science is dead. Science is dead. Nothing is meaningful. What the hell happened? Compared to these two masters of science and mysticism, the first-generation principal, whose expertise lay primarily in mechas and combat power, was still a little confused. We are all fake, Yucai. That's how you died last time. Everything we have was created by the Creator. Everything is false. If the Creator interferes, we are all illusory. The old man and the woman spoke incoherently, speaking in frantic, chanting tones as they revealed the greatest secret of the universe. The first-generation principal suddenly lost his voice, a deep despair rising from the depths of his heart, threatening to extinguish the light of his soul. It's coming. Above Blue Star University, Fang Xing sensed a kind of annihilation. No, it wasn't annihilation, it was simply the will of the Creator. Yucai had been struck by this same will, knowing that the foundation of his existence was false. All his subsequent martial arts achievements were like castles built on sand, naturally shattered with a single push. Now, Fang Xing faced the same fate. But this time, the situation was clearly different. Everything is false, everything is me, he roared, his energy and blood bursting forth, without the slightest sign of abnormality, and certainly not like Yucai, who vanished into thin air. He had already experienced the stage of his illusory body. His current immortal body was based on the law of the true self, forged from the power of his three dantians, and the strongest martial body, woven from the bones of the Pan-Wu classic. He had long since used the false to cultivate the true, and was no longer illusory. Even if the Creator possessed the law of illusion, it would counteract his own law of the true self, and he wouldn't be so easily dissipated. Hold on. Su Saniyang's eyes were filled with indescribable joy and shock upon witnessing this scene. Fang Xing, Nai Ying, Nan Guangzhu, Gu Jiantong, Liu Wei, Gu Yun. Countless people, both familiar and unfamiliar, shouted Fang Xing's name. This was the thread of his karmic connection, unbreakable. It was also the fundamental reason he appeared here, to battle the Creator. Rumble. From the depths of the universe, a breath suddenly erupted. On the borders of the Blue Star Federation, above the endless battlefield, starry fortresses hovered, their powerful force fields interconnected, forming the strongest line of defense. Outside the fortress lay a dense swarm of the followers of the extraterritorial evil gods. Their forms were bizarre and chaotic, and despite their countless numbers, they could barely form any military formations or coordinate. Clearly, they worshipped different great beings. But at this moment, all the followers, even the humans piloting warships and mechas, felt an inexplicable awe and fear. It was as if the Supreme Being who had given birth to both humanity and the evil gods. That Supreme Being was immense, incomparably majestic. With a single thought, it had arrived in the galaxy containing Blue Star. Although it didn't specialize in the great Tao of space and time, it naturally held supreme authority within the universe it had created. Teleporting with a single thought was a piece of cake. I can't see. The first headmaster's inner light overflowed, trying to penetrate the mighty being towering above the layers of space and time. But he could only cry out in vain. An indescribable majesty descended with a roar, carrying the ultimate tainting power of an alien evil god. Even the three Federation elders felt the urge to prostrate themselves. This was unimaginable. As a force that had grown through countless battles against alien evil gods, even though they weren't martial artists, they had developed targeted methods to combat their contamination. Even encountering an alien evil god of the third pillar level remained unfazed. But now, facing the Supreme Being, the Creator, they struggled to muster even the thought of resistance. It was like meeting their own father. The 12th and 13th realms might seem like a single realm apart, but in reality, the gap between these realms often exceeds the sum of all the previous realms combined. Whoosh! Just as the three elders thought they were about to become evil gods, a figure flashed, and Fang Xing had arrived in outer space on Blue Star. His martial will soared into the sky, isolating him from both the majesty and the contamination of the Supreme Being. This is my battlefield. The three of you just need to defend Blue Star. Fang Xing had chosen to make a high-profile breakthrough at Blue Star University, also to gather those close to him for easier protection. With the Creator's power and authority within the main universe, hiding anywhere would be the same. It would be better to keep him right under their noses. Fang Xing, the first president, gazed at Fang Xing's majestic and immortal figure, his feelings a complex mix beyond words. The Blue Star Federation believed they had prepared every possible plan for the Creator's awakening. But when the Creator truly awoke, they realized all their preparations, all their plans, were a joke. In times like these, only the truly powerful can be relied upon. A sun appeared between Fang Xing's brows, a tinge of crimson radiating from his brow. He had finally seen the Creator's true face. The opponent seemed to have countless faces. Sometimes it was a door composed of countless light balls, sometimes it was a never-extinguished chaotic flame, and then it turned into a pale mother body that gave birth to countless evil gods. Each of these faces was enough to pollute the martial god of the ninth realm at the first sight and drive him crazy. Chapter 472,000 Hands and Thousand Eyes. 13th Realm, Peak Celestial Immortal Master, but not in good condition. The moment Fang Xing laid eyes on the Creator, he had already estimated his realm. After all, having traversed the Kingagan realm, he had some insight. With the Creator's strength, even if he ascended from the spirit realm to the true immortal realm, he would be at the peak of the true immortal realm, no small figure. But I can only fight. Fang Xing roared, the power of the great Dao of time and space permeating his body, enveloping the entire universe in countless turbulent currents of space and time. Then, amidst the shimmering light and shadow, he grasped the one holding and unexpectedly summoned a pitch-black stone dragon from the past. No, it should be said that it was the past incarnation of a black dragon. Originally, with his power of the Dao of time, this would have been difficult to achieve. However, over the past few years, his understanding of the law of time had made significant progress. While not yet at Grandmaster level, he was not far off. Furthermore, with the help of the forged power of the One Holding, a rare treasure from the incomplete Immortal Palace, he had finally managed to complete the past incarnation of the Black Dragon and return to the present. Roar! The Black Dragon roared, transforming into a black hole. A terrifying gravitational explosion slammed towards the Creator. The Creator seemed to remain motionless, only to glance at Fang Xing. With that glance, the original black hole suddenly vanished. This was the law of illusion. As a celestial master, the Creator had mastered the power of this law. Even if it wasn't illusory itself, enveloped by its power, it would vanish into nothingness. Reality was reduced to illusion. Everything seemed like a dream. Escape the upside-down dreams of the mundane world, and ultimately attain nirvana. Fang Xing sighed as the black dragon's past form instantly dissipated. Even a single glance descended, carrying the power of the law of illusion, threatening to dissolve him as well. Fang Xing's body instantly became transparent, his bones and flowing blood barely visible. But between the flesh and blood, strands of law flickered, resisting the might of the law of illusion. The law of the true self. Fang Xing's body suddenly solidified, his secret arts unleashing their full power. A great sun of time and space emerged behind his head, manifesting his Kalachakra, and he launched a powerful palm strike. The Great Sun Tathagata Palm, Great Sun Nirvana. The immortal celestial body, seemingly descending from the boundless expanse of time and space, thunderously cast a shadow before the Creator. Dazzling light and heat, carrying the power of time's immortality, swept the Creator's scroll. Too strong. I can't defeat him, I can only fight him. After unleashing his strongest attack imbued with his martial arts will, Fang Xing sighed, knowing he was no match for the Creator, even in his failing form. Even with my full strength, even with the power of the Black Dragon's past incarnation, I'm only at the 7th level of Celestial Immortal. The Imperial weapon is, after all, a creation of the primal chaos realm. My law of time cannot summon its phantom from the past to the present, and the Creator is a peak Celestial Immortal. Even in his weakened state, he's still incredibly powerful. Now I can only delay briefly. But delaying is also Fang Xing's strategy. Even before breaking through the 10th realm of the martial Dao, he had made numerous plans and assumptions. He was most likely no match for the Creator. But as long as he could delay, he had hope. Because his former body was a creation of the Creator, and now he was in the universe created by the Creator, He happened to be in a Dao conflict with the Creator. His weakness was actually an advantage. Specifically, the Creator's aspiration to attain the great Dao of truth and illusion had immensely profound accumulation in this area. Compared to the Creator, Fang Xing's accumulation was quite shallow. If the Creator were compared to a lake or ocean, Fang Xing was now merely a puddle. However, through the channel of Dao conflict, he was causing the other party's water, or understanding of the laws, to flow back upon him. Fang Xing's previous breakthrough had only been the introductory level of the true self-law, but in that brief moment, it was as if he had been enlightened, a flood of understandings of the laws emerging within him. His proficiency in the true self-law continued to rise rapidly on the attribute bar, now reaching the mastery level. Even in the Kingaon realm, Fang Xing had never witnessed such a feat, yet now he had. No wonder the Creator would go to such lengths to awaken prematurely, to obliterate Yili and enemy. Our existence is the greatest harm and blasphemy to him. Just now, it was Fang Xing, at the mastery level, concentrating the power of the laws of his true self-heart, and leveraging the contradiction between his true self and illusion, that had allowed him to barely withstand the Creator's ethereal gaze. Fang Xing even wondered if he would survive. Perhaps, in terms of understanding the laws, he would gradually catch up with the Creator, standing at the same starting point as him. With this, advancing to the 13th realm would be a piece of cake. This Creator's creation ritual, in which he created the universe, gave birth to the extraterritorial evil god, and attempted to ascend to the 14th realm of Chaos Dao Lord, seems to have serious hidden dangers. It's far inferior to the several secret methods mentioned in the Panwu canon to aid in the breakthrough to Chaos Dao Lord. Just as Fang Xing pondered this, the immortal sun of time and space was torn apart. Pitch black cracks, like sunspots, coalesced, splitting the immortal sun, and from them extended divine and demonic arms. From the palm of each arm, a pitch-black vertical pupil sprouted, staring intently at Fang Xing. The Creator's form now transformed into the ferocious image of a thousand-armed, thousand-eyed demon. Each of those demonic eyes wielded the power of illusionary flowers, dissolving whatever was gazed upon. Even if Fang Xing possessed the law of the true self, it was ultimately shallow. If he were hit repeatedly, he would likely be reduced to nothingness. With a swish, Fang Xing's form fragmented, countless pasts and futures converged, grasping his single true self and transcending fate. In an instant, he seemed to have split into thousands, fleeing in different directions. These clones were far inferior to the Black Dragon's past form. Enveloped by the gazes, they instantly vanished. Blue Star. A mechanical planet transformed and unfolded, transforming into a mechanical canopy, enveloping the entire Blue Star like a Dyson sphere. This prevented the billions of Blue Star citizens from being caught in the aftermath of the war and suffering a horrific death. 3 elders, Chief Archon Zios dialed in. I see the highest alarm. Has the Creator awakened? Indeed. He is annihilating Elder Fang, but has not yet succeeded. The first principal's mechanical voice rang out from the communicator. Elder Fang is fighting for the Blue Star Federation, for humanity. Anxiety crossed Zios's face. Can we succeed? I don't know. Faced with this question, even the first-generation president felt bewildered. Blue Star University. The commotion quickly subsided. After all, so many martial gods and martial saints were genuine. Then, a warning came from higher up. Hurry, everyone below the rank of martial saint, get to the underground shelter immediately. Blue Star's shelters were highly advanced, capable of defending against the spiritual contamination of the outer realm evil gods. If resistance proved too great, the shelters would automatically sink to the Earth Core defense circle. This was Blue Star's last line of defense, theoretically capable of withstanding even a 3-pillar level outer realm evil god for a period of time. This period would be enough for the escape and spark plan to proceed. No. I'm not leaving. Gu Jiantong slammed his grandson's hand away, staring gloomily at the sky. It could be said that his future had been shattered by the outer realm evil god. Now, his nemesis, the one he had been pursuing, was engaged in a fierce battle with the outer realm evil god's master. And he could only hide in the underground shelter like a rat? Gu Jiantong couldn't accept it. Stubborn old man, stop blocking the evacuation here. Song Jinggang approached, stretched out his hairy, gorilla-like arm, and lifted Gu Jiantong up, giving him a gentle shake. Gu Jiantong fainted instantly. He tossed Gu Jiantong to his grandson like trash. Go ahead, just give this old bone a punch. Thank you. Gu Jiantong's grandson didn't hesitate.
immediately carrying Gu Jiantong to the underground shelter. He was well aware of the danger of the extraterritorial evil gods. Although they were protected by a mechanical skylight and numerous satellite weapons, a single glance could cause irreversible injuries, never to be healed, just like his grandfather. So he chose to listen to the advice and eat his fill. As the evacuation began, the number of people at Blue Star University dwindled. Only those at the 8th level, above the Marshal Saint level, dared to remain outside. Liu Wei and Nang Guangzhu were among them. Has the creator awakened? Damn it, damn it, Liu Wei slammed his fist into the nearby wall. Although he had reconciled with himself and no longer pursued certain things so fervently, the thought of his current powerlessness still suffocated him. His friends and brothers were still fighting in space, and he wasn't even worthy enough to watch. How is the battle going? Yuanhai had already summoned the Moon Goddess, a worthy armored martial god of the 10th realm. But Blue Star hadn't issued him a call to outer space, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. Don't we even have the strength to support the battlefield? Actually, we really don't. Martial god Jian Chu, who is in contact with the first-generation principal, looked up, a hint of shock in his eyes. The first generation said that even the three of us Federation elders are no longer qualified to support the other elders in their battles. The entire Blue Star is no longer on its original orbit, but has been displaced, escaping into the depths of space. 13th realm? Yuanhai clenched his fists, feeling extremely powerless in the universe. As the clones of time were shattered, Fang Xing was already in a desperate situation. The thousand-armed and thousand-eyed demon statue of the creator had already blocked time and space. After all, he was the creator of this universe, the one with the highest authority. After a few exchanges and understanding of Fang Xing's laws of time and space, he could naturally do this. If Fang Xing was a time immortal, he could still fight back, but at this time, he was crushed in terms of laws again. Crash! A demon god taller than a star, almost filing the universe that Fang Xing saw, stood up. Countless arms fell down, blocking all time and space, surrounding Fang Xing in the center. In the palm of his hand, eyes opened and pointed at him. The second update will be later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, The Secret Art of Fighting for Life. I've tried my best, I simply can't win. Feeling the explosive mystic arts within him begin to drain, Fang Xing couldn't help but sigh. The so-called explosive mystic arts aren't like a tree without roots or water without a source. Rather, they burn vast quantities of low-level mana, transforming it into high-level mana. This would undoubtedly pose a problem for endurance. Even so, a vast gulf remained between Fang Xing and the creator. The fact that he had managed to hold out until this point was a testament to his ingenuity and extraordinary tactics, coupled with the creator's failing health. It's time. Fang Xing glanced at his stats panel. True Self-Law, Master Grandmaster. Every moment he survived, he endured a greater initiation from the creator in the Dao struggle. At this point, the True Self-Law had actually surpassed him, reaching the 5th level of the law, Grandmaster level. What a shame. If I had held out a little longer, perhaps I could have ascended to a celestial immortal through the True Self-Law. By then, with the might of the Panwu Canon, it's truly uncertain who will prevail. The Panwu Canon embodies the highest pursuit of the Panwu Dao, and the law of the true self is its most crucial component. But now, as eyes open one after another within the creator's palms, Fang Xing had no escape, no delay. Fortunately, the law of the true self is already powerful enough. Let's begin. Fang Xing clasped his hands together and unleashed a secret technique from the Panwu Canon. Pangu Wu was, after all, an eternal realm being, surpassing the primal chaos realm. The Panwu Canon contains countless secret techniques, several of which are particularly well suited for Dao conflict. Even so, without cultivating the law of the true self to a certain level, it's impossible to master these techniques. Fang Xing had previously encountered this bottleneck when simulating these techniques using the attribute panel. Fortunately, after breaking through to the 5th level of the law of the true self, everything fell into place. In an instant, Fang Xing felt everything within him connected, beyond cause and effect, to an indescribable being. It was the creator, and the link between them was the Daozhen. No, the creator finally roared. feeling completely out of control. And then, the entire universe seemed to freeze in an instant. All the evil god's followers, the Blue Star Federation's border troops, the countless alien races, including Lanxing, Naiying, Nanguangzhu, Duanhai, Jianshu, and the Three Elders. Even the creator and Fang Xing. They were reduced to statues. In the next instant, Fang Xing, stared at by the creator's countless eyes, was certain to die. But this moment was frozen in time, unable to truly come to pass. The entire universe fell silent, even returning to chaos. It felt as if endless changes were taking place within. Come on, Fang Xing's eyes couldn't move, only his martial will barely surviving. What's a Dao struggle? Come on, let's stake everything on this, and continue the gamble. The secret technique within the Panwu Grand Canon is called life struggle. Its sole function is to amplify the Dao struggle. Both sides invest everything in a battle in a newly evolved world. The winner takes everything, the loser loses nothing. Fang Xing only dared to take this gamble with the creator, relying on his own backup of the True Spirit Talisman and his golden finger. Forced into a desperate situation, any change, good or bad, was hope. As for the universe freezing, or even re-evolving, naturally, it would mean opening another casino, no, a whole new world. As for restarting the universe, that wasn't Fang Xing's ability, but the creator's. Upon the creator's awakening, all life in the original universe would be annihilated, for the creator had the power to restart the universe. But now, Fang Xing was forcing him to reboot. If Fang Xing ultimately won, everything he cherished would naturally return. If he lost, then of course, everything was over. The secret art of life struggle, so this is what it feels like. It's somewhat similar to the journey through the gate of all heavens. This was Fang Xing's first time using the secret art of life struggle, and it felt incredibly novel. A brand new space-time, a brand new world. Both sides plunge into it, reincarnate, and fight again. If luck is too bad, even their memories might be obscured. He keenly sensed that the creator, worthy of being a peak celestial being, was rapidly adjusting even after a temporary setback. Who knew how much of his own agenda had been incorporated into that evolving space-time? There was nothing he could do about it. Rebooting the universe aside, the creator's power was the primary reliance. Without the life struggle, Fang Xing's Dao struggle would have been a crushing defeat. The so-called secret art of life struggle was, in reality, merely forcing both sides to the gambling table, a supposedly fair duel. But there was nothing that could be done about one side having more chips and the other less. Fang Xing had been prepared for this. He was the one with the most chips. After all, not to mention the True Spirit Talisman, he also had the attribute panel as a golden finger. There was no way he could be defeated by a mere peak celestial immortal. Whoosh! A flying machine streaked across the white clouds in the azure sky. Fang Xing lowered his head and slipped a coin into his gas meter. Looking at the buildings crisscrossed with pipes, he felt a strong sense of dissonance. Why, in an age of flying machines, are every household still using gas for energy? The young man was puzzled. He looked about 16, with brown eyes and jet black hair. He was a university student from Black Ring City. Black Ring City was built on the ruins of the ancient mechanical capital, Hastings. It was said that beneath the ground lay the ancient legacy of Hastings, with steam pipes stretching across the land. After paying the gas bill, Fang Xing turned on the gas lamp, illuminating the cramped, darkened room with a bright glow. Even during the day, the buildings in the lower part of Black Ring City were still lacking in light. Using the bright light from the gas lamp, Fang Xing pulled open the mahogany table, pulled out a piece of parchment, and prepared to write a letter home. He had a happy family, his parents were still alive, his older siblings were employed, and he had a younger sister. However, they all lived and worked in their hometown, Kidding City. Only Fang Xing, a true genius due to his excellent academic performance since childhood, was specially recruited by the Black Ring City Private Mechanical College to study mechanical engineering, receiving a full scholarship. Dear sister, Fang Xing filled his fountain pen with ink and began to write. A quill was tucked into the inkwell nearby. Since arriving in Black Ring City, he had fallen in love with the fountain pens there and could no longer stand quills. While quills did create a graceful and beautiful effect when used for elegant handwriting, for a college student with a heavy workload, efficiency, 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 efficiency. Amidst the rustling sound, Fang Xing continued writing. The environment in Black Ring City is wonderful, especially the various strange machines, which possess an indescribable beauty. The beauty of machinery. My hard work has been recognized by my instructor, Monachi. He gave me a truly advanced textbook, and I'm still struggling to get started. Also, there's no need to send me living expenses, my scholarship is more than enough. Sister, your archaeological team is said to be on the verge of bankruptcy, so you should think more about yourself. After finishing the letter, Fang Xing picked up a nearby copper candlestick and an iron spoon, lit a candle, and heated the sealing wax. Once the wax melted, he poured it onto the seal of the envelope, then fumbled for one of his seals and stamped it. After completing all this, Fang Xing prepared to mail the letter tomorrow and prepared dinner for himself. His main meal was rye bread, as hard as a baguette in a tough test for his teeth. Wait, what's a baguette? He rubbed his brow, feeling that his thoughts had been getting more and more out of control lately. However, it was precisely this brilliant idea that the instructors at the School of Mechanical Engineering recognized in him a unique creative talent, and they granted him special admission. Dinner was bread and vegetable soup, though Fang Xing preferred seafood fried rice. Unfortunately, Black Ring City is located inland, making rice and seafood quite expensive. After dinner, he turned on the gas lamp and began studying mechanical materials, conduction mechanics, steam engineering. Graduating is so difficult. But if I succeed, I can become a mechanic, and get a well-paying job in many companies and government departments, Fang Xing muttered, preparing to burn the midnight oil. After opening the massive tome his instructor had given him, he rubbed his eyes, feeling something strange. His vision seemed to double, with inexplicable runes flickering. It was as if it was burned directly into his retina. What's a retina? Is there something wrong with my eyes? I have to see a doctor tomorrow, Fang Xing muttered, rubbing his eyes again, and getting ready to make himself a cup of hot cocoa. But this time, the runes did not dissipate. Instead, they became more obvious as time passed. I could even vaguely understand their meaning. Name, Fang Xing. Age, 16, 114. Occupation, immortal warrior? Star warrior. What? I'm 114 years old, and I have an occupation? I'm obviously a college student, Fang Xing complained, and suddenly, a sharp pain broke out from his temple. The surging memories were like a torrent, instantly drowning the worldview cultivated over the past 10 years. Whoosh! The room was silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing. After a long time, Fang Xing got up. It took so long to break the mystery of the womb. I have the True Spirit Talisman to protect my true spirit, and the cheat code on the attribute panel. I woke up so late. I'm afraid the Creator is even worse off than me. He finally remembered that he was fighting a life battle with the Creator. Fang Xing opened the window and looked at the hazy moonlight outside and the enchanting moon in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, the world. Chapter 474 Steam. This world seems real, yet not real, seemingly false, yet not false, seemingly unreal, yet not real. It's a world I created in a life or death struggle with the Creator. Fang Xing stretched out his hand, as if trying to grasp the noisy night wind. Sadly, he caught nothing. The fluctuations of the laws of space and time, the fluctuations of the laws of my true self, even fate, fire, nothing. Is this a world without the fluctuations of laws? Or is it simply isolated? Fang Xing shook his head. His body was just that of an ordinary teenager. It would get hungry, tired, injured, and bleed, and if it bled too much, it would die. His strength was nothing more than a mere scrap of ground, and without the amplification of his law perception, it would be even worse. Law perception is the ultimate power amplifier. Before, even with his full-strength explosive secret technique, he couldn't compete with those at the 12th or 13th realms. But with law perception, he could do it. Even now, as an ordinary person, as long as he possessed the law perception he once had, Fang Xing wouldn't fear even the most ordinary martial saint or even martial god. But now, that means was completely lost. Even something as profound as willpower could only be exerted within himself, unable to be radiated outward. It was as if this was a transcendentally isolated world. Never mind. If I'm like this, then the Creator is even more so. Compared to facing a celestial being who has fully comprehended the laws, sealing off the laws together is actually a win for me, Fang Xing pondered, thinking of his opponent. A life or death battle is a gamble. It ends with one person's death. In other words, winning is simple. Find the Creator, slay him, and everything will be fine. But Fang Xing couldn't do it. After all, he was just an ordinary college student. Besides killing the other person outright, the most likely scenario is that we both encountered danger during our time in the womb, and were eliminated by nature. This possibility was actually very high. Before Fang Xing awakened, a serious illness, a natural disaster, or even a robbery, could have taken his life. Fang Xing was fortunate to be alive today. The mystery of the Creator's womb might be even greater than mine. If I wait any longer, he might die, or could we both compete to see who can live longer? All creatures have a limit to their lifespans. Whoever outlives the other is also a winner, so, my next goals are, first, to master power, and second, to develop influence. Mastering power is for self-preservation. Even if there were a path to transcendence in this world, one could climb the ladder, extending lifespan and living even longer. Mastering influence, besides self-preservation, also allows one to search for the Creator's whereabouts. Fang Xing glanced at the attribute panel again and was startled. This world, seemingly devoid of transcendence, lacks source power, no understanding of laws. All other runes are dim, and even the great Sun Tathagata mantra has been greatly weakened. But what does this Star Warrior mean? My martial arts began as Blue Star martial arts, then merged with the Immortal Path. Could it be that after breaking through the 10th realm of martial arts, I integrated the source power system and even the Pan Wu Grand Canon, hence the name Star Warrior? Star Warrior? Not bad. It's just a pity that the title of Star Warrior currently holds no magical power. Fang Xing figured he might need to completely win this battle for his life and leave this strange world before he could truly understand the extent of his own rapid advancement. The next day, Black Ring Private Mechanical College. The campus was vast, dotted with various mechanical artifacts. Fang Xing even spotted railroad tracks and a small steam locomotive, puffing white smoke and carrying a series of small carriages. It hadn't been anything special before, but now it felt a bit like a toy train at an amusement park. Well, at least it saves some effort. Riding a toy train to class every day isn't bad when I think about it, Fang Xing pondered, then squeezed onto the train and took a seat. The train moved very slowly, almost as slow as an adult jogging, wobbling from building to building. Students occasionally got off, and more boarded. Fang Xing got off in front of a building and walked into the laboratory. He was met by a burly man in greaseproof overalls, with a beard, blonde hair, and blue eyes. This was his mechanics instructor, Monarch Dean. Teacher, Fang Xing bowed. I'm here, Monarch was constructing a bizarre machine. It looked about the size of a brick, a bit like an iron box, and had a gear-like ignition mechanism. This gas lighter you came up with is pretty good. The key is its portability, so it can be carried outdoors, but it's actually not as convenient as a box of matches, Fang Xing complained. This was the brilliant idea that had come to him when he was blinded by the mystery of his womb, and it was valued by his instructor. However, he now suspected that Monarch had accepted him as a student simply to use him as a slave and, in the process, to exploit his creativity. No. This is just a prototype. There's still a lot of room for improvement, Monarch said. That's the beauty of the machine. We can even add a windshield, teacher. That's right, Fang Xing nodded. In this day and age, the status of a university student is precious, and he wasn't about to give up. He wasn't foolish enough to directly contradict authority. His life plans had already changed drastically. Only a fool would become a mechanic. How could he even build mechas in the steam age? Building a mechanical rifle would be the best he could do. His purpose, of course, was to practice martial arts. Use his muscles to crush all who wouldn't obey. Many of the techniques and secrets in the Pan Wu Classic, which required the principles of the true self to initiate, were useless in this world. But the Blue Star martial arts, as well as some of the common training methods and killing techniques found in the classics, can certainly be learned and practiced to the limits of the human body, and, if there are extraordinary beings in this world, once they master their secrets, they can completely innovate, Fang Xing pondered. However, he didn't show it, instead studying with his instructor as usual. The academy's curriculum wasn't too demanding, and he even had private study time in the afternoons. Normally, Fang Xing used to enjoy spending time in the library, eagerly studying all kinds of mechanical knowledge. But for a Fang Xing now, what should I learn? I want to fight. He left the academy and strolled the streets. Black Ring City was a bustling commercial city, with all kinds of entertainment available. He even saw advertisements for several dark nightclubs and risque dances. Can this kind of thing be advertised openly? I was really too naive before, Fang Xing muttered to himself, Searching around again and memorizing the addresses of several fighting clubs and combat clubs, the club scene in Black Ring City is quite prosperous, seemingly encompassing every profession. He walked around a few times before entering an alley. There stood a small shop, seemingly a general store. The sign above the door was quite old, with a few yellowed pieces of paper pasted on it: new arrivals, white bread, honey, antiques, for sale, black sage oil, lavandula. Fang Xing entered the shop and was met by a gray-haired, bespectacled, elderly man with deep nasolabial folds, observing every customer with a critical eye. Upon seeing Fang Xing, the wrinkles on the man's face seemed to soften with a smile. "Oh, it's Fang Xing. What good news do you have for me? I'm not here to sell today, I'm here to buy," Fang Xing coughed. Although he had a scholarship, he was still struggling financially, and had sold quite a bit of stuff to old Quinn. On the surface, he appeared to be just an ordinary general store owner, but in reality, he was a black marketeer, always able to secure some valuable contraband. "Oh? That's really hard to come by," old Quinn smiled, revealing his yellow teeth. "What do you want, short barrel?" Fang Xing said concisely. Old Quinn was startled, then thoughtfully, "It seems you're in trouble? I know a few powerful people, maybe I can introduce you to them." "No. I just lack a sense of security." Fang Xing shrugged and followed old Quinn into the inner room. Old Quinn knocked on the wall and opened a secret compartment. He took out a box and handed it to Fang Xing. "Take a look." Fang Xing opened it and saw a 6-shot revolver. The barrel was very short, the gun body was smooth, and the handle was mahogany with some signs of wear and tear. It should be a second-hand item. "Black Snake II, 90% new," old Quinn said. "As a self-defense weapon, its power will definitely satisfy you. Of course, you can't use it against a steam rifle. I'm also including 200 rounds of ammunition. Only 300 black ropes. Pretty cheap, right? A brand new Black Snake II for only 200 black ropes." Fang Xing was speechless. "We're old friends, so give me a fair price." His previous monthly living expenses were only about 100 black ropes. Besides, Fang Xing leaned forward. "You know, if it wasn't urgent, with my skills, I could easily make one myself." Old Quinn was speechless. He knew the young man across from him truly had the ability. He had sold many small machines through him before, and they were of high quality and well received. 250 black ropes, "You have to let me make some money," old Quinn said helplessly. "All right." Fang Xing pulled out a wad of banknotes. He said he could make it himself, but it was actually very troublesome and easily exposed. He'd rather spend a little more. After paying, he gripped the gun handle and, using his mechanic's knowledge, checked it. Finding nothing major wrong, he nodded in satisfaction. After completing the transaction, Fang Xing casually asked, "Old Quinn, do you know of any information on the black market involving the occult or supernatural powers?" "Occult? Are you talking about those gypsy witches' divinations? Or the priest's bloodletting treatments?" Old Quinn laughed heartily. "Young man, believe in STEAM and science." Chapter 475 Coach. In Black Ring City, inside Fang Xing's rented apartment, a multitude of food bags were carelessly dumped on the floor. Fang Xing's muscles tensed, sweat pouring down. "Eat." The first step in martial arts training is to eat. He pressed a finger to the ground, his entire body suspended in a strange position, breathing at a peculiar rhythm. Inhale, inhale. With a strong physique, your ki and blood naturally surge. With sufficient spirit, you can influence the circulation of ki and blood. This is the foundation of the martial arts. All living things have ki and blood flowing. Therefore, the martial arts are extremely universal. It just manifests differently in different worlds. In an ordinary, demon-free world, he might be a bit more skilled than the average person, but he would have to be careful when facing firearms. In a world of medium demons, he could single-handedly defeat an entire army, commanding all. In a world of high demons, he could create the world with a single thought, then obliterate even the great Dao. Now it seems this world is most likely demon-free, or even of low demons, Fang Xing lamented. If a Chaos Dao Master of the 14th realm were to arrive in this world, everything would naturally be unimpeded, because the great Dao exists eternally throughout all time and space, and their great Dao can flow unimpeded across all worlds. While this world may be demon-free, how could it exist without time and space, without the great Dao of heaven and earth? Unfortunately, for a celestial immortal Dharma Master, being unable to perceive the fluctuations of the laws is useless. A 14th realm master can run rampant in this world, even creating or destroying the world with a single thought, while a 13th realm master might just be an ordinary person. The difference in realms is a world of difference. The path of martial arts lies in the physical and mental. Fang Xing let out a long breath, concluding his training for the day. After all, I'm not truly ordinary. Although my transcendence cannot be manifested externally, my innate essence after awakening can still stimulate a bit of it. For example, his own martial arts will. For example, the great Sun Tathagata mantra. Although these were significantly weakened, they allowed his digestive and motor abilities to flourish. Even a small amount of food or exercise produced effects far exceeding those of ordinary people. He was now at the limit of the human body. The force of my punch now reaches approximately 500 kilograms, enough to kill. Fang Xing clenched his fist. Of course, martial arts isn't just about punching. Being able to integrate all of his strength, reaching its limit, enhances his explosive power and flexibility. Combined with the use of tools and firearms, and utilizing complex environments, he can hold even a small army hostage for extended periods, inflicting heavy losses and forcing them to retreat. After all, humans aren't machines. A unit with a casualty rate exceeding 10% or 20% is likely to collapse completely. Especially when facing an unknown and mysterious enemy. Fear is also a form of strength. Now, I barely have a shred of self-preservation left. I can explore the extraordinary in this world. Fang Xing donned a pitch-black windbreaker and prepared to leave. As for the Black Ring Private Mechanical College, naturally, he'd requested leave. Due to his past record as a good student, Monach not only readily approved my request but also offered a few words of concern, asking if he could help. Storm Fighting Club. Fang Xing looked up, glanced at the sign, and walked in. The fighting club was a two-story structure, with a woman with long, black hair manning the front desk. Seeing Fang Xing enter, a professional smile immediately crossed her face. Sir, would you like to join our fighting club? We're offering a membership discount right now. Preload 100 Riso, and we'll give you an additional 20 Riso credit for free. Use it for nutritious meals, showers, and other public facilities, as well as a personal trainer. She spoke fluently, repeating the same phrase countless times. Recharge? I never do. What if the boss runs away? Fang Xing's expression was grim. This kind of card charging is like financial speculation. You think you're getting a bargain, but someone's eyeing your capital. Besides, he wasn't here to learn from a master. The receptionist's smile froze. Such talk didn't sound like someone coming to learn. Please call your strongest players out, and I'll challenge them. Fang Xing smiled, revealing his white teeth. To explore the existence of supernatural beings in this world, besides asking around on the black market, the only way was to try each one. If there's a martial arts master, he'll definitely encounter one. 10 minutes later. Storm Fighting Club, around the ring. This kid is here to challenge us. A burly white man folded his arms and sneered. He was the coach here, Jarvis, wearing a translucent sweatshirt, and his arms, as thick as his thighs, stretched the shirt to its limit. In a world without magic, the heavier you are, the more powerful you are, and the more advantageous you are. The heavyweight champion and the lightweight champion are two completely different concepts. Jarvis took one look at Fang Xing's physique and mentally sentenced him to death. When skills can't be overwhelming, the basic physical data becomes the biggest difference. Bang! At this time, Fang Xing was kicking a young man in a white training suit with a high kick. Is this the level of your fighting club's coach? I'm so disappointed. He shook his head, looking very regretful. Too arrogant. A coach jumped onto the ring. Let me, Rick, take care of you. He took a stance, and suddenly there was an inexplicable aura gathered. It's Coach Rick's Tang-hand skill. Jarvis nodded. Rick and he were both coaches, and the latter was even a little stronger than him. Not only did he have a physical advantage, but he also had technical support. Bang! Rick clenched his fists and suddenly swung a punch. His punch was a close-range, short-range attack, but the force was very fierce. The joints crackled, and it was accompanied by a special skill. Fang Xing flicked it casually, and Rick's fist fell into the air. But at this moment, he felt an indescribable smooth power on Rick's wrist. This was not something extraordinary, but a skill honed to the extreme. Flowing wrist, Rick's wrist slid, his knuckles crackled, and he seemed to have grown several inches in the air, stabbing Fang Xing's ribs. This is a technique similar to Tongbikwan. Fang Xing retracted his fingers and flicked them lightly. Snap! Like hitting a snake's weak spot, Rick's finger immediately retracted, a trace of pain crossing his face. What kind of technique is that? I'm defeated. His face drooped as he stepped off the stage. Coach Jarvis. It's up to you. Several students and coaches nearby quickly turned their gazes to Jarvis. The large white man's forehead was now covered in cold sweat. I have a stomachache. I need to go to the bathroom, he spoke, clutching his stomach as he quickly fled the scene. Steel Fighting Club. Bang! With a casual punch, Fang Xing knocked a dark, gorilla-like man to the ground. He glanced around. Who else? One after another, the burly fighting enthusiasts retreated, revealing a field of wailing figures lying on the ground. Ascending Bird Martial Arts School, Zhuangxin Fighting Club. In just a few days, Fang Xing had conquered every fight club in Black Ring City, and then he was unrivaled. Even within the fighting world, legends about him began to spread. It's been so long, and no extraordinary warriors have come looking for me. Aren't they said that martial arts schools are very united? They beat the weak and the strong, right? Fang Xing walked down the alley, a hot dog in hand, speechless. Just then, several figures appeared in front of him. That's him, the one who challenged the school. A young man with bruises on his face pointed at Fang Xing, his expression excited. Behind him, several burly men in black uniforms followed. Huh? Again? Too bad they're not the opponents I was looking for, Fang Xing sighed. He had been challenging the school for so many days, damaging the interests of the entire Black Ring City fighting community. He had also faced several attempts at persuasion from powerful individuals. However, their words seemed ineffective, and he was persuaded instead. After reaching the limits of the human body, his hearing and eyesight were sharp, making it impossible for him to be ambushed by a large number of people. As for a small number of masters, Fang Xing was not afraid at all. He even hoped to lure out a truly extraordinary warrior, so that he could glimpse the path to transcendence in this world. Unfortunately, he didn't see a single extraordinary warrior, not even a true master. After all, no matter how well one practices martial arts, it's no match for a revolver. Even Fang Xing himself was constantly on guard against a backstabbing. But this time, it didn't seem like a backstabbing, more like some wealthy young man with bodyguards seeking revenge. Several uniformed men surrounded them, and the young man strode forward, his face flushed, his fists clenched. Suddenly, he bent sharply at a 90-degree angle and shouted, "Coach, I want to learn martial arts. Please teach me, Fang Xing." A moment later, in a street cafe, Fang Xing slowly sipped a cup of hot cocoa. "So, your name is Shilei? Are you the heir to the Shi Enterprise?" The Shi Enterprise was a powerful force in Black Ring City, primarily involved in the grain business. The more fundamental businesses like energy and grain were, the more formidable the background and influence required to operate them. Fang Xing certainly didn't mind leveraging their influence to help him achieve something. "Yes, but I have several brothers. I like fighting. I saw that punch from you, coach. It was so cool." Shilei, with his distinct features and innocent expression, acted like a little fanboy. "It's not impossible for me to teach you. But my private lessons are very expensive." Fang Xing finished his hot cocoa. "Also, I'm very interested in ancient mysticism. If you can find any clues or people in similar fields, I'll give you a surprising gift." With this, he placed a piece of black rope under his coffee cup and strode out of the cafe. "Young master," after Fang Xing left, a bodyguard stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "I want to know all his information, of course, but I can't follow him or show up openly." Shilei lowered his voice. It was true that he loved fighting, but that didn't mean he would just accept someone of unknown origin. A cautious test, predicated on not offending that gentleman. "I understand," the bodyguard bowed. A large family like theirs had a set procedure for handling such matters. Following the procedure would at least reduce the risk of major mistakes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.